Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
52, Chapter 51 Acting Only for Comfort. Over the next few weeks, Leo's life settled back into its peaceful routine. The issues with the Yuki Nashida and Yuaki families had been resolved. Both households had accepted that their daughters were now Leo's servants and stopped interfering in their day-to-day lives. Aside from the occasional check-in, neither family asked about the girls anymore. Yuki Nashida Yukino and Yuaki Asuna officially moved into Leo's estate. Each had her own room. Yukino even cancelled the lease on her apartment and moved all her belongings over. Unless something drastic happened, she likely wasn't moving out again. Asuna also transferred to Sobyu High with her family's arrangement, joining Class 2J, same class as Yukino. All 3J classes at Sobyu High were international preparatory classes, composed of elite returnee students and those preparing to study abroad. Anyone in that class came from money. It was essentially the noble class of Sobyu High. Asuna hadn't studied abroad, but signing up for the pre-study abroad track was enough to get in. The Yuaki family naturally didn't want their daughter in a regular class, so ending up in Yukino's class was more or less inevitable. But Asuna's transfer caused a significant stir on campus, and it couldn't be helped. Her looks were on par with Yuki Nashida Yukino, her family background was even better, and her grades well, with Professor Yuaki Kyoko raising her under elite tutoring since childhood. Poor grades would have been the surprising part. On top of that, she excelled in traditional arts like flower arrangement and tea ceremony, good enough for the respective clubs to beg her to join. So of course she caused a commotion. Her impact wasn't any less than Sobyu High's Angel of Spring, Shiina Mahiro, a first-year who'd caused her own sensation earlier that year. Back then, the Angel's arrival had taken only a few days to sweep the school. After Asuna transferred in, Sobyu High students even gave her a nickname in private, the fifth alpine flower. Separate from spring, summer, autumn, and winter, fifth season. Well, like how the four heavenly kings usually end up with 5 members, Sobyu High having 5 seasonal flowers wasn't strange at all. So the title stuck. Her fan club sprang up immediately, and because Asuna was graceful and gentle by nature, her fan base quickly surpassed even Yukino's winter flower supporters. However, not long after the fan club formed, her followers discovered something shocking. Their alpine flower went to the service club room every single day, just like Yukino, and she often stayed close to Leo, always walking alongside the two girls. Chaos ensued. People whispered constantly. What exactly was the relationship between these three? Why were they suddenly inseparable? And why did it feel like Leo was somehow the center of their orbit? It got so bad that several third years approached Leo directly for answers. It's just that their families asked me to look after them. Leo wasn't about to casually call them his servants in front of normal people, so he tossed out a vague excuse. Ironically, it only made people twitch even harder. Their families. You know their parents? You've already met the parents. That sent shockwaves through the school. Forget the fan club, 7 random students were burning with envy. This guy had the ultimate divine advantage. Even the teachers couldn't stop it. So unfair. Naturally, rumors swirled about Leo's background. How could he be connected to both the Yuki Nashida and the Yuaki families? Was he a hidden rich heir? Honestly, it wasn't that hard to believe. His looks and presence alone were enough to mislead half the school. Only Yuta, who had been quietly observing Leo from a distance, suddenly pieced things together. So Yuki Nashida and Yuaki are both his servants. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. She finally understood why Yukino had been sticking close to Leo ever since that day. Back then, Yuta had wondered what sweet lies he'd used to trick Sobyu High's coldest flower. Now it seemed he didn't rely on lies at all, he simply turned her into a servant. And by the looks of it, both families had already agreed to it. That perverted devil Kuan is scarier than I thought. Yuta grudgingly updated her impression of him. Amusingly, she never brought up that night's incident again, not once. It was as if she had never summoned Leo, never learned about the supernatural world. She behaved completely normal. But Leo had sharp eyes. He noticed. The book-loving literary girl hadn't been reading much lately. She kept spacing out in class. Even when talking to him, something in her tone felt slightly off. And her long-running project, Love Metronome, had stalled. She hadn't sent Leo any new chapters. At the same time, Yuta had gone to the local Chiba church during weekends and after school, making brief contact with church personnel, as if trying to verify the truths she'd learned. Leo watched her quietly. He didn't interfere, didn't warn her, didn't try to sway her. If she didn't want to follow him, if she wanted to remain human and approach supernatural power on her own terms, she wouldn't object. He'd simply move on, find someone else, and continue expanding his power. He never forced unwilling people. Becoming his servant wasn't some terrible sacrifice. Look at Yukino and Asuna, saved their lives, helped them master their sacred gears, given them power, given them a chance to escape their predetermined fates, even prepared territory for them. Long life, eternal youth, those were blessings. If Yuta chose not to follow him, his loss was Minora, a promising candidate he'd observed for a while. Her loss, however, could be far greater. As a sacred gear user, she might fall into ruin. He would feel regret, but never that he'd lost something precious. This path was mutual from the start. Leo didn't pick just anyone. If all he wanted were high potential servants, he could have gone straight to Kua Town and poached the yet to awaken Red Dragon Emperor. The boy had a Longinus class sacred gear like Yukino, but was considered the weakest Red Dragon Emperor in history. However, Leo knew the original story, understood his true potential better than anyone. If he were truly hungry for power, he would have gone to snatch him before Rias Gremory ever had the chance. Why stay here? 2 reasons. Devils had unspoken rules about stealing people from another's territory, and Leo simply didn't want someone like that. He wasn't interested in a shameless, lust-driven male servant. In fact, he didn't want any male servants. Leo wanted beautiful women around him. He wanted a comfortable harem life. After a lifetime of hardship in his previous world, now that he was a high-class devil legally allowed to have a harem, why wouldn't he indulge a little? This world was overflowing with heroines, strong, beautiful, overflowing with potential. Why bother raising a guy? Leo, at his core, was a self-indulgent person, and becoming a devil only made him more so. He did things purely for his own comfort, and by that principle, he simply kept watching Yuta and did nothing else. His days were spent with Yukino and Asuna, living a life that sparked envy and resentment across campus. Behind the scenes, he trained both girls relentlessly. Asuna continued learning swordsmanship under Miyamoto Musashi's guidance. She'd finally reached the point where she could fight with a blade. Yukino studied during the day and sparred with Musashi on occasion, building her combat experience. Sona Satrai stayed in contact with Leo, always checking on his progress. Not long after Asuna moved in, Sona even visited the estate again with Shinra Tsubeki to officially get acquainted. Weeks passed like this, and then, one night, Yuta summoned Leo again. She made a request that surprised him. "Can you show me what a devil's life looks like?" She framed it as a wish. Leo raised an eyebrow and didn't even bother pulling out his device. "Kiss me, and I'll show you." Yuta shot him a sideways look and replied calmly, "Then like last time, put it on my tab." 53, Chapter 52, All High-Altitude Flowers. This is your house. In front of Leo's mansion in Chiba's central district, Yuta Kazuma Jayaka stood at the gate, pointing ahead with a look of pure disbelief. "Someone gave it to me." Leo sounded completely casual, as if this wasn't a big deal at all. If anything, that attitude made it feel even more like he was showing off. "Not bad, right?" Yuta's eye twitched. A mansion this huge? Not bad didn't even begin to cover it. She'd never seen anyone live in a place this luxurious. For a moment, she seriously wondered if even a king's palace would look shabby compared to this. And this extravagant mansion was something someone just gifted to Leo? Who was that generous? A friend of his? Maybe she should ask that friend if they minded having one more friender. "I get it now. No wonder people think you're some rich young master." Yuta finally spoke after holding it in for a long time. If the bored troublemakers at Sobu High ever found out you lived somewhere like this, no one would doubt it again. If that happened, rumors about Leo being from a wealthy family would spread across the entire school in minutes, and his status would skyrocket. Too bad Leo didn't care. "What they think has nothing to do with me." Leo shrugged. "Even if they found out I live here, or that Yukino and Asuna live here too, what could they do?" The moment he mentioned that, Yuta narrowed her eyes, smiling in that way where her lips moved but her eyes definitely didn't. "Relax. As long as you three don't spill it, there's no way anyone would guess that the Yuki Nashida heiress and the Yuaki family's daughter are some guy's servants and already living with him." Even she had trouble believing it when Leo told her. How could anyone else? If she hadn't already suspected something about their relationship, she'd assume Leo was daydreaming. Sobu High's high-altitude flowers weren't chosen just for having a pretty face. They were called that because they stood so far above everyone else, untouchable. Looks, figure, intelligence, talent, family background, every one of those had to be exceptional. Which was why every high-altitude flower at Sobu, including Yuta herself, came from a well-off family. Yuta and Arari Spencer Sawamura counted as well-off, but compared to Yuki Nashida Yukino, Yuaki Asuna, and Mahira Shiina, they weren't exactly in the elite family category. But those three? They were born into true old-money households, families with long histories, high social status, and deep influence. Especially the Yuaki family. Their main house in Tokyo was famous nationwide. Even if they weren't on the same level as the global superpower Shirogane family, they were still far beyond the average rich household. And yet the heiress of such a family had become someone's devil servant? Unbelievable. Don't look at us with normal human standards. Leo cast her a glance. I might not be some rich kid in the human world, but in the underworld, I'm a true high-class devil, current heir of the Eligos house, one of the 72 pillars. In terms of status alone, I outrank any rich kid in this world. Even if the line was once cut off, Eligos is an ancient devil noble family. Now that I've inherited everything, a few scraps falling through my fingers would be enough to collapse this world's financial system. With that, Leo led Yuta into the estate. You can look into all of that later. For now, let me show you what our life is like. Leo brought her to the front of the main residence. He had already notified the household that he was bringing a guest, so the entrance was lined with a red carpet and 2 neat rows of matures familiars bowing as they greeted them. Standing with them were Yuki Nashida Yukino and Asuna Yuaki. "Welcome to House Eligos, Kazuma Jayaka Senpai." Yukino shot Leo a quiet glare before giving Yuta a formal greeting. Hello, senpai. I'm Yuaki Asuna. Welcome. Asuna was noticeably warmer than Yukino, graceful and gentle enough that Yuta couldn't help glancing at her again. Hello. Yuta nodded back, keeping her reaction minimal. She was a literary girl, not some highly trained noble lady. Even basic etiquette wasn't something she cared about much. Besides, the so-called high-altitude flowers of Sobu High rarely interacted. They weren't close enough even remotely. Most of them had barely spoken to each other. Only Erori had any private connection with Yuta, thanks to their shared creative hobbies, and even that was a secret no one else knew about. As for the other high-altitude flowers, Yuta had only ever seen them from afar. She'd seen Yukino at the opening ceremony because Yukino, being top of the year, had to give a speech. Otherwise, the winter flower of Sobu was always either in class or in the service club room. Mahira Shiina, the first-year top student, was the same. Yuta had seen her exactly once at the ceremony. And Asuna? She'd only transferred in recently. A second-year transfer had no reason to cross paths with a third-year senpai like Yuta. So despite meeting two other high-altitude flowers here, Yuta barely knew them and honestly had no idea what to say. Thankfully, the person who belonged here was Leo. As you can see, Yukino and Asuna are my servants. They live here with me students by day, devils by night. Leo crossed his arms. Since you're curious about devil life, take it to her first. After that, you can join Yukino or Asuna for tonight's work. You'll get to see how we form contracts with humans. Over the past few weeks, Yukino had settled into devil work smoothly. Despite her difficult personality, her thoroughness reassured clients, and she already had returning customers. Her performance had skyrocketed. Asuna, after her daily combat training, had followed the same beginner steps flyer distribution and just last week started taking official summons. Her personality and looks made the work much easier for her than it had been for Yukino. This time of day was exactly when they began their devil duties, so Leo simply handed Yuta over to them. We'll take care of it. Yuta straightened, clearly taking this seriously. It's no trouble at all, senpai. Don't worry, Asuna said quickly when Yukino didn't respond. I'll show you around first. Yuta nodded and followed Asuna inside. Yukino watched them leave but didn't follow immediately. She's your next target. Her voice was cold as she threw the question at Leo. Pretty much. Leo didn't deny it. I noticed her even earlier than I noticed you. She's definitely my next candidate. You really know how to pick them. Yukino's voice cut like ice. So next is Shiina Mahiro from first year and Erori from class G. She was clearly mocking him, implying his tastes were anything but pure. First her, then Asuna, now Yuta. So he only had eyes for Sobu High's high-altitude flowers? You're misunderstanding me. Leo raised his hands in an innocent gesture. I'm not targeting high-altitude flowers on purpose. You all just happen to have that. You mean sacred gears? A trace of surprise flickered across Yukino's cold expression. Kazuma Jayaka-senpai is a sacred gear user too. Yep. Leo nodded. I discovered it 2 years ago and we first entered high school. That was earlier than Yukino. He'd only discovered her sacred gear last year, and he didn't realize it was a long Inu's until her power went out of control before this year's opening ceremony. If not for that, Yuta would have been his first target, and Yukino the second. Yukino, in a way, really had cut in line. You can read up to chapter 95 on Patreon. 54, chapter 53. Welcome to the team. After learning the details about Yuta Kazuma Jayaka, Yukinashida Yukino understood Leo's reasoning, but she still wasn't entirely pleased. Do sacred gears prefer choosing girls or something? Or girls who happen to be pretty? She clearly still doubted the fact that all of Leo's servants were beautiful girls. Leo's expression turned into a half-smile. So you think I should recruit a few guys instead? Yukino answered without hesitation. Preferably not. I don't want this place turning into a mess. Her meaning was obvious. If a guy moved in, things would absolutely get complicated. Yukino wasn't exactly humble. She'd always known she was cute, and so had everyone else. She'd been confessed to more times than she could count, often causing unnecessary trouble. Yuaki Asuna might not have talked about her own experiences, but even Yukino had to admit Asuna's charm wasn't any less than hers. It would be strange if boys didn't like her. And then add Yuta Kazuma Jayaka, the most popular girl in the entire school, with the biggest fan club backing her. Yukino didn't even want to imagine what things would look like if a guy lived here too, so she was firmly against the idea of any male servant joining. Then why complain? Leo rolled his eyes at her. My thoughts make sense. But you? Only picking pretty girls as your servants, of course that makes people suspicious about your motives. Yukino pointed out without mercy. Then something came to mind, and she asked, speaking of which, besides me and Kazuma Jayaka-senpai, is there a third sacred gear user at Sobu High? You think sacred gear users grow on trees? Leo snorted. Being chosen by a sacred gear is rare to begin with. The fact that Sobu High has two you and Kazuma Jayaka is already impressive. Meaning, aside from those two, he had never sensed another sacred gear at Sobu High. If someone did have one, either it was extremely well hidden, enough that even Leo couldn't detect it, or it simply didn't exist. There was also the possibility of someone deliberately suppressing their sacred gear's energy. Leo, Yukino, and Asuna all concealed theirs after awakening. That made them hard to detect. But that would also mean someone had awakened a sacred gear without Leo noticing, someone capable of controlling its power well enough to hide it. Leo found that unlikely. Sobu High was his territory. He kept tabs on it constantly. If someone that suspicious had appeared, he would have known. So he was inclined to believe there were only two sacred gear users at Sobu Hayukino and Yutoa. Though sacred gears aren't always innate. When their previous hosts die, some of them find new masters. One could end up in someone here later. Leo explained, and Yukino fell into thought. So right now we're the only ones, but there's no guarantee it stays that way. Correct. Exactly. Leo nodded. Or someone like Asuna might transfer in later. But that depended on luck. And even then, most sacred gears were unimpressive small abilities with limited use. Only a few were powerful, and the stronger they were, the rarer they became. Stumbling across one was already a long shot. Running into Asuna and her rare sacred gear during a simple extermination job? That was the sort of luck Leo didn't expect to see twice. In short, good servants are rare. If we find one, we don't let them go. Leo still didn't know what sacred gear slept inside Yutoa Kazumajayaka, but after observing her for 2 years, he was certain it wasn't anything weak. Based on the fluctuations he sensed, at minimum it was combat capable and possibly on the same tier as Asuna's Blade Blacksmith, one of the strongest sacred gears excluding the Long Inus. As for it being a Long Inus, he doubted it. The fluctuations never reached that level. Unless part of its power was still hidden beyond his range, Yutoa being a Long Inus user was extremely unlikely. Leo wasn't greedy enough to expect another miracle. He'd be perfectly happy with something around Asuna's level. And that hope felt realistic, especially after his devil pieces reacted to her. Which pieces reacted to her? Yukino asked, clearly thinking the same thing he was. Leo didn't hold back. Rook, bishop, pawn, and queen. Yukino's expression shifted immediately. Even queen. Did that mean Yutoa had the potential to become his second-in-command Simeon who could oversee all of them? It was only a faint reaction. Leo chuckled at her expression. Didn't the queen react to you too? Yukino had caused every single piece to react on the day he reincarnated her. In comparison, Yutoa's result wasn't that outrageous. What reacted the strongest? Yukino relaxed slightly and continued her questioning. Leo gave the answer. Rook. After Yutoa finished touring the estate, Yukino stepped forward to take her along for devil work. Asuna was still new to that side of things, so Leo had Yukino handle it. Yukino had acted like she was unhappy about Yutoa joining, but now that she understood the whole situation, she begrudgingly agreed to cooperate. And so, under Yukino's lead, Yutoa experienced her first magic circle jump, arriving at a client's home. She spent the entire night observing Yukino's work. By the time they returned to the mansion, Yutoa looked exhausted but satisfied. Devil work is actually pretty interesting. The moment she stepped inside, she gave Leo her thoughts. I thought devil work would be more evil and terrifying, like in movies, but it feels kind of like a help-for-hire service. Yukino had helped fulfill 3 wishes tonight, repairing a broken roof, driving away a dangerous animal, and treating a sick child. It was far more normal than Yutoa expected, nothing like the stereotypical sell your soul darkness people imagined. There are devils who grant the kind of evil wishes you mentioned, you know. Leo said as Asuna poured Yutoa a cup of tea. He smiled. Devils aren't that different from humans. Some do good work, some do terrible things. Some don't care what the wish is as long as the client can pay the price, they'll do anything. But others, like us, are picky. If the summoner is immoral trash, we won't fulfill their wish. We might even deal with them. Of course, that's not exactly encouraged in the industry. Yutoa gave him a long look. You're pretty honest, Devil-kun. It's just the truth. Nothing more. Leo didn't mind her tone at all. In that case, I have no reason to hesitate anymore. Yutoa met his eyes directly, turning into a devil. I am agreeing to it. Leo smiled and held out his hand to her. Welcome to the team. 55, Chapter 54. A sacred gear that creates barriers. For a while now, Yutoa Kazumajayaka had been seriously considering the idea of reincarnating as a devil. It wasn't that she wanted to become Leo's servant or his subordinate. It was because the knowledge Leo had given her made it clear sacred gears existed, and their users often faced dangerous outcomes. If it were just an average sacred gear, it wouldn't be a big deal, some minor quirks, nothing life-threatening. But if the sacred gear was too powerful, an ordinary human simply couldn't control it. Almost all such cases ended in the wielder going berserk. And then there was only one outcome: the dangerous individual would be eliminated. According to Leo, the sacred gear inside Yutoa was definitely not weak. In other words, she was at real risk of losing Count Roland being put down. How could she stay calm after learning something like that? So she began looking for a way to save herself. Her recent attempts to contact the church were all for that single goal. The church had noticed she was a sacred gear user, but even Leo hadn't been able to identify her sacred gear before it awakened. The church had no chance of figuring it out either. Leo at least had the reaction of his devil pieces to judge that Yutoa had potential. And after observing her for years, he'd sensed her sacred gear flare a few times. The church didn't have that advantage. What if she just had a mediocre sacred gear? Then she wasn't worth recruiting. As a result, though Yutoa met people from the church, it didn't go well. They either spoke in riddles, refusing to reveal secrets due to old world rules, or they subtly tried to push faith on her, clearly wanting to control her first, then study her sacred gear. If she had been some confused, desperate person yearning for supernatural power, she might actually have fallen for it. But she had gotten her first glimpse of the hidden world through Leo, not the church. His knowledge had shown her both sides, it's good and it's cruel, including the shady experiments they carried out in secret. So she never fully trusted them. And when the church gave her nothing useful, and she had no other way into the supernatural world, she naturally circled back to Leo. He might be a devil, but at least he was someone she had known for 2 years. She still trusted him more than strangers trying to convert or manipulate her. So she decided she needed to see devil life for herself before choosing. Tonight, she'd spend time alone with both of Leo's servants and talk to them. When Asuna showed her around the mansion, Yutoa suddenly asked what had motivated her to become a devil, and whether she ever regretted it. When Yukino took her to observe devil work, Yutoa quietly watched her and asked why she had made the choice. And only then did Yutoa learn the truth. Both Yukinashita Yukino and Yuuki Asuna had died and were brought back to life by Leo. That was why they became his servants. At first, they were confused and lost, forced to accept reality with a mix of gratitude and helplessness. But now, they weren't following Leo out of obligation. They genuinely liked the life they now had, the opportunities, the power, the freedom. Without realizing it, both had changed, choosing a new path instead of the suffocating old ones. Yutoa had asked them what they sought now. I want freedom. I want a future and not a life where I can already see the ending. That was Asuna's answer. I've always felt inferior to my sister. No one in my family cared much about me. If I kept chasing her from behind on the same path, I'd spend my whole life staring at her back. So I want to walk a road she can't follow. That was Yukino's answer. Both girls knew Leo wanted Yutoa as a servant and neither rejected the idea of her becoming a companion. So to help Leo, they spoke honestly about their feelings. Otherwise, Asuna maybe, but Yukino? There was no way she would spill her heart to a girl she just met. Yutoa was moved by their sincerity. And after seeing devil life wasn't as dark as she feared, she made her decision. Give up her human status? Become a devil? Become a servant? So what? Okay, that last part was hard to swallow. If it were with a stranger, Yutoa would never even consider it. But Leo was someone she knew well enough so the resistance wasn't as strong. Her survival instinct and curiosity, not wanting to be executed as a berserk risk and wanting access to the supernatural world, pushed away the last hesitation. As a young novelist recently stressed about her own story, Yutoa also felt the urge to change, to try something bold. Honestly, this decision was impulsive. At least before coming here, she only planned to observe, not commit. But now, before I regret this and try to take it back, just hurry up and do it already. Yutoa threw out a line that was way too easy to misinterpret. Fine. Leo's mouth twitched, but his hands moved quickly. He could tell she was acting on adrenaline. If he waited, she really might back out. So he activated the magic circle and summoned the rook piece, pressing it to her chest. A sharp crack rang out as the devil piece shattered, turning into particles and sinking into Yutoa's body. Ugh. Yutoa's expression tightened. She felt a mysterious force erupt inside her, and her entire being began transforming in ways she couldn't understand. At the same time, Leo received the system feedback. Trait, servant conversion activating. Basic feedback gained magic power, medium, dot. Advanced feedback gained sacred gear, mastery, dot. In an instant, Leo's magic surged, roaring through his veins like boiling blood. It wasn't as extreme as Yukino's rebirth, but it rivaled Asuna's. That explosive growth pushed him past the upper limit of a high-class devil, shattering the invisible barrier holding him back. But the power didn't fully cross into the next stage. It stopped right before the threshold. Right before he became an ultimate-class devil. Oh come on, just go all the way already. Feeling that half-step, Leo nearly lost it. But before he could recover, memories flashed through his mind. Just like with Asuna, the advanced feedback triggered the internal mechanism of Zenith Tempest. The experiences of its previous wielders poured into him, entering his mind as if he lived them himself. By the time it ended, Leo's understanding had moved from skilled use to complete mastery. Yushe finally had full control over Zenith Tempest at last. Between the magic surge and the sacred gear mastery, his power had soared once more. All of this was being watched by someone hiding in the shadows, Miyamoto Musashi. What incredible magic in that sacred gear wave! Musashi stayed hidden, observing Leo's changes. Awe and excitement flashed in her eyes. His magic is just shy of ultimate class now, and that sacred gear fluctuation. He had grown again, and she couldn't wait to fight him. Snap! While Leo was changing, Yutoa's transformation finished. A pair of bat-like devil wings unfurled behind her. Then her sacred gear, long dormant, awakened. Bzzzzmmm. A faint layer of light shimmered across her body, expanding outward. The film grew larger and thicker, solidifying into a barrier. What? Asuna froze. A barrier. Yukino recognized it immediately. There was a barrier in the mansion's basement. She'd seen this kind before. Leo stared for a moment before understanding clicked into place. A sacred gear that creates barriers? Information about that type of sacred gear surfaced in his mind. You can read up to chapter 95 on Patreon. 56, chapter 55, Create World. When it came to barrier-type sacred gears, the first thing Leo thought of was naturally the Longinus-class sacred gears. Among the 13 known Longinus, one of them specialized in barrier sand. On top of that, it was one of the 4 great Longinus. Dimension Lost, the 4th-ranked Longinus. Known as the strongest barrier-type sacred gear, it released an endlessly expanding mist centered on its wielder, sealing anything that entered it and even sending targets into another dimension. Depending on how it was used, it could easily wipe out an entire country, a terrifying ability by any standard. But Yutoa's power didn't resemble Dimension Lost at all. The aura her sacred gear gave off hadn't reached Longinus level either. So her sacred gear definitely wasn't Dimension Lost. Aside from that 4th-ranked Longinus, there was one more barrier-type sacred gear among the 13th. He 12th-ranked Innovate Clear. Unlike Dimension Lost, Innovate Clear allowed the user to create an ideal world in a separate dimension, complete with living beings. But those beings could only exist inside that created world. It was essentially a simulated world creation sacred gear. That didn't match Uta's abilities either, so Leo dismissed that possibility as well. So then what other powerful barrier-type sacred gears were there? Leo observed Uta's sacred gear more closely. The barrier spreading out from her had fully stabilized, enclosing the entire surrounding space. The moment it formed, Leo felt the sharp separation between inside and outside. The interior was filled with Uta's demonic power-dense, aggressive magic. And in just that short period, that magic had already taken on multiple offensive forms. Flames burst out of thin air. Magic bullets shot around the space. Light beams crisscrossed overhead. Magic circles blinked in and out of existence, each one gathering power that locked onto Leo. This ability reminded him of one sacred gear. A sacred gear that could create a barrier in any environment and manifest countless attacks inside it to annihilate any trapped enemy. Create World, an extremely rare barrier-type sacred gear, so rare that it surpassed even Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth in rarity. No one had been recorded as its wielder for decades. The original story even mentioned a similar sacred gear. Its balance breaker dragged opponents into a personal barrier world, then bombarded their minds with illusions. Its name was Dreamlike Curse. Their relationship was the same as that between Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth, same category, opposite functions. Both were barrier-type sacred gears, but one overwhelmed enemies with real attacks, while the other broke their minds with illusions. Which was stronger depended entirely on the wielder. No wonder the Rook chose her. This sacred gear really fits the Rook's traits. Leo couldn't hide his excitement. The Rook's trait was overwhelming offense and defense. If the reincarnated devil excelled at close combat, the trait boosted their strength and durability. If they specialized in ranged combat, the trait enhanced both attack output and defensive capability. Uta, reincarnated as a Rook, had her barrier significantly strengthened. Its defenses skyrocketed and the attacks generated inside were far more powerful than normal. Used correctly, combined with her awakened sacred gear, Uta's role in battle would become enormous. Every devil piece had its own value. A Rook was worth 5 pawns stronger than a bishop or knight, which were worth only 3. Aside from the queen, worth 9 pawns, 2 Rooks were the highest value devil pieces. Giving both Rooks to one servant would give them the potential of 10 pawns, surpassing even a queen. So whether Uta could surpass Yukinashita Yukino, along Inu's wielder, was uncertain, but she would definitely surpass Uwaki Asuna soon enough, since Asuna was still learning swordsmanship. So this is what it feels like to become a devil. Uta stared at her hands, marveling at the magic flowing through her body, wide-eyed and curious. Even more incredible to her was the power she had unleashed. That shimmering barrier around her looked seriously strong. Well, how does it feel? Leo set aside the urge to research his own current strength and smiled at her. It feels amazing. Uta flicked her hair and declared proudly, I feel super strong, like I could rule the world. Then I suggest you don't take that feeling too seriously. Leo poked a hole in her confidence. You're only this pumped because your body is overflowing with magic. Wait until daytime, then you'll understand what weakness feels like. Yukino and Asuna immediately nodded. They knew exactly what Uta was experiencing, but it was just an illusion. Devils were nocturnal by nature, they were strongest at night. But during the day, it was misery. They'd feel weaker than normal humans, sunlight felt awful, and they constantly wanted to sleep. A terrible combination. Yukino was already used to it, but she still remembered those early days clearly. Asuna had only recently adapted and still shuddered thinking about it. Both of them were extremely disciplined. If it were someone else, they'd probably spend every school morning sleeping in the classroom or just skip school entirely and stay in bed all day. That would definitely make the daytime weakness easier to endure. So what do I do now? Uta finally calmed down, retracting her devil wings in the barrier. She looked to Leo. Do I need to do what Yukino-san and Asuna-san did? Accept summons, form contracts, do devil jobs? She looked eager. Not yet. Leo immediately crushed her excitement. Before that, you're doing basic tasks, handing out flyers and such. Once the time is right, you'll be allowed to take official jobs. And you need to learn how to use demonic power properly and how to use your sacred gear. Also, there's one more thing you need to do first. Uta leaned in. What is it? Move in, Leo said clearly. From now on, you're living in this mansion too. That night, with Yukino and Asuna's help, Uta successfully moved in. Just like Yukino had been before, Uta lived alone in a rented apartment so she could focus on writing. Her family wasn't a prestigious household like the Yukinashita or Uwaki families. Her parents gave her a lot of freedom, so she didn't have to worry about them interfering or asking too many questions. She didn't even want to explain anything to them. Better to keep it hidden, it would only worry them. And so, Uta quietly moved into Leo's mansion, becoming its fourth resident. Miyamoto Musashi only met Uta after she finished moving in, greeting her casually. She's your servant too. Uta narrowed her eyes, giving the same look Yukino had given Leo earlier, like she suspected he only recruited cute girls. I wish, Leo said dryly. But no. He explained Musashi's identity. Hearing she belonged to him didn't shock Uta too much, but hearing she was that Miyamoto Musashi, the strongest swordsman in history, left her completely stunned. She's Miyamoto Musashi. Uta gaped. Miyamoto Musashi was a woman. As expected, anyone hearing that for the first time reacted exactly the same. That doesn't matter. If it bothers you, just think of me as a wandering swordswoman on a long journey. Musashi smiled brightly as she looked Uta over. She nodded in approval. Another good seedling. Not fit for swordsmanship, but with a little training you should handle real combat just fine. I'm looking forward to your growth, newbie. With that, Musashi waved her sleeve and left as effortlessly as she arrived. Leo then brought the still shell-shocked Yuta to the study, leaving Yukino to teach her. He headed down to the basement, where Musashi had already gone ahead. Start right away. Musashi had apparently been waiting for this. She drew her blade eagerly. Just moments ago, the two had agreed to spar here. Let's start. Leo unfurled his 3 pairs of devil wings and rose into the air, stirring the air into a storm. This fight had only one purpose: to find out exactly how much stronger he had become. 57, Chapter 56, advancing to the next stage. Rumble. In the mansion's underground training hall, the ceiling dissolved as always into a storm-filled sky, transforming the entire space into Leo's personal domain. Magic surged from Leo like a roaring inferno, warping the very air around him. The overwhelming pressure made Miyamoto Musashi, blade already drawn, tense up. The fighting spirit in her eyes only burned hotter. In the next instant, her instinct screamed. She shifted aside without a moment's hesitation. Boom! A flash of light tore through the air and slammed into the spot she had stood just 1 second earlier, shattering the floor. What? Staring at the newly formed crater, Musashi's expression sharpened. Careful, Musashi-san. Hovering in midair, Leo grinned. I'm not the same as before. He raised his hand. Magic burst out of him like a dam breaking, flooding into zenith tempest, making the thunderclouds above swell thicker and darker. Dozens of lightning bolts writhed inside like caged beasts. Then blinding streaks tore through the clouds and streaked downward at impossible speed. Musashi understood instantly. Lightning, but not normal lightning. Ultra compressed into thin, laser-like lightning threads. Because they were compressed to the limit, their speed skyrocketed, giving them the destructive force of something moving at nearly the speed of light. Even Musashi could barely track their path with her eyes. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder exploded again and again as the lightning threads struck the ground, carving out craters one after another. Musashi moved on pure combat instinct, evading each streak by the narrowest margin. When there was no room left to dodge, she swung her blade, and sliced a lightning thread clean in half. As expected of you, you can even cut that. Leo whistled, then smiled. How about this one? He flared Zenith Tempest again. Heat surged outward, forming a spiraling current of flame around him. The flames slithered like a dragon, orbiting him with a life of their own. Go! With a flick of his hand, the fire dragon roared downward, its heat rolling across the battlefield as it chased Musashi. It wasn't as fast as the lightning threads, but Musashi didn't dare underestimate it. She sprinted across the ground like a gust of wind, trying to shake it off. But the flame stream seemed truly alive every time she changed direction. It curved after her instantly. Forced to face it head-on, she turned and swung, cutting the blazing serpent in two. Boom! The severed flames burst apart, releasing multiple smaller flame streams that shot outward and slammed into her before she could react. Boom! 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 Fire exploded across Musashi's body, blasting her back more than 10 meters before she crashed onto the ground, hiding flames inside the flames. Musashi's expression tightened. Her clothes were singed and torn. Let's try this next. Leo didn't slow down. He unleashed the sacred gear again, this time with a level of control completely unlike before. It was as if he had suddenly comprehended something. Instead of focusing only on destructive power like in the past, turning the battlefield into an apocalyptic disaster zone, he now displayed precise, overwhelming mastery. The lightning threads and flame streams were only appetizers. Next came raging winds forming countless invisible vortices, appearing all across the field to block Musashi's movement. The ground beneath her shook violently, sometimes cracking, sometimes rising, sometimes collapsing entirely, sometimes becoming mud or quicksand. She couldn't secure a stable foothold and had to leap into the air, spreading her 2 pairs of devil wings to fly. Leo followed up immediately. Water swirled, compressed, then fired as high-pressure jets. Cold fog spilled across the field, touching it meant instant ice. Leo was systematically shrinking Musashi's fighting space, forcing her to deal with lightning speed attacks from every direction. Even she began to look a little strained. Kenho Batu. Finally, Musashi snapped. She stopped holding back. One stroke, 3 prayers break through infinity and reach zero. Behind her, a colossal avatar formed from Sword Pressurethe Neo statue. It raised its massive blade and struck down. Boom! The explosion shook the entire underground hall, making the barrier tremble as always. The world itself seemed to split. Every lightning thread, flame serpent, wind vortex, water jet, and freezing mist was cut apart, erased completely. The black storm clouds above were cleaved in two, scattering the lightning within as if terrified. Stop! Seeing the Neo statue raise its blade for another strike, Leo quickly shouted. Musashi raised an eyebrow but reluctantly lowered her sword, letting the Neo statue fade away. I think we could have kept going. Leo-sama, you still had energy to spare. She actually sounded annoyed. This isn't a life or death battle. Why would I go all out? Leo descended, folding his wings, and rolled his eyes. If I fought your full power seriously, my entire mansion would be blasted into the sky. He glanced around. Cracks spider-webbed across the training hall barrier. This wasn't new. As Leo grew stronger, Musashi had to unleash more of her own power during sparring. Every session pushed the underground barrier closer to its limit. At this rate, the barrier really will break, Musashi said bluntly. We should reinforce it. They had already gotten used to holding back so they wouldn't shatter it entirely. If it ruptured, the shockwave from their fight would level the mansion and maybe half the surrounding area. This barrier is already really strong. Leo sighed. It was built to withstand a full-power battle between ultimate-class devils. Sona even went back to the underworld to bring several barrier specialists to help set it up. The barrier was also linked to a terrain restoration spell. As long as the barrier remained intact, no matter how badly they destroyed the inside, it would return to normal by the next morning. But if the barrier broke, the restoration spell broke with it. They'd need outside help to fix everything. What if I ask Seraph-sama? Musashi suggested. No need. Leo shook his head after thinking. Since Utoa-senpai now has a barrier-type sacred gear, let's make it her assignment. She can handle reinforcing the training hall. He had no idea how long it would take Utoa to create something stronger than the current setup, but it would be good training. Seeing Leo had already decided, Musashi didn't argue. She sheathed her sword and changed the subject. You've completely mastered Zenith Tempest. Your next step should be the balance breaker, right? From their fight just now, she was sure he was ready to aim for that ultimate stage. What do you think of my strength now? Can I beat a 10-wing level opponent? Leo didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked this. Musashi thought for a moment. It would still be difficult, she said honestly. You've grown immensely stronger, but defeating someone 2 whole tiers above you without a balance breaker is unrealistic. But you're already very close to the 10-wing level. You're nothing like before. Previously, she judged Leo strong enough to defeat 8-wing opponents, but still far behind 10-wing ones. Now his magic was nearing ultimate class levels, and he handled his sacred gear flawlessly. In her eyes, he was approaching that threshold. Once you achieve balance breaker, most 10-wing opponents won't stand a chance against you. Only the exceptional ones would be able to fight you on. It might even take a Mu-class to match you. Musashi looked at him with open anticipation. So aim for the balance breaker as soon as you can, Leo-sama. Hearing her words, Leo nodded. It was time for him to move on to the next stage. You can read up to chapter 112 on Patreon. 58, chapter 57, An Unexpected Difficulty. After testing his strength, Leo left the underground hall and returned to his room. Balance breaker, huh? Lying on his bed, he finally began seriously thinking about it. The conditions for reaching balance breaker had always been clearly stated in the books, and his family's study covered the topic. Since a sacred gear's power was fueled by its user's emotions and will, once the wielder experienced a drastic shift in desire or conviction on strong enough to resist the natural flow of the world's sacred gear would evolve and enter the domain of balance breaker. Anyone who could fully control their sacred gear already had the foundation for it. If their heart experienced a major upheaval, then the emotions born from that upheaval, joy, sorrow, anger, grief, fear, would become the fuel that reshaped the sacred gear into a new form based on the user's intent, granting power far beyond its normal limits. That was balance breaker, a sealed, world-disrupting power. Basically the same thing as a Bankai from that neighboring Shonen series. The condition is clear, but how do I actually achieve it? A will strong enough to defy the world? How was he supposed to produce something like that? If it was just about training, it'd be nearly impossible. Even in the original story, barely anyone awakened balance breaker through raw effort. Training alone rarely created the kind of emotional shock needed. It was far easier in a life-or-death struggle, especially for people with unshakable convictions or goals. The closer they were pushed to death, the stronger their will flared, and that was when balance breakers were most likely to awaken. And even if I reach it, I need to think about what kind of balance breaker I'll get. Every sacred gear had a balance breaker, just like every Zanpakuto could achieve Bankai. The difference was whether the wielder could reach it. But balance breakers weren't fixed. They varied. Aside from normal balance breakers, there were also variant form subspecies balance breakers. According to the original story, balance breakers were roughly divided into 3 types. Crest side strengthens the sacred gear's original abilities. Abyss side, the user pushes the union between themselves and the sacred gear to madness, fusing into one. X side doesn't fit the first 2 mutation triggered by special conditions. Most balance breakers were type 1. Type 2 was rare. Type 3 was extremely rare. The White Dragon Emperor had type 2. The Red Dragon Emperor mostly had type 3. As expected of the protagonist, if nothing else, he was the most special. So then what about the balance breaker of Zenith Tempest? Leo thought back to the canon storyline. In the original, Zenith Tempest belonged to the church's strongest exorcist, Dilio Gesualdo. His balance breaker allowed him to summon countless soap bubbles that trapped his targets inside. Within those bubbles, he unleashed every kind of natural calamity: fire tornadoes, slicing winds, freezing cold, divine lightning, true divine punishment capable of changing the weather of an entire country. But that wasn't Zenith Tempest's original balance breaker. It was a subspecies balance breaker Dulio himself developed. Flagello di Colori del Arcobale Speranza di Briscola. The Rainbow Saint's punishment stardust of final judgment. That ability kinda reminds me of Senpai's sacred gear. Leo scratched his head. Utoa's sacred gear created a barrier filled with various attacks. It really did resemble trapping enemies in bubbles and bombarding them with divine punishment. Of course, the power wasn't even close. Even if Utoa reached balance breaker, her barrier attacks probably wouldn't reach divine calamity level, much less alter a nation's climate. A Long Inus was a Long Inusfer above ordinary sacred gears, and Zenith Tempest was the second strongest Long Inus in the world. The gap was enormous. Still, it wasn't impossible. Sacred gears constantly evolved. Who could say Utoa wouldn't someday push hers into Long Inus level territory? It wasn't without precedent. Originally, there weren't always 13 Long Inus. Some had not yet manifested. Some were born later through evolution, gaining the power to slay gods and Mu. In the future, 5 new Longinus would appear, raising the total from 13 to 18. Artificial Longinus would appear too, nearly upsetting the balance of the world. But that was the future. It had little to do with Leo. Even if new Longinus appeared, Zenith Tempest would remain firmly in second place. He wasn't worried. Right now, reaching Balance Breaker mattered far more. This is going to be a pain. Leo realized that getting there would not be easy for him. He had no deep obsession, no burning desire, no ideal he needed to fulfill. Yes, he was preparing for future chaos and striving for strength non-stop, but he wasn't obsessive about it. In fact, he had the attitude of if I can't handle those major events, I might as well slack off and enjoy a carefree life in Shiba. That kind of attitude was basically poison for reaching Balance Breaker, which required overwhelming will and emotion as its trigger. Looking at the original series, none of the people who reached Balance Breaker were like him. Even the most unreliable, laid-back ones still carried a firm desire or obsession deep inside. So for Leo, reaching Balance Breaker might be unexpectedly difficult. I need to come up with a plan for myself. The next morning, in the mansion's dining hall, everyone gathered for breakfast. Leo sat at the head of the long table with a full spread in front of him. Yuki Nashida Yukino and Yuaki Asuna sat on his left, while Yutoa sat alone behind him. Perhaps due to their upbringing, everyone ate quietly and politely. Even Leo had elegant table manners. Only Yutoa was different. She barely touched her food, yawning over and over, looking utterly exhausted. Damn it, why am I so tired, so weak? Yutoa slumped over the table, her chest squashing against the surface as she groaned. Last night I could do anything without feeling tired. I was overflowing with power. Why did I turn into this thing the moment morning came? Compared to last night, the difference was night and day. She was clearly suffering. I told you, didn't I? Devils are nocturnal. Leo glanced at her and yawned too. It's not impossible to adapt. Just endure it for a bit. You'll get used to it eventually. Here, senpai. Asuna poured her a cup of hot tea. It'll help wake you up. Yutoa thanked her politely, sipping the tea, but her expression remained dull and lifeless. You look sleep-deprived too. Yukino finally noticed Leo's state and frowned. You didn't stay in the underground hall for long last night, right? Yeah, I didn't push myself much. Went back early. Leo rubbed his eyes. But I ended up thinking too hard about something, and didn't fall asleep until really late. You need to rest properly, Leo-san. Asuna offered kind advice, then asked, puzzled, what were you thinking about so seriously? Well, Leo thought for a moment. I was wondering how someone like me could make my mindset undergo a drastic change. All three girls froze. What kind of question is that? Yukino stared blankly. Are you doing psychological research on yourself? Why do you need such a drastic change of mindset? Yutoa tilted her head. Are you unhappy with your current life, Devil-kun? Not exactly. Leo waved it off without elaborating. It's just something I need to figure out. You'll understand in the future. They were sacred gear users to Yukino, and now Yutoa. They would eventually have to face the balance breaker wall as well. Should we ask Musashi-san for advice? Asuna asked hesitantly. Unlike the students, Miyamoto Musashi didn't attend school. She followed a devil's natural rhythm, sleeping during the day, active at night. Right now, she was no doubt fast asleep and wouldn't wake up until evening. Ask, ha. Leo tapped his fingers on the table thoughtfully. Maybe I really should find someone to consult about this. He thought of someone. Someone with unbelievably deep knowledge of sacred gears, but also someone extremely dangerous to approach. That might be risky. He took a sip of tea, thinking hard, and that made him even sleepier. 59, Chapter 58, Department of Mystical Affairs. Sobu High, Service Club Room. A magic circle lit up on the floor, and Leo appeared with the other three, all stepping out together as they returned to the school. I finally get it. So this is why you're always coming and going from this room. Yutoa muttered for a moment, then launched into a full complaint. Demons are way too sneaky. She had never imagined this. While she was stressing every morning about how to drag herself out of bed on time, cramming into a packed train with a bunch of salarymen, praying she wouldn't be late, Leo and the others had been teleporting to school like it was nothing. Just duck into the basement at home and bam, instantly arrive at school. An overpowered modern-day teleport gate. If she could commute like that, she could sleep an extra 30 minutes, maybe even an extra hour, and still make it before the bell. Unfair didn't even begin to cover it. It's super convenient. I didn't believe it at first either, Asuna Yuaki said from the side. Unless you lived in the school dorms, this was the most ideal commute imaginable, easier than living across the street from campus. Going home was the same. Just step into the clubroom and you're back at the manor in an instant. It honestly beat dorm life. Dorms could never compare to the comfort of home, especially when there were no adults around to restrict you. For Asuna, life now was far easier and freer than before. Add in the fact that she finally had genuine friends she enjoyed being around, she couldn't help but fall in love with her current daily life. Before all this, she didn't have real social freedom. She wasn't as isolated as Yuki Nashita Yukino, but a prestigious school came with its own exhausting rules. Every interaction felt calculated, who to talk to, who to avoid, what you could or couldn't say. Everything was weighed for benefit. Asuna avoided that world as much as possible. It was full of pretense. Now that her parents no longer pressured her so harshly, and she had real friends at her side, she couldn't dislike the life she'd found. If someone could remember this as my clubroom, that would be great, Yukino said flatly from the side. Leo knew that was directed at him. Ever since she became his servant, the service club room had basically become his lounge. He used it more than she did. Yukino was technically the club president, but with Leo taking over the room, she pretty much had no authority left. Sometimes she even had to run errands for her irresponsible master. If Asuna hadn't joined and taken over the routine tea making, Yukino would still be making Leo a hot cup of black tea every day. If you told the Yukino of the past that she'd end up catering to a man like this, waiting on him like he was some kind of lord, she wouldn't have believed a word of it. But she had become Leo's servant. She had no choice but to do her duties. Speaking of which, I wanted to ask you something, Leo said, looking at Yukino. You didn't give up on the service club, but you also haven't been taking student or teacher requests anymore, right? Yukino went silent. It was true. She hadn't been doing any club activities. She didn't even let outsiders step foot into the club room, and for good reason. How exactly am I supposed to let people in here? Yukino pointed at the magic circle. If anyone saw that, they'd think I was conducting some shady cult ritual. To avoid trouble, she'd even refused the teacher originally assigned to supervise her club. When they came to check on things, she intentionally stepped out to talk in the hallway, raising even more suspicion. And rumors about Leo, Yukino, and Asuna always entering and leaving together had long spread. Plenty of teachers suspected they were doing something inappropriate. Honestly, if her family hadn't already approved her choice and if Harano Yukinashida hadn't used her influence to cover for her, she would have been summoned to the faculty office ages ago. And if she went down, Leo and Asuna would definitely be dragged in too. Leo knew all of this perfectly well. He rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "If you're not attached to the service club anymore, then why not just change the club itself?" Everyone immediately looked at him. Change the club? Yuta perked up. Into what? A club that matches who we actually are, Leo replied without hesitation, as if he'd already thought about it. Something like researching supernatural phenomena, investigating mysterious incidents inside and outside the school. It'd be perfect cover for us. The girls fell into thought. It was actually a great idea. They'd definitely continue coming in and out like this. They'd hold strange conversations and do things others couldn't understand. Having a club as cover would stop the suspicion. I like it, Yuta said first. Sure, it's late to start a new club in third year, but our situation isn't normal. We need a place that covers for us. A supernatural research club. Asuna nodded as well. Other schools have clubs like that, and most people avoid them, so no one would try to come in here. Yukino knew they both had good points, but her expression was complicated. She had founded the service club. It carried her ideal, sure desire to change the world, even if that sounded pretentious, but she had always taken it seriously. It wasn't just a motto on paper. And beyond that, there was another secret reason she made the club: to escape loneliness, to have a place and an excuse to form connections. That was why she never disbanded it. But now, looking at the warm, lively group around her, Yukino suddenly realized something. Her wish had already come true. Her reason for creating the club was already fulfilled. And after everything she'd experienced since becoming a devil, after seeing the variety of people and desires that existed in the dark corners of the world, her old ideals felt childish. Change the world by fixing people's weaknesses, teach them strength instead of giving them answers, reach out to others just because jealousy and insecurity were part of human nature? Too naive. Changing a handful of students wouldn't change human nature, society, or the world. And after granting so many wishes as a devil, seeing people expose ugly desires without shame, Yukino no longer believed people would become better just because she helped them. Human nature wouldn't change. Changing a few individuals meant nothing to the masses. The ones willing to pay any price to have demons, grant their wishes. That was the world's true face. And she couldn't change it. Fine. Yukino let out a quiet sigh, nodded slowly, and accepted it. Let's disband the service club and make a new one. Instead of clinging to an impossible future, she'd grasped the power she had now. At least in this hidden world, I have the strength to change something, she thought. Great, it's decided, Leo said immediately. Yukino, you'll talk to the teacher, right? Of course there's a problem, Yukino said irritably. You asking or not doesn't change the fact that I'm the one who has to go. You're experienced, Leo said cheerfully. I believe in you. You'll convince the supervising teacher. Every club needed an appointed teacher. Yukino had already founded a club before. She was the natural choice. What do we call the new club? Yuta raised her hand and blinked playfully. The Mystical Service Club. That sounded like a dubious fetish club. Yukino and Asuna both twitched, faces full of rejection. If you name it that, divine punishment might strike you, Leo said dryly, giving Yuta a look. Then he spoke again. Since the club studies supernatural phenomena, we'll call it the Department of Mystical Affairs. Kyoa Academy had the Occult Research Club. Sobu High would have the Department of Mystical Affairs. Perfect. No issues whatsoever. Done and decided. You can read up to Chapter 112 on Patreon. 60, Chapter 59 Our Private Relationship. That same day, under Yukinashida Yukino's personal direction, the service club was officially disbanded and renamed the Department of Mystical Affairs. The club room remained the same one, still without any special equipment, but Leo and the others didn't need any anyway. Naturally, Leo became the department president. Yukino was the vice president. Asuna, Yuuki and Yuta filled out the application forms that very day, joining the Department of Mystical Affairs as full members. The news spread across Sobu High in record time, leaving countless students stunned. It wasn't the disbanding of the service club that shocked them. Almost no one cared about that club to begin with. If it hadn't been founded by Yukino, the winter flower of Sobu High, most students wouldn't even know it existed. The club's recent popularity had only come from rumors involving Leo and Asuna, two high-profile students who seemed to move freely in and out of the room, giving rise to all kinds of relationship speculation. But this new department of mystical affairs was another story. Yuki Nashida Yukino, Yuaki Asuna, and Kazuma Jayaka Yutwa, three school goddesses joining the same club. And the president is that guy at the top of the popularity ranking, Iligo Senpai? What the heck happened? Why would the Winter Flower dissolve her own club to give him the spot? What I want to know is why Kazuma Jayaka Senpai, the Autumn Flower, joined. She's already a third year. And she's a rising light novel author. The literature clubs have been begging for her since first year. Now she suddenly joins some brand new supernatural club. Department of Mystical Affairs, a club for researching paranormal events. A niche club like Thou does it attract multiple school beauties? What did Iligo Senpai do? The entire student body buzzed with theories. Even the teachers were baffled and joined the debate. Some people suspected Leo had used improper methods to make this happen. Others suspected the club members had improper relationships with one another. Even the school board received complaints. But nothing came of it. Yukino had already informed her sister. Harano Yuki Nashida promised to talk to the board. Leo also called a few board members directly. After some short conversations, the issue evaporated. In Chiba, Leo's years of demonic activity had built him a wide network. Even if none of his contacts were on the Sobyu High Board, the new board members and were on very good terms. Leo could speak up and actually be heard. All that remained were campus rumors. Leo didn't bother addressing them. If anyone asked, he said the same thing every time. I already knew Utah. I've got ties with the Yuki Nashida and Yuaki families. I felt like starting a club on a whim, so I invited people I knew. Problem? Oh, there were problems. Like, are you guys accepting new members? President, do you think I qualify? I'm actually pretty interested in the occult. Both people Leo knew and people he didn't try to angle for entry only to receive a dismissive laugh. Interested in the occult? Sure you are. There was absolutely no way new members would be allowed. The department's whole purpose was to provide cover for their activities. Only his servants would ever join. Even if someone discovered their real identities, if they couldn't be useful, Leo wouldn't consider them. So he claimed the club had enough members for now. Maybe he'd consider expanding if the need arose. Of course, the other members were also pestered. Yukino was fine, her social circle at school was tiny, and no one dared approach her too eagerly. But Asuna and Utah suffered. Friends and acquaintances kept chasing them down for explanations. Especially Utah. Of the three servants, she had the widest network at Sobyu High. Asuna had only just transferred in. Even with her beauty and kind personality, she hadn't built many connections yet. Utah was different. She didn't seem close to anyone at first glance, but she'd written scripts for the drama club, and her literary reputation had earned her ties with multiple writing and literature circles. Now she'd been stolen away by a brand new club, infuriating her admirers. Their complaints were all variations of, if you wanted to join a club, you could have joined us. Why a supernatural club? You're a literature prodigy. What did supernatural studies have to do with literature? Okay, maybe a little, but come on. They were devastated. They'd begged Utah for years from first year into second year only to give up when she reached third year with no intention of joining anything. And now, she suddenly joined a supernatural club? Was this a joke? Utah had to endure wave after wave of complaints. But then someone approached her whom she hadn't expected. You really joined that so-called Department of Mystical Affairs? Blocking her path in an empty hallway, tossing the question at her without so much as a greeting, was a slender girl with golden twintails, clear blue eyes, pale skin, and features just as striking as Utah's. Hands on her hips, she glared up at Utah, making her stop in place. Well, if it isn't Erori Sawamura. Utah folded her arms and smiled. The girl blocking her way was Sobyu High's second-year student, known as the Summer Flowered Art Club's ace, Erori Spencer Sawamura, a very popular beauty. To most students, Erori was a refined young lady with elegant manners and a gentle personality. Her popularity extended across both her year and the year above. But that gentle young lady was nowhere to be seen now. In front of Utah, Erori showed an attitude no outsider ever saw: sharp, arrogant, and unrestrained. You said you didn't care about any school clubs and just wanted to write quietly, Erori said, almost demanding answers. So why did you suddenly join that weird club? Utah wasn't bothered at all by her rudeness, because she knew this was the real Erori. The sweet, well-behaved act was just a mask she wore. Only in front of people she knew well would she drop it. And no one knew that Utah and Erori had a very deep private connection. For a simple reason, Erori was secretly an otaku. Officially, she was the art club's prodigy. In reality, she was the famous Doujin artist Kashiwagi Eri, known for her extremely popular eki illustrations. She hid that side of herself carefully until Utah debuted as a rising light novel author. Her first work, Love Metronome, needed an illustrator. That was when their editor introduced Erori. And just like that, Erori's identity was exposed. Ever since then, the two acted like strangers at school while cooperating privately. Utah teased Erori about her good girl persona. Erori resented Utah for discovering her secret. Whenever they saw each other, they either didn't speak at all or immediately fought. That was why Erori showed no restraint now. Utah also dropped some of her usual politeness. Is there a problem? She asked lazily. I just felt like joining a club on a whim. Isn't that allowed? Who are you trying to fool? A vein twitched on Erori's forehead. If that were true, why didn't you join a literature club? Why some brand new supernatural department? Don't brush me off. I'm not like everyone else. Your flowery excuses don't work on me. She even pointed a finger dramatically, looking like a pint-sized detective about to expose the culprit. Utah sighed. If you already know I'm not telling you the real reason, why make such a fuss? It has nothing to do with you. Or are you actually worried about me? What? Arari jumped back like a startled puppy. Who's worried about you, you smug cow? A tick mark formed on Utah's forehead. Cow? This gold-haired muttwo are you calling fat? I am not fat. 61, Chapter 60. Don't tell me you actually like him? Utah and Arari were classic frenemies type who argued the moment they met, yet had a strangely solid bond precisely because they knew each other too well. So what's going on? Hurry up and explain. Arari sounded irritated. She claimed she didn't care, but if she truly didn't, she wouldn't have sneaked over here to interrogate Utah. After all, Utah was one of the few people who knew her true identity and still treated her the same, without looking down on her. Arari valued that more than she'd ever admit. She didn't want something bad happening to someone she actually trusted. Utah understood that. She gave a small hum, hesitated, then finally spoke. It's complicated. You'd better not dig too deep, Sawamura. If it were anything else, she wouldn't mind sharing it with Arari. But this? No way. Devils? Servants? Contracting herself to Leo out of curiosity and survival instincts? If she actually said that out loud, this blonde mud would laugh her to death. There was no way she could admit she impulsively accepted Leo's invitation because she feared future danger and wanted to explore the supernatural. Becoming someone's servant wasn't exactly something she could brag about, so she had to keep quiet. But silence invited misunderstanding. So you do have some secret reason for joining the Department of Mystical Affairs? Arari's expression changed immediately, worry creeping into her voice. Don't tell me Eligo-senpai threatened you? Or is he holding something over you? Her mind instantly jumped to the kinds of plots from the Ekidijin she drew. 3 school goddesses, all blackmailed by a man? Forced into questionable situations? The longer she thought, the redder her face got, until her whole body trembled. Why are you getting excited? Utah stared at her, twitching. Who's excited? Arari snapped back, but her voice weakened. She coughed and muttered, I just suddenly got some inspiration. I kind of want to draw. Utah took one silent step back and looked at her like she was dirty. Sawamura Spencer Arari, let me warn you, if you dare use me as inspiration for whatever filthy fantasies are in your head, I'll lock you up and wash your brain out for 3 days straight. This was not an empty threat. If Arari really did it, Utah would absolutely throw her into one of her barriers and blast her with water for 72 hours. As if I'd do something like that. Arari said, clearly flustered. She hurried to change the subject. I just didn't expect Eligo-senpai to be that kind of person. Totally misjudged him. That reminded Utah of something as well. Speaking of which, in the girl's most wanted boyfriend ranking, you voted for him, didn't you? Utah shot her a meaningful look. Don't tell me you actually like him. Arari's brows knitted instantly. She didn't even think before denying it. Impossible. I only voted for him for the sake of social survival. Girls' social dynamics were complicated. Even small choices could affect how others viewed you, especially taste. If a girl's taste got questioned, her standing among the other girls plummeted. Take Yuriri, if her otaka side were exposed, the girls who always flocked around her would flee instantly. Otherwise they'd be accused of having bad taste too. So when all the girls agreed someone was hot, you'd better not disagree. Being contrarian just gave them an excuse to mock you, making even supportive girls avoid you to protect themselves. That was the only reason Arari voted for Leo. Not because she liked him, but because it looked normal. Of course, she didn't deny Leo's appeal. He was handsome, charming, mysterious, and always smiling warmly like some sunshine-type boy. Any normal girl would feel at least a little drawn to him or at least not repulsed. Arari fell into that category, no romantic interest, but no disgust either. Voting for him wasn't exactly painful. She definitely had zero desire to vote for any of the other guys at school. To her, most of the boys were childish and embarrassing. In comparison, Leo was worlds better. But that didn't mean she liked him. At best, she simply didn't dislike him. You voted for him too, didn't you? And if I remember right, you voted all 3 years. Arari shot back. The ranking was held once a year. Each girl could vote once per year. Arari voted twice, first for Hayama Hayato when they both entered school, then for Leo the next year. Utah, a third year, had voted 3 times and all 3 had been for Leo, meaning she'd already favored him back in first year, and that impression had lasted until now. If Leo used that as blackmail, it would feel like a betrayal. The thought made Arari anxious again. Enough. Stop overthinking. I'm not being blackmailed or threatened. We just formed a mutually beneficial partnership. Utah cut her off before she spiraled further. I can't tell you the details. It involves other people's privacy. Just think of it like our relationship. You don't want anyone else to know about it either, right? Arari froze, then suddenly understood. She and Utah collaborated privately on novels and illustrations. Was the Department of Mystical Affairs like that too? A private cooperative project? That wasn't too suspicious. As long as it wasn't something bad. Fine, I won't pry anymore. Arari let it go just like that. She was curious, but she wasn't the type to dig into someone's secrets. As long as Utah wasn't being mistreated, she didn't care what the department was doing, though she was curious what kind of thing could bring together all the top figures of Sobyu High. Of the 5 flowers of Sobyu High, 3 had joined the club. Only she and first-year Mahira Shiana were left out. Hard not to wonder. Are you bothered that we all joined and you weren't invited? Yuta suddenly asked, poking right through her thoughts. Who's bothered? Erori immediately denied it, lifting her chin proudly. I'm the art club's ace. Why would I join some supernatural department? Your president clearly knew better than to invite me. And I'm not the only one not invited. That first year she and a girl didn't get invited either. We're the ones who stayed rational. Unlike you three who got brainwashed. Erori had no idea that the more arrogant she sounded now, the more like a future defeated dog she looked. Splash! Rain began pouring outside, pelting the windows and soaking the school grounds. As Yuta chatted with Erori, her gaze drifted outside and she froze. She saw a familiar silhouette. At the same moment, in the Department of Mystical Affairs clubroom, Leo was also staring out the window and spotted the same figure. That is. He saw the silhouette clearly and raised an eyebrow. The figure walked out of the school building alone. Rain hammered down harder. Most students rushed inside to avoid getting drenched. But that person walked slowly through the storm without even opening an umbrella, letting the rain soak them completely. Right now, Leo was alone in the clubroom. The others hadn't arrived yet. Yukino and Asuna's class seemed to have a long homeroom. They were still in the middle of dismissal. Yuta had gone off to deal with the literature clubs and hadn't returned yet. Seeing that figure in the rain, Leo smiled faintly and pulled out his phone. Head home without me later. I've got something to deal with. After sending the message to his 3 servants, Leo opened the window. He stepped onto the ledge and leapt out. His figure vanished into the rain just as the silhouette passed through the school gate and disappeared into the downpour. You can read up to chapter 112 on Patreon. 62, chapter 61. Next time, don't go walking in the rain. 62, chapter 61. Next time, don't go walking in the rain. Splosh. The rain kept pouring down, like it was crying for someone. The dark gray clouds overhead grew heavier and heavier until everything below looked dim and washed out. In this downpour, people either rushed past wrapped in raincoats or sprinted away under umbrellas. Even the cars seemed desperate to outrun the sheets of rain, turning the world into a quiet, suffocating blur. And in that bleak scenery, her appearance was so out of place it felt like she'd stepped into the wrong world entirely. Everyone else hurried through the storm. Only she walked slowly through the rain. People had umbrellas. She had nothing. She simply let the rain soak her from head to toe, drenching her long, well-kept, silky ash-blonde hair. Water clung to her pale skin through her soaked clothes. Her slightly upturned face, usually bright and delicate, looked drained by the cold, so pale it made her seem unbearably fragile. Anyone from Sobyu High who saw this girl would recognize her instantly. Because she was the first year who had become famous in less than a semester, the one everyone called Miss Angel, Sobyu High's spring flower, Mahiro. She was beautiful, small face, refined features, thick lashes framing her large caramel eyes. Her build was petite, slender but soft in all the right places, very different from the flatter figures of Yukino or Erori. Of course, being one of Sobyu High's untouchable beauties wasn't just because of her looks. Mahiro was brilliant too. She ranked first among the first year's a top student from the moment she entered the school, athletic, talented, and yet never boastful. Instead, she was humble, composed, and gentle toward everyone. Combined with her adorable, harmless face, people let their guard down before they even realized it. Because of that kindness, that approachable aura, she was called an angel. That was how highly people regarded her. But that same flawless angel was now wandering aimlessly through the rain, her beautiful caramel eyes empty and unfocused, staring blankly ahead. She looked like a lost child, like an abandoned orphan. People definitely noticed her. A few even approached with obvious ulterior motives, eyes gleaming with unpleasant ideas as they stepped closer with fake concern. Unfortunately for them, Mahiro was far from careless. Thanks for the concern, but I'm fine. Please stop approaching strangers on the street. Her voice held none of her usual warmth. Instead it was cold, distant, a rejection written plain as day. And when someone attempted to persist, she silently pulled out her phone and opened the emergency call screen. That alone sent them scrambling away. Perfect execution. Except, if you keep wandering around alone looking that helpless, all sorts of pests are gonna swarm you, you know. That teasing voice came so close to her ear that Mahira snapped back to awareness, startled. She whirled around. Someone was suddenly beside her. He, too, was walking in the rain without an umbrella. His clothes and hair were soaked, yet the rain couldn't dim the spark in his eyes or the faint smile tugging at his lips. Even drenched like this, he didn't look miserable like she did. If anything, he looked carefree, a bit wild. You're... Mahiro finally saw his face and recognized him. Aren't you Eligo-senpai from 3rd year? Clearly, she had heard of Leo. She even knew what he looked like. That's me. Leo didn't look surprised. He smiled lightly and said, "Good afternoon, Shiina-san. You don't seem to be in the best mood." "It's nothing." Mahiro's initial shock faded, replaced by her usual calm, unfathomably gentle tone that allowed no further questions. "Thank you for your concern, but there's no need to worry about me." Even though he was a school celebrity, handsome upperclassman admired by practically every girl, Mahiro's attitude didn't soften at all. When she noticed he was intentionally walking next to her, even matching her by getting drenched on purpose, she grew wary. In her eyes, Leo was no different from those other people, just another guy trying to flirt by acting cool. Leo caught on to that but didn't mind. Sure. Pretend I didn't say anything." He stopped talking and simply walked with her through the rain. His silence made her even more uncomfortable. Her brow tightened, but she still didn't say anything and changed direction to avoid him. Yet, strangely, Leo shifted half a step earlier than she did, changing direction at the exact same moment, matching her perfectly. Mahiro frowned more deeply. She said nothing and tried again at the next intersection, hoping to split off. And again Leo cut ahead of her by half a step, turning just before she did. Now it looked less like she was trying to shake him off and more like she was the one following him. If he moved too quickly, she'd see where he intended to go and avoid it. If he moved too slowly, her change of direction would be obvious, and following her would look deliberate and give her a reason to tell him off. So Leo chose the perfect timing, half a step ahead. To change directions again now would look overly intentional. Yukino or Yutoa would have walked away without hesitation, not caring at all how it looked. But Mahiro wasn't like that. She hesitated again and again, unable to act brashly. In the end, she resigned herself to it and kept walking silently beside him. They walked like that for an hour. Leo still looked perfectly relaxed. Mahiro, however, was trembling from the cold. Her strength was fading. Even her vision was starting to blur. Not good. Mahiro bit her chilled lips. She realized she'd messed up. Her mood had been terrible today, so she walked out into the rain on impulse. But she never intended to stay out this long. She knew it would hurt her body. Yet because of Leo, she'd been unable to slip away, and so she ended up soaked for over an hour. Now her body was clearly giving out. Sorry, senpai. Mahiro finally stopped walking. Her breathing was strained. I want to go home. A clear dismissal. Leo stopped as well, turning to face her as her hazy eyes tried to focus on him. Then he smiled. You already are home. He pointed to a building beside them. Mahiro froze. When she looked properly, her expression changed instantly. That Washer apartment building. This. Mahiro stared, stunned. No need to be surprised. Leo's amused voice came from beside her. You weren't paying attention to where you were going, especially toward the end. Stop changing directions. You just followed me without realizing it, so of course I could lead you home. You should be grateful I decided to bring you back to your home. If I wanted to take you to my place, you wouldn't have been able to stop me. Your vigilance is good, but still not good enough, Shianakawahe. Her breathing turned even more uneven, half from shock, half from her body finally giving out. How did you? You want to know how I know where you live? Leo squinted, still smiling. Not important. What is important is that if you don't go inside now, you're going to collapse. The moment he finished, Mahiro's legs finally gave out. Her body went limp, and she fell straight into Leo's arms. Told you. His voice sounded faintly amused as he held her. Remember today's lesson. Next time, don't go wandering in the rain like this, Shiana-san. But Mahiro didn't hear a single word. She was already unconscious. 63, Chapter 62. Beneath the perfect shine. A faint sound slipped out, breaking the heavy silence filling the room. Mahiro felt like she'd just risen from the bottom of a deep ocean. She was weak, but no longer in the miserable state she'd been in before. Her body wasn't soaked anymore, just heavy. Her head was still foggy, but her vision wasn't blurred. Where am I? With some effort, Mahiro opened her eyes. She felt lost for a moment before her mind finally caught up. She realized she was lying on her own bed, surrounded by the familiar scenery of her own room. Her bed. No wonder nothing felt strange. I'm home. The thought surfaced slowly. She sat up on instinct. As she did, a towel slid off her forehead. Only then did she realize someone had placed it there. Her clothes were different too. The drenched outfit she had been wearing was gone, replaced by her usual pajamas. Her expression changed at once. She remembered. Even through her dizziness and weakness, she remembered collapsing at her doorstep right in front of Leo. And now she was back home, lying safely in her bed, wearing clean clothes. There was no way she didn't start overthinking. Mahiro immediately checked her body. Only after several tense seconds did she finally let out a small breath. Thankfully, despite the weakness, there were no strange marks, no signs of anything out of line. But she was definitely brought back home, and someone definitely changed her clothes. She knew she didn't do it herself. Mahiro bit her lip and struggled out of bed. Dragging her heavy feet, she opened her door and stepped into the living room of her apartment. And there he was, same person who'd been with her right before she collapsed. Oh, you're awake. Leo was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, casually playing on his phone. When Mahiro appeared, he only lifted his eyes, glanced at her, greeted her offhandedly, then went right back to his game. He looked like he owned the place, which only made Mahiro even more irritated. You brought me back. She finally spoke after a moment of silence. Who else could it be? Leo answered without even raising his head, fingers still tapping away. You fainted right in front of me. What was I supposed to do, hand you to the old man downstairs? Oh, by the way, that old guy's pretty dedicated. When he saw me carrying you in, he really thought I was some creep trying to take advantage. Almost detained me right there. Took a while before he believed I was your senpai and that you were sick. Oh, and he gave me your room number. Your apartment key was in your bag. He explained a lot, clearing up several questions she had, but he still didn't address the most important one in her mind. Then my clothes? Mahiro finally asked, unable to hold it in anymore. Her voice trembled. Leo lifted his eyes. Seeing her tense expression, he couldn't help but smile. I know you're worried, but asking won't change anything, right? He said teasingly. If I was the one who changed them, you can't go back in time and undo it. Worrying won't help. But if I wasn't the one, then obviously I wouldn't bring some random man to do it either. So you don't need to panic. So just pretend it never happened. Isn't that easier? His words gave her zero comfort. If anything, her heart sank. He said so much, yet every line sounded like he was implying he changed her clothes. If another woman had done it, he could have just said so. Why dodge? You, Mahira glared, anger flickering in her caramel eyes. Her hand instinctively grabbed the collar of her pajamas. What kind of reaction is that? Leo sighed. If I wanted to do something to you, why would I wait until now? Even if he said that, her mood didn't improve at all. In fact, it worsened. She had gone out into the rain because she was upset. Because Leo kept sticking close, she never managed to stop at a safe point. Her body gave out, and she fainted right in front of him. Now she'd been taken care of, but her clothes were changed, and she had no memory of who did it. How could she possibly feel okay? And her body was weak, she was clearly running a fever. No wonder her emotions were all over the place. Stacked together, the frustration, fear, embarrassment, and exhaustion weighed heavily on her. Her eyes even started to mist. Alright, don't look like you're about to cry. I was just teasing you. Leo finally put away his playful tone. Relax. I didn't change your clothes. The old man downstairs asked a familiar neighbor to help. A kind lady in her 40s from the floor below. Feel better now? Mahiro froze then frowned softly. Really? Ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Leo rolled his eyes and pointed toward the kitchen. All I did was use your kitchen. I made some porridge and heated some milk. If you're hungry, go eat. Oh, and check your temperature later. The lady downstairs measured it earlier while you were unconscious, 39.5. She even brought medicine from her place and fed it to you. You owe her a proper thank you later. Hearing that, Mahira finally felt a bit better. I know that without you saying it. She hesitated only briefly before heading toward the kitchen. There really was a pot of warm porridge and a cup of hot milk. Mahira fell silent for a moment before picking them up and eating slowly. Warm food spread through her body, melting the chill in her limbs and lifting some of the weakness weighing her down. Once she finished, she returned to the living room with a steadier mood. Mahiro looked at Leo on the sofa. Thank you for bringing me home, Eligo-senpai. No problem. Leo finally put down his phone and smiled at her flushed face. It's partially my fault anyway. I went too far teasing you. If I hadn't kept following you, maybe you wouldn't have ended up like this. So it was on purpose. Mahira's last suspicion was confirmed. Her tone dipped again. Why? No particular reason, Leo said easily. You just looked off. So I followed to check. I told you I was fine, she said coldly. Senpai is meddling. Then be grateful there are still meddlers in the world. Otherwise you wouldn't have made it home safely. Leo chuckled. If today's meddler had been anything like those guys who approached you earlier, you would have lost something important. No question. That's still your fault, Mahiro muttered, unwilling to back down. If you hadn't appeared so suddenly, I was planning to go home before anything happened. You sure? Leo glanced at her like he could see right through her. Do you really think the you back then was calm enough to stop at the right time and get home safely? Mahiro fell silent. Her eyes lowered. Her caramel gaze dimmed again just like earlier in the rain, lost and helpless. Seeing her like that no one could deny it tugged at the heart. She was supposed to be a gentle, flawless angel. But with that near-teary expression on her face, that fragile, broken look, it could make anyone panic. No one at school would ever imagine their angel looking like this. The others didn't know the reason, but Leo did. Not because of memories from a past life. Simply because he had always paid attention to her, always known her circumstances. It made him sigh quietly. People call you girls high mountain flowers, perfect in looks, talent, grades, even family background. But who would have thought that beneath all that shine, there's so much pain no one sees? His words made Mahiro look up at him. Her eyes were wide stunned. 64, chapter 63, then he'll take you in. 64, chapter 63, then he'll take you in. The living room, which had felt warm just moments ago, suddenly grew heavy and tense. Mahiro's hands tightened on her knees, and her voice turned colder. You know about my family. Her emotions spiked hard the moment she said it, but Leo acted like he didn't notice, replying lazily. Don't look at me like that. I'm pretty well informed in that social circle. Of course I know about the Shiina family. The Shiina family, like the Yukinashida family, was an established household in Chiba Prefecture. They were a relatively new name among the local elite, only a few generations old, but had built up considerable influence. They weren't involved in politics like the Yukinashida family, but their business achievements were actually higher than Yukinashida's current standing. Of course, they still couldn't compare to the Ueki family, and definitely not to the Shinomiya family. At best, they were on the same level as the Yukinashitas. And because they were a rising family, many of the old aristocratic houses still viewed them as latecomers who had yet to prove themselves. To change that, the Shiina family adopted one strategy: marriage alliance. They connected with an old local household and agreed to a marriage arrangement, combining the two families and raising the Shiina family's status dramatically enough to surpass even the Yukinashida family in Chiba Prefecture. The two unfortunate people pushed into that arranged marriage? Mahira's parents. Your parents' situation is pretty well known, Leo said with a small laugh, watching Mahira's stiff expression. They caused quite a fuss when they were first forced into the engagement. But both families shut them down hard, and they had no choice but to obey. They married, sure. But they never got along. No affection whatsoever, only resentment. Even their daughter was an accident during a moment of impulse. They've never acted like a real married couple. And honestly, it's not just that they're bad spouses. They're bad parents. They never acknowledged you. Not once. They never spoke of you, never admitted you were their child, never brought you to any event, never even came home to see you more than a couple of times. Especially your mother. Your father just doesn't care. But your mother? She actively hates you, because you have half the blood of a man she can't stand. And you look like him. She refuses to recognize you at all. Mahiro's hands tightened so hard she nearly broke skin. And I think I can guess why you were in such a bad mood today, Leo continued bluntly, oblivious to the atmosphere of pretending to be. If I'm right, your ridiculous mother contacted you again, didn't she? He still remembered how awful her mother had been. She didn't just deny Mahiro as her daughter, she believed Mahiro shouldn't have existed, that neither she nor Mahiro's father needed her. If Mahiro didn't exist, they could have divorced long ago, but because the family expected them to stay together for appearances, they remained stuck resentful and miserable. Her mother already had someone she loved, someone she wanted to build a new life with. Her father was the same, he had long found someone he cared for more. To both of them, Mahiro wasn't a child. She was an obstacle, something that blocked their chance at happiness, which was why Leo could easily picture what Mahiro had gone through today. Most likely her mother had called her, spat hurtful words at her, and hung up. Otherwise, why would the Shiina family's young lady be living alone in a rented apartment? Because there was no love waiting for her at home. No warmth. Only emptiness and coldness, an echoing mansion she was never part of. If Yukino lived alone to prove her independence, if Yutwa lived alone for convenience, then Mahiro only lived alone because she couldn't bear to stay home. Almost no one knew. She always played the perfect angel at Sobuhai, kind, gentle, smiling. No one would ever imagine her home life was this bleak. The spring flower of Sobuhai, one of its most admired untouchable beauties, unloved, unwanted, ignored, even despised by her own parents. Who would ever believe that? In that moment, Mahiro radiated a suffocating heaviness. Her expression was blank, stripped of all warmth. She's ridiculous. Mahiro murmured. Isn't the ridiculous one me? Her self-mockery was sharp enough to hurt. It makes sense if it was just when I was a kid, but now I know I'm an unwanted child. And yet I still can't stop hoping. I still want it. Even just a little concern. A little bit of love. She had tried so hard, worked herself to the bone, excelled at everything, just to make her parents look at her, just to make them remember her existence. And what did she get? A phone call no different from being dragged across hot coals. Isn't that pathetic? Her tone wasn't one of venting, it was like she was trying to convince herself to give up completely. And she had. That phone call, and today's rain, had crushed every last shred of expectation. Since they don't want me, I won't go back, and I won't call myself a member of the Shiina family anymore. Her voice was cold enough to frighten. Hard to believe this was the same gentle angel everyone adored. So what will you do from now on? Leo didn't try to comfort her. He just asked, calmly. Mahiro wanted to say it, that she planned to sever ties completely after becoming an adult. Her mother had already told her she would only support Mahiro until she reached adulthood. After that, she would cut all tea, no more financial support, no more contact. Mahiro wasn't worried. With her grades and abilities, she could stand on her own. But she didn't want to tell an outsider any of that. So she stayed silent. Thank you for today, senpai, Mahiro said quietly. It's already very late. You should go. And it was late. She had been unconscious for hours, long enough for night to fall completely. It had to be close to midnight. She was clearly dismissing him. Yeah, it's late. Leo nodded thoughtfully. Though for someone like me, this is the perfect time to get active. He stood and stretched, turning to her with a smile that felt like a predator finally revealing itself. Still bright, still sunny, but carrying something sharp beneath the surface. You said no one needs you, right? He reached out a hand toward her. In that case, why not come to me? Mahiro didn't move. I don't understand what you mean, she said, ignoring his hand. But if you're trying to take advantage of me, you're wasting your time. Her eyes weren't looking at a senpai anymore. They were looking at a potential danger. To her, his words were no different from those men earlier, fake concern with ulterior motives. Leo could only sigh. You're just like Yukino back then. You both think I'm trying to ask you out, huh? He burst out laughing, then spoke with casual certainty. Relax, Shiina-san. When a devil sets their sights on you, they're not trying to date you. They want your soul. Without warning, Leo lunged forward, grabbing her before she could react. No one wants you. Then I'll take you. You don't need to be an angel anymore, Shiina-san, come be a devil. Take all the effort you wasted on your parents and use it on me instead. The moment he finished, 3 pairs of devil wings burst open behind him, stretching wide across the living room. Mahiro's caramel eyes widened, her pupils trembling, and her voice vanished. 65, Chapter 64. So what are you 3 planning? Rebelling against me? It was late at night, yet the lights in Leo's manor were still on. Yukino, Asuna, and Utah were all gathered in the living room, sipping tea as they chatted. Our beloved president sure is in a great mood. It's been almost 10 hours since school ended and he still hasn't come back. Don't tell me he's drowning in some girl's gentle embrace and can't pull himself out. Utah let out a cold laugh, her tone carrying a faint edge of irritation. Anyone could see she was getting impatient. What exactly is Leo-san or the president doing out there? Asuna frowned. She had already texted Leo several times, but he never explained what he was busy with, just told them to head back first, not to wait for him for dinner, and to respond to any summons if called. Everything else could wait until he returned. Didn't senpai already say it? He probably went out with that first-year angel. Yukino held a book in her hands, flipping pages without anyone knowing whether she was actually reading. Her voice was calm and steady. Maybe he took a liking to her and wants to recruit her as his servant. She sounded composed, but inside she was just as annoyed. He claimed he wasn't targeting aloof beauties like them, yet now he had his eyes on a first-year spring flower? He'd already said it himself. Aside from Asuna, who transferred in midway, Sobyu High originally had only 2 sacred gear users, her and Utah. Mahiro and Arari weren't sacred gear users, just popular school idols. And now he was eyeing yet another aloof beauty, one without a sacred gear at that. Yukino was very interested in hearing what her master planned to say this time. I mean, shouldn't we try to stop him? Utah stabbed her cake with a spoon, her irritation clear. He's obviously trying to collect every aloof beauty in Sobyu High. He's not even hiding that he's building a harem, and we're just supposed to sit here and watch. And do what? We're just his servant followers. Whatever the master decides, we obey. Yukino didn't even lift her gaze from her book. Her voice was steady, emotionless. And it's not a harem. We're his servants, not his women. Which was even worse. Utah almost rolled her eyes. Being his women would at least give them the right to complain. But as servants, they barely even had the right to object. She didn't consider herself Leo's woman, but compared to Yukino, she was more accepting of the situation. After all, she still remembered something he'd once said, something that had struck her deeply. From the moment you became my servants, we became a shared fate that can never be separated. Devils live for a very, very long time, so long that some fall into madness from sheer boredom. That's why we all need something to anchor our hearts and minds. To me, a master and his servants are just that. Our families will eventually grow old and pass away. Our friends will fade one by one, but we will remain with each other until thousands and tens of thousands of years have passed. Those words had hit Utah hard. As a literature girl, she slipped into that imagery far too easily. Yukino and Asuna had been moved too, but not as deeply. So among the three, Utah was the one who took Leo's words most seriously. And because of that, Leo, Yukino, and Asuna had become far more important to her than before, so much so that it felt completely different now. Which meant she had a responsibility to speak up. At the very least, Leo needed a little restraint. The future was long, and a group of women living together would inevitably create chaos and trouble. She refused to spend the next 1,000 years in a never-ending battlefield of jealousy. I do want to complain to him a little. Tell him to look more carefully before getting attached. Just because a girl is cute and pretty doesn't mean he should be interested. Utah sighed. At the very least, he shouldn't take in anyone who won't get along with us. If trouble breaks out, it won't just affect him. Her words made Yukino raise her head, and even Asuna froze. Kazuma Jayaka-senpai, you don't like Shiina-san? Asuna asked in surprise. It's not that. I've heard plenty about that first-year angel. She has a good personality and is easy to get along with. Utah shook her head. But a good personality doesn't guarantee compatibility. Especially for girls like us who are always in the spotlight and constantly compared to each other. The smallest thing can strain a relationship. Yukino and Asuna fell silent. They knew better than anyone how exhausting it was to be watched and compared non-stop. They themselves hadn't grown resentful of each other, but plenty of students at Sobyu High disliked them, envied them, even hated them just because they were labeled aloof beauties. Because of that, none of them had grown close to others before. They all knew that even if a friendship seemed stable, the smallest rumor could turn someone against you. Girls were complicated like that. There was a reason sayings like a woman's heart is unfathomable existed, and the most venomous is a woman's heart that one absolutely wasn't baseless. When a girl turned ruthless, it was terrifying. A group of girls was already complicated. A group of outstanding, beautiful girls? That was a recipe for disaster. The ancient emperor's harems had thousands of breathtaking women who schemed and fought more viciously than anyone. Even women who had never met could still plot to kill each other. We really should give him some advice. After a moment of silence, Yukino nodded. I don't want to fight side by side with someone I can't get along with. Yukino wasn't someone who compromised easily. If she were, she wouldn't have gone through school with no friends. I actually want to make more friends. Asuna smiled helplessly. But if someone and I don't mesh well, it's hard to stay around them long term. At her core, Asuna was gentle, almost like a perfect Yamato Natsuko. But her mother had controlled her whole life, burying her true self under endless schedules and expectations. And yet, she was also incredibly resilient. Once she made a decision, she held onto it fiercely. In the original story, when she was trapped in the death game, she once shut herself inside a room, terrified of the outside world and of dying. But she eventually walked out on her own because she refused to let herself rot away while waiting for a rescue that might never arrive. Better to die fighting than live in fear. She picked up her sword and became one of the strongest frontline players, earning the names Flash Asuna and the fearsome demon of the frontlines. Back then, she threw away all emotion just to clear the death game. But later, she realized that life's meaning didn't end because of a virtual world. Even in harsh conditions, one had to live true to themselves. After that transformation, Asuna became the perfect marriage partner, fiercely loyal in love, endlessly tender toward even an AI child who called her mama. At 16 or 17, she awakened a maternal love most adults struggled to achieve. She was a flawless wife. She wasn't there yet now, but at 17, the gentle resilience within her had already begun to surface. And that meant she would no longer compromise so easily. Then it's settled. Utah straightened up, confidence growing as the other two agreed. When that guy gets back, we'll. She didn't finish. A strange voice cut in from behind them. So what are you planning to do, huh? Rebel against me? The moment that voice echoed, the room froze. Then all three girls shot to their feet, turning toward the doorway where Leo stood. Arms crossed, eyes narrowed, a half-smile on his face as he looked at his three servants. A silent display of authority. You read back. Well, welcome home. When did you get here? Yukino, Asuna, and Yuta all spoke at once, each a little stiff and awkward. Leo grinneth kind of grin that made their hearts sink with guilt. 66, chapter 65. Sorry, but I am a devil. Leo honestly hadn't expected that disappearing for a little while would make these brats gather together and start whispering behind his back, actually plotting a rebellion, no less. Watching the three guilty-looking girls stand stiffly in the living room, he clicked his tongue in amusement as he walked in. So when the three of you get together, you really do produce this kind of chemical reaction, huh? Should I praise you for being bold or punish you? He sounded like he was joking, but the girls knew him far too well. With a master as twisted as theirs, jokes could very easily become reality. So the three of them fired back immediately with completely different strategies. President, have some tea first. Asuna took the soft approach, quickly brewing a steaming cup to placate him. We were just having a casual discussion. Even servants should have that basic right, shouldn't we? Yukino went the logical route, keeping her voice icy calm. It's not like we said anything wrong. You're the one who found a new favorite and forgot the old ones. Yuta chose violence and went head on. Ha! Leo accepted all three responses without blinking, his smile completely unreadable. The girls swallowed nervously. So, where's Shiina-san? In the end, it was Yukino who couldn't stand the atmosphere first and changed the topic. Didn't you go to recruit her as a servant? You didn't succeed. She was getting better and better at redirecting conversations. No, I didn't. Leo shot them an annoyed look. There was a little accident. Thinking about it still made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. He'd built the mood, poked her emotional wounds, revealed his identity, even unfolded his devil wings until they filled the entire living room. Everything was ready. He just needed Mahiro to nod. Given the situation, she had a high chance of reacting like Yuta, saying yes in a burst of emotion and becoming his fourth servant on the spot. And then he could finally confirm whether his servant conversion trait, channeled through the evil pieces, could really draw an unclaimed sacred gear to someone about to reincarnate as a devil. He'd planned everything perfectly. What he didn't plan for was Mahiro fainting again. Yes, right in front of him, the angel collapsed once more. Not surprising, though. Her body was still weak, she still had a fever, and Leo had shown no mercy at all, first provoking her with the clothing issue, then ripping open her emotional scars, sending her mood into a complete spiral. And then he revealed his devil wings, shattering her worldview like glass. Her soul practically convulsed. One shock after another, plus a sick body. Mahiro simply passed out. For the second time, right into Leo's arms. Leo's expression had frozen on the spot. Inside, he was screaming, but he couldn't exactly shake a sick girl awake just to finish the recruitment script, right? So, helplessly, he carried her back to her room and trudged home in a sulking mood. After hearing the whole story, the three girls exchanged looks. Then, they all burst out laughing. Is it really that funny? Leo's smile vanished. He stared at them blankly until the girls hurried to stifle their laughter. So do you still plan to invite Shiina-san again? Asuna asked curiously. Forget it. I'll just let things happen naturally. Leo waved a hand. It was only a test anyway. Since it didn't work out, I'll shelve it for now. You can really give up. Yuta looked skeptical. She's the spring flower of this year's freshman, the angel who caused an uproar across Sobu High. You already made contact and even revealed your identity. You're okay just leaving it like that. What else am I supposed to do? Shamelessly go back right after she fainted? Do I not care about my dignity? Leo rolled his eyes. Besides, I don't want people thinking I'm collecting aloof beauties like stamps. That was the truth. He wasn't trying to collect anyone. He only chose Mahiro because, like Yukino and the others, she was one of the heroines in story. A story's heroine was likely to possess something special. And even if she didn't, Mahiro was excellent enough to barely qualify as a potential servant. If some random, nameless beauty appeared among Sobu High's aloof flowers, he wouldn't pick her unless she showed some exceptional potential. But heroines? Heroines were different. All 5 aloof beauties at Sobu High were heroines of their own stories that alone put them on his radar. Leo's criteria for servants were simple. First, female. He didn't care whether they liked men or women, just not men themselves. She had zero interest in male servants. Second, they needed potential. Enough talent that using his servant conversion trait on them would give him satisfying feedback and help him grow stronger faster. Yukino, Asuna, and Yuta all met these conditions. Looks and personality were secondary. As long as there was a good reason, he could compromise. Understand, Kazuma Jayaka-san. Leo gave her a slow, dangerous smile. If I hear you whispering behind my back again and trying to stir rebellion, I'll put a curse on you. See curse. Yuta blinked. What curse? Relax. You're my adorable servant. I wouldn't use anything too cruel. His cheerful grin didn't match his horrifying words. At most, something mild. Like giving you hemorrhoids for a month. That's fair punishment, right? The moment he said it, all 3 girls froze. Yuta's face went pale. Yukino and Asuna stiffened in terror. Are you a devil? Yuta's voice cracked. Sorry, but I am a devil. Leo looked absolutely delighted. The 3 girls fell silent, internally swearing never to provoke their petty, vindictive master again. Not because of pain, but because of the social humiliation. You're the master. We have no right to interfere with how you pick servants. Yukino regained her composure, though her tone made it clear she wasn't planning to debate with him anymore. Instead, she redirected the conversation again. By the way, did Shiina-san trigger a reaction from the evil pieces? Leo clicked his tongue but nodded. She did, and more than one. Rook piece, bishop piece, pawn piece. Mahira triggered 3 types in total, proof of her talent. But talent alone wasn't enough. Without a special trait, even the most capable human was still just a human. Her reactions were shallow, suggesting that even if she became a servant, her potential would be low. If not for his desire to test whether servant conversion would attract an unclaimed sacred gear, Leo would never have considered recruiting someone of her level. If she could draw in a sacred gear, then it would be different. Truth was, Leo was still torn. If he bet and lost, he'd waste a precious servant slot, and the potential trait feedback he could gain in the future would decrease. Even a single lost opportunity could affect his long-term growth. It wasn't a gamble he could make lightly. That was why, after the failed attempt, he could put the matter aside so cleanly. Mahiro, I'll leave her alone. Let fate decide. Leo repeated his conclusion and looked at his girls. Anyway, you've all finished your devil work for the day, right? All 3 nodded. Even Yutwashi'd already finished handing out flyers. Is there something else we need to do tonight? Asuna asked softly. There is. Leo smiled. Our club was officially established today, so we're going to have our first club activity. The girls perked up, curiosity written all over their faces. What exactly are we doing? Yukino asked immediately, too impatient to wait. Leo replied with a grin. You girls should already be familiar with familiars, right? Of course they were. After all, everyone else in this manor other than the 3 of them was a familiar. For devils, familiars are pretty important. They can't help much in battle, but signing a contract with a creature that obeys your commands and handles miscellaneous tasks, that's incredibly convenient. Leo stood up, his smile widening. Tonight, I'm taking you to get your familiars. 50 PS for an extra chapter today, please add it to your library, smiley face. You can read up to chapter 122 on Patreon. 67, chapter 66, so I'm that strong in your eyes? 67, chapter 66, so I'm that strong in your eyes? Deep in the pitch-black night stretched a vast, endless forest. The trees here were unnaturally tall, their canopies so dense it made one wonder if sunlight could ever break through. The air was thick with moisture, carrying an eerie chill that made the place feel far less like a normal woodland and more like the kind of forest where legends said monsters or witches lived. At the forest's entrance, a teleportation magic circle descended from above, depositing 4 figures. It was Leo and his 3 servants. Where is this? Faced with the ominous forest, Yukino, Asuna, and Yuta all turned toward Leo instinctively. This is the familiar forest, Leo said as the girls focused on him. Countless magical creatures live here. Some you've heard about in myths. Some have never shown themselves in the human world. But without exception, they're all beings with various abilities. Devils can form contracts with them and take them as familiars. The 3 girls looked into the depths of the forest again. It was midnight, with no light sources anywhere. But devils had night vision, so the darkness didn't hinder them at all. They could clearly see the strange and wild landscape stretching inside. Magical creatures, Hayakano murmured. I didn't think a place like this actually existed. Asuna and Yuta nodded in agreement, but Leo let out a short laugh. Who told you this forest is in the human world? He spoke casually. This forest is in the underworld. You're not in the human realm right now, you're in the underworld. The girls froze, eyes widening. This is the underworld. Asuna cried out. We really just came straight to the underworld. Yuta echoed in disbelief. They knew the underworld wasn't exactly what myths described, but it was still the world where devils and fallen angels lived and where the souls that didn't enter heaven eventually went. They had never expected to arrive here instantly through the magic circle back at home. Normally, new devil servants like you can't use magic circles to jump directly to the underworld. You have to enter through the formal human world checkpoint first to register your entry. Otherwise, you'd be treated as illegal intruders and punished. Leo noticed their shock and explained, but this time is special. I'm not here to visit home. I'm just helping my servant followers obtain familiars. So an exception was made and you're allowed to enter once like this. Next time, you must come through the proper channel. He had asked Sona Citrai to handle the request and, with the Citrai house's submission, obtained temporary clearance. Others didn't get this kind of privilege, but Leo, who had risen explosively in a matter of months and acquired 3 highly promising sacred gear users as servants, had caught the attention of many devil leaders and they were willing to extend minor privileges. If you came in through the official route every time, it'd be way too troublesome. I wouldn't make you do that until we got a long break. Leo continued, but familiars are essential gear for devils. Even non-combat ones can relay messages, track targets, or handle mundane tasks. Very handy, so I don't intend to wait until vacation to get yours. Since their club had been established and his retinue had taken shape, Leo decided to use this as their first club activity to get familiars. Familiar Forest isn't the only place to obtain familiars, but the creatures here include some of the best. That's why it's the primary spot for devils to seek them. Leo pointed toward the forest. This place has everything from tiny slimes to full-grown dragons. There's even a dragon king living here, the legendary Chaos Karma dragon, Tiamat. She's the only female among the 5 great dragon kings and has lived here since ancient times. No devil has ever managed to tame her. The girls' expressions changed. Even Yuta, who had only recently learned about the supernatural world, knew the weight behind the term Dragon King. For humans, dragons were mythical. But for devils, dragons were very real and had shaped the world in countless ways since ancient times. They existed in tribes or wandered alone, but all dragons were overwhelmingly powerful, embodiments of raw strength and freedom. Even normal humans instinctively saw dragons as mighty, mysterious, and colossal. And dragon kings were far beyond that. They weren't rulers of all dragons, but compared to ordinary dragons, they were so overwhelmingly powerful they were given the title of dragon kings. There were 5 in total, thus called the 5 great dragon kings. Each one possessed terrifying might, at least Muklas strength, and was legendary. They were the prison dragon Vritra, the gigantes dragon Fafnir, the mischievous dragon Yulung, the sleeping dragon Jairmungandr, the chaos karma dragon Tiamat. Some had been slain by heroes, some revived, some taken in by factions, some worshipped as gods. Their names were everywhere in mythology. Tiamat, the chaos karma dragon, was one such being. In Mesopotamian myth, she was a sea goddess, mother of gods, incarnation of primordial Chaucer image appearing in countless stories and adaptations. Of the 5 dragon kings, she was the one living the most freely now. Vritra had been slain, his soul split and forged into multiple sacred gears. Fafnir had been defeated and later revived, now surviving on contracts. Yulung, little white dragon from Journey to the West, had long submitted to Buddhism. Jairmungandr slept eternally in the sea, waiting to awaken at Ragnarok. But Tiamat? She lived peacefully in the familiar forest, unbothered by anyone. As the only female dragon king and arguably the strongest, even ordinary Muklas devils couldn't handle her. They might even get killed, so devils rarely disturbed her. Don't tell me your familiar is that dragon king. Yukino suddenly blurted out. Leo twitched. So I'm that strong to you? He stared at her speechlessly. What gave you the illusion that I could tame the strongest dragon king? That was laughable. Dragon kings were beings far beyond the reach of ordinary Muklas devils. Leo, standing before Tiamat right now, would be nothing more than a small fry. Even now, with his trait awakened, he could only barely fight a newly advanced 10-wing ultimate class devil. If he fought someone like Miyamoto Musashi, a top tier 10-wing, he'd be utterly crushed. Even in the future, once he fully mastered Zenith Tempest and achieved Balance Breaker, he'd at best reach Muklas. Enough to fight normal Muklas beings, but Tiamat? Not a chance. Only when he reached 10 wings himself and then activated Zenith Tempest's Balance Breaker would he have a chance to compete with her. As for now, he hadn't even reached 8 wings. Then what is your familiar? Yukino asked again, embarrassed at her earlier assumption. She'd been swept up by the earlier talk. Hearing female dragon king made her subconsciously assume her shameless master who loved targeting aloof beauties would try his luck. She forgot entirely how far off his current power was. My familiars are those in the manor. They've all signed contracts with me. They handle chores and assist with devil work like delivering flyers. Leo said without any enthusiasm. I used to focus only on becoming a high-class devil and inheriting the Eligos family, so I prioritized performance. I never contracted powerful combat familiars, just some magical creatures that can take human form. That's who you've been living with. He cut the topic cleanly, waving his hand. Come on, I'll take you inside. Pick slowly. Leo stepped into the forest first. The girls hurried after him, disappearing beneath the shadowed canopy. Extra chapter. 50p.s for another. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 68, chapter 67. What kind of familiar do you want? Have you 3 figured out what kind of familiar you want? Walking through the dim forest, Leo led his 3 servant girls forward, asking without looking back. They followed close behind. After thinking for a moment, each gave her own answer. I want a stronger familiar, something that can help me in battle. Yukino still hadn't gotten over losing to Sharon last time. The frustration lingered, so that was naturally her request. I want a familiar that can help me with devil work. Combat ability isn't a priority. Asuna's answer was the exact opposite of Yukino's, very similar to Leo's own needs back when he first chose a familiar. She didn't care much about raw power, she just wanted to do her job properly. Is there one that can help me right? Yutoa's request was unique, but understandable. Her pride and joy, Love Metronome Volume 2, was still stuck in development hell. She'd pushed the problem aside while dealing with the whole reincarnated devil thing, but recently her editor had pushed her for progress again. Now the problem was back to torment her. Even after becoming a devil stronger, living in a different world, devils still survived by relying on human society. Leo had no intention of dragging them away from the human world, so Yutoa didn't want to give up writing. If there was a familiar that could help her write, that'd be perfect, or so she hoped. But her request left Leo speechless. I don't know if anything like that exists. I've definitely never seen or heard of it. Leo sighed. There are some magically intelligent creatures, but whether they could help with writing? I'm not sure. I'll take a look later. Asuna's request is easy enough. I know where to find some familiars that are good for support work. I'll take you there. As for Yukino, Leo thought for a moment, then spoke to her. There are plenty of strong monsters here, but to make a powerful one you're familiar, you usually have to defeat it first. I can recommend a few types you're strong enough to handle, but anything you can beat probably isn't strong enough to help you much in a real fight. And you're improving so quickly that even if you tame something powerful now, you'll outgrow it fast. It'll end up useless to you. So I suggest you look for something still weak now but with great potential, something that will grow stronger with time. But those types are rare. There's no guarantee we'll find one. As he spoke, Leo led the girls through several twists and turns. He'd once studied this forest extensively just to capture his own familiar, learning where all kinds of monsters tended to live. Now he was leading them toward a territory where strong familiars resided, hoping Yukino might find something she liked. But while passing an area of barren sand, Leo suddenly stopped. "President, what's wrong?" Asuna and Yutoa both voiced their confusion. Yukino was about to speak too, but she sensed something. Her eyes sharpened. "Something's coming." The moment Leo entered the familiar forest, he had activated magic detection, turning the space around him into his own radar. He looked toward a direction and spoke quietly. "A group of disgusting things. Get ready." His words had barely left his mouth when shadows surged across the sand from afar, small at first, then rapidly growing larger. RGH. RGH. Wet, sticky growls like drool sliding down a throat echoed as the shadows revealed themselves. The girls finally saw them clearly and all froze in shock. "What are those?" Asuna gasped. Humanoid monsters sprinted toward them in a pack. Their muscles bulged and writhed, exposed like they had no skin. Each stood over 2 meters tall. They ran on all fours like beasts, long tongues whipping from their twisted mouths. Their facial features were squashed together into something grotesque. "Those are ghouls," Leo said calmly. "They feed on corpses. They dig up graves, eat the flesh of the deader children. Sometimes they lure travelers into wastelands to kill and devour them. Filthy, ugly things." He glanced around at the encroaching mass. They usually live in sand or desert regions and migrate often. Judging by this area, this used to be sandworm territory. Looks like the worms got wiped out when these ghouls moved in. By now, the ghouls had completely surrounded them. Some even leapt high, pouncing toward the girls. A wave of blood and rot hit them first. "Stay away." Yutoa was the first to snap. Before anyone else reacted, she moved. VMMM. Air trembled as she spread her hands. A transparent barrier formed out of thin air, surrounding the group. Bang, 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 bang. The ghouls slammed into the barrier like they'd hit a steel wall and were flung backward. Yutoa had deployed a barrier, an immovable wall that stopped the entire first wave. Boom. Only then did Yukino join in. Frost swirled around her and burst outward, whipping into a sudden blizzard that engulfed the ghouls. Where the storm passed, ice formed in the air and across the ground. Ghouls were flung away frozen solid or turned instantly into ice sculptures, their monstrous faces still twisted mid-snarl. "Asuna!" Yukino called out. Realizing both friends were fighting, Asuna inhaled sharply and suddenly darted out through the barrier. Her speed was incredible, almost ghost-like, in the darkness closing the distance in a heartbeat. In her hand, a weapon had already formed, radiating holy power. A slender rapier, sharp enough to make anyone's heart skip. "Ha!" Asuna lunged forward. Blinding sword thrusts flashed again and again, each stab piercing a ghoul. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. The sound of steel ripping through flesh echoed like drumbeats. Blood scattered. RGHHH. RGHHH. Ghouls screamed, the areas struck by the rapier burning with holy light. Their flesh melted, black smoke rising as if an invisible fire consumed them. Within seconds, they turned to dust and vanished. Ghouls were unquestionably demonic creatures. And demonic creatures, like devils, feared holy power. Asuna's sword was a pure holy sword. Even with a single attribute, it was a natural enemy of creatures like these. A single strike meant either severe injury or instant death. So this is real combat? The feeling of killing? Running through the ghoul pack, Asuna's sword hand trembled. Her expression twisted. She was overwhelmed. It was her first real fight. Her first time killing something alive. For someone who used to avoid stepping on insects, killing living beings was far from pleasant. Before, she never would have been able to do Idaven with the strongest sword master in history, Miyamoto Musashi, as her teacher. But it was night, and she was no longer human. As a devil, her instincts in the darkness drowned out most of her hesitation, letting her keep swinging her blade. Seeing this, Yukino and Yutoa exchanged a look. Neither wanted to be outdone. Yukino didn't summon Ice Princess. She simply used pure demonic power, summoning countless ice blades, axes, spears, and pillars to skewer and tear apart the ghouls. Yutoa expanded her barrier outward, trapping a huge portion of the monsters inside. Flame, lightning, and storms erupted within, blasting the ghouls apart in seconds. 3 beautiful young girls tore through the ghoul pack with overwhelming force, fewer in number, but utterly dominating the enemy, crushing them without mercy. Not bad. Leo remained motionless the entire time, quietly watching his servants fight. A smile touched his lips. Clearly, their performance pleased him. Especially Asuna and Yutoa, their growth genuinely surprised him. Extra chapter. 50p.s more for another one. 69, chapter 68, a very precious experience. There was no denying it. Leo's 3 servants were each more impressive than the last. Yukino hardly needed explanation. She'd awakened demonic power on par with a pure-blood devil the moment she reincarnated, and she'd been diligently training ever since. Even without using her sacred gear, she could fight at a remarkable level. And once she did use it, she could trade blows with a high-class devil. Her potential was downright terrifying. Asuna didn't have Yukino's overwhelming talent for demonic power, but her swordsmanship had been personally acknowledged by Miyamoto Musashi, a servant of Ama. In barely a month, she'd gone from someone who didn't even know how to hold a sword to a girl who could charge into a swarm of monsters and fight. Her technique was still rough in places, but she already qualified as a genuine swordswoman. It was hard to believe she'd been an absolute beginner not long ago. And as for Utah, Ash hadn't been part of Leo's peerage for long, yet he'd already noticed her strengths. She didn't have Yukino's monstrous talent, nor Asuna's brilliance with a blade, but she was unusually gifted at using her sacred gear. Once she learned she had a sacred gear slumbering inside her, Utah's curiosity had exploded. After resolving worries like losing control, becoming Leo's servant, and stabilizing her condition, the first thing she studied wasn't her new devil powers. It was her sacred gear create world, and in less than 2 days, she'd become competent in using it. The speed stunned even Leo. Earlier, when the ghouls attacked, Utah had been the first to react. Even in panic, she'd instinctively created a barrier fast and clean, nothing like someone who'd just awakened a sacred gear. She looked like someone who'd trained in barrier techniques for years. Now, as the battle progressed, she was growing even more proficient. She'd started using Create World to set up the battlefield itself. At first, she'd simply used barriers to block the ghouls or forcibly pull them inside to bombard them with conjured attacks. But now she was creating multiple barriers at once, pulling in separate batches of ghouls, isolating and spreading them out to ease the pressure on Asuna at the front. She created obstacles to hinder the ghouls' movement. When Yukino unleashed cold air, Utah used her barriers to contain the frost, compressing it into a smaller zone so the freezing effect was maximized. Seeing all this, Leo couldn't help feeling delighted. Utah, so she's a genius with sacred gears too. I really didn't expect that. Realizing this, Leo understood something else. Her fear of losing control, of being labeled dangerous and hunted down by various factions, had been completely unnecessary. Judging from her talent, Leo suspected that even without reincarnating as a Devilaven, if she had stayed an ordinary human, she would eventually have awakened her sacred gear on her own. And with proper guidance, she would be fully capable of controlling it purely as a human. She never needed to fear losing control. In fact, for Utah, reincarnating as a devil might have been entirely unnecessary. Even without it, she could still have stepped into the supernatural world on her own power. Being able to take her under my wing before she fully awakened, I really am lucky, huh? The thought warmed Leo's mood. It also strengthened his belief that any girl who could become the heroine of her own story must have some kind of hidden potential. That reminded him of Mahiro, whom he'd temporarily put aside. Did she also have some unseen talent he had underestimated? She was technically a heroine. It'd be strange if her potential as a servant was truly that low. While he pondered this, the three girls continued their brutal suppression of the ghoul pack. SHHK. Minutes later, Asuna delivered the finishing blow, her rapier flashing as she severed the last ghoul cleanly at the waist. It screamed, burned to ash, and vanished. The slaughter finally came to an end. It's over. Utah still looked spaced out, unaware of how impressive she'd been. Several more barriers materialized around her almost reflexively. It looks like the remaining ghouls ran away. Yukino used demonic power to sense the surroundings. The ground before her was covered in the ice sculptures she'd created. They're definitely gone. Leo scanned the area and nodded. No monsters nearby. You can relax for now. The girls all exhaled in relief, their shoulders slumping. So this is what it feels like to fight using supernatural power. Utah stared blankly at the pile of bodies trapped and slaughtered inside her barriers. Asuna's holy sword had already vanished. She touched her hand, still remembering the feeling of cutting through flesh. Her eyes were unfocused. It feels completely different from fighting that woman. Yukino murmured softly, committing the sensation to memory. This was a very valuable experience. Leo didn't interrupt their thought. She simply spoke calmly. Right now, devils, angels, and fallen angels aren't at war. But the three factions still clash. It's impossible to avoid conflict forever. And if you ever face angels or fallen angels, you won't be able to strike as cleanly as you did just now. In the future, if we participate in a raiding game, you'll also be fighting other devils. So remember how this feels. There will be plenty of battles waiting for you, and enemies won't give you time to think. Leo placed a hand on Asuna's shoulder, quietly encouraging her. Of course, I'm not telling you to get used to killing. You are all normal human girls. Peaceful days suit you more than violence. But once you enter the supernatural world, you have to be ready to walk alongside that power. The future is long. When we don't need to fight, we'll live more comfortably than anyone. But when we do need to fight, we can't hesitate. Battle isn't just for proving strength, it's for protecting the people and things important to you. Leaving those words behind, Leo stepped forward and unleashed demonic power. Bang, 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 bang. All the frozen ghouls shattered into glittering fragments, and the remaining corpses evaporated instantly. The thick stench of blood faded, most traces of battle erased. With this, nearby monsters shouldn't be drawn to the area. Let's go. Once he finished cleaning up, Leo turned back and called to them. Yukino, Asuna, and Utah nodded, steadied their emotions, and followed. Ha! Suddenly, Leo stopped again, surprise slipping into his voice. The girls tensed immediately. More enemies. Their reactions were almost comically dramatic, like jumpy birds after a storm. One summoned cold air, one began forming a holy sword, and one raised her hand to conjure a barrier again. Relax. Not an enemy. Leo quickly reassured them and pointed. Look over there. The girls turned in unison. For a moment they froze, then their eyes lit up. At the edge of the sandy area they were leaving, a small cat had appeared. It was tiny, no bigger than a palm, shaped like a fluffy little ragdoll cat, but its entire body was crystal clear. The little creature sat atop a patch of ice, its icy blue eyes sparkling with intelligence. Its translucent tail swayed lazily as it stared quietly at them. Where did that cat come from? It's adorable. Yuta and Asuna were immediately captivated, all their earlier stress vanishing in an instant. What is that? Is it a monster too? Yukino stared unblinkingly at the cat, asking Leo without looking away. That should be an ice spirit, a fairly rare type of spirit. Leo examined it and nodded. You can call it a monster, but spirits aren't demonic creatures. It only looks like a cat. It's not actually a cat. It was probably drawn here by the cold. Spirits naturally gather around things related to their own element. Ice spirits love cold environments, so its appearance here isn't strange. Hearing that, all eyes turned toward Yukino, but Yukino didn't look back at them. She kept staring straight at the tiny cat, her eyes shining with rare excitement. Another extra chapter. Same Power Stone goal for more. Also, if you're enjoying it, could you leave a review? We're just one away from getting it displayed. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 70, chapter 69, whatever, as long as it's cute. 70, chapter 69, whatever, as long as it's cute. Yukino's intense, unblinking stare was impossible to miss. Seeing the dazzling light in her eyes and the unmistakable affection behind everyone exchanged looks. Yukino, Leo said, blinking, don't tell me you've taken a liking to that little one. He suddenly remembered Yukino, despite being aloof, quiet, and difficult to approach, was a total cat lover. Sobuhai's winter flower loved cats more than anything. And sure enough, Yukino spoke with unwavering conviction. I want to choose it as my familiar. To her, nothing else existed except that tiny, icy cat. Are you sure? Leo asked, even though he already knew the answer. I actually picked out something very strong for you, you know. When she'd said she wanted a familiar with real combat power, he had already selected a target. A frost dragon living in the center of the familiar forest. When it came to battle strength, dragons were the natural first choice. That frost dragon was an outsider who arrived over 10 years ago and seized territory the moment it appeared, turning it into an ice field with a single breath of frost. Most monsters didn't dare approach. According to Leo's information, the dragon's strength was at least comparable to a high-class devil, possibly even strong among them. With Yukino's current power, she might actually have a shot at defeating and taming it if she used everything she had. And with Leo watching from the side, why not try? If she succeeded, the Eligos Peerage would gain another high-class devil-level combatant. And since its attribute matched Yukino's, the synergy between them could produce a 1 + 1 = more than 2 effect. Because of all that, Leo had locked the frost dragon in as her first target. But if Yukino wanted this ice spirit instead, then he'd have to drop the dragon. There was no helping it. Yukino was still a newly reincarnated devil. Even with excellent talent, someone new to the supernatural world couldn't manage multiple familiars yet. Asuna and Yuta were in the same boat. All three were beginners. Taking too big a step would be risky. One familiar was enough for now, they could get more later. So Yukino had only two options this time, either take the ice spirit in front of her or the powerful frost dragon. And compared to dragons, ice spirits, while rare, were nothing like the common fire, water, or earth spirits. Spirits weren't known for combat power, and this one was nowhere near dragon level. Leo probed it briefly. Its aura was around mid-class devil strength, probably weaker than Yukino without her sacred gear, let alone when she used absolute demise. Compared to average familiars, it was definitely better. But to help in battle? It'd only handle low-level encounters. That one, Yukinashida, Yukino said without a shred of hesitation. She had wanted to keep a cat for years, but her apartment's no-pet rule kept her from doing so. As a devoted cat lover, she'd always been frustrated over it. Now she could legally keep one. Even if Leo said it only looked like a cat and was actually a spirit. Who cared? It was cute. As for strength, this icy kitten wasn't as strong as a dragon, but she could feel an odd sense of closeness to it. That alone was enough for her to decide. All right. Seeing that she was completely bewitched by the tiny creature, Leo nodded. It can't match a frost dragon for now, but ice spirits do align with your attribute. If you raise it properly, it's not impossible it could surpass the dragon someday. Spirits were convenient that way. They had clear elemental affinity and were deeply influenced by their environment. If Yukino consistently gave it high-quality cold energy, its strength would grow rapidly. They were the easiest familiars to maintain. No food required. No meat. They could live entirely without eating. Just give them something aligned with their element and they'd be fine. Dragons? Strong, yes, but they were dragons. They'd devour mountains of meat daily. Hardest creatures to maintain. Thinking about it that way, Leo actually felt Yukino had made a good choice. You remember the method for forming a familiar contract, right? He asked one last time. Of course. Yukino nodded immediately. She'd nearly read the entire library back in the mansion. And before they left, Leo had personally walked them through the method again. Then go ahead, Leo said. It was drawn here by your power. You should be able to get close without startling it. Unable to wait any longer, Yukino walked toward the ice spirit. Its icy blue eyes never left her. As she approached, it still didn't move, simply watching her quietly. Its cool, aloof behavior nearly melted Yukino on the spot. Her movements became delicate and careful, each step measured so she wouldn't startle it. She crouched down, then slowly reached out. Under everyone's tense gaze, her fingers touched the ice spirit. The moment she felt it, Yukino understood Leo's earlier words. Unlike a real cat, the ice spirit wasn't soft or fluffy. Touching it felt like touching a block of extremely cold ice, cold enough to burn. A clear sign it wasn't a cat, but a genuine spirit of ice. But as the wielder of absolute demise, Yukino wasn't bothered by the cold. If anything, it felt familiar. The ice spirit must have felt the same thoughts why it allowed her to approach and touch it. Yukino stroked it for a long moment before reluctantly pulling her hand back and standing. In the name of Yukinashita Yukino, I command thee become my familiar and answer the contract. A magic circle glowing green burst to life at her feet, covering the ice spirit. This was the familiar contract ritual. Simple, almost negligible, and Costani newly reincarnated low-class devil could perform it unless their demonic power was unbelievably weak. Yukino's demonic power was outstanding even among mid-class devils, almost reaching high-class level. She'd trained seriously since reincarnating. A small ritual like this was child's play. Even if the ice spirit resisted, she likely could have forced the contract through. But to everyone's surprise, the little creature didn't resist at all. It stayed perfectly still, staring at Yukino. The green magic circle contracted, turning into a small sigil that sank into the ice spirit's body. Yukino instantly felt a connection form, a subtle, invisible link. The ice spirit's eye softened at last, and it leapt into her arms. Success! Yukino let out a relieved breath, joy bursting across her face. It was the first time she'd ever looked so openly happy. Her frosty image cracked completely, reminding everyone that she was still just a 17-year-old girl. Congrats, Yukinashita. Congratulations. Yuta and Asuna walked up to her and offered their congratulations. Thank you. Yukino held the icy kitten close, replying shyly. Yuta and Asuna reached to pet it too. The ice spirit didn't reject them, but the moment their fingers touched its body, the biting cold froze their fingertips stiff. Both girls hissed sharply. Leo, on the other hand, touched the creature without flinching. As someone on the verge of becoming an ultimate class devil, and the wielder of Zenith Tempest, he could counter even the cold emitted by Yukino's absolute demise. The chill of a tiny ice spirit was nothing to him. Since we're not going after the frost dragon anymore, we'll head to the next destination. Leo turned and changed direction decisively. Where are we going next? Yuta asked while following. To the habitat of a group of fairies. He answered casually. Very small humanoid spirits with wings, like miniature girls from Western folklore. They lived in forests, could be sensed by animals, but could hide from human sight. Their forms were slightly larger than insects, transparent, with butterfly wings and antennae, delicate and beautiful. Fairies can adjust their size and take the form of adult humans. They're very useful for assisting with devil work. Leo wasn't trying to hide it. This was clearly the familiar he'd picked out for Asuna. Asuna immediately grew excited. 71, Chapter 70, maybe just call it Hirano. Because these creatures were originally forest dwellers, Leo found the fairies' habitat without much trouble. Tiny beings no bigger than insects drifted through the dark like living fireflies, scattering soft light as they fluttered about. They're so cute. Asuna fell for them at first sight. They were tiny, sure, but the butterfly-wing little girl forms were exactly the kind of aesthetic that hit a human sweet spot. Even Yuta looked a little tempted. Seeing the unrestrained affection shining in Asuna's eyes, Leo felt like this perfect wife type had suddenly awakened some intense maternal instinct. How do I form a contract with them? Do I have to defeat them? Asuna made her intentions clear with one line. She wanted a fairy as her familiar. You don't need to fight them. Just give them something they like. To Leo, Asuna didn't look like she was trying to get a familiar at all. She looked like she was trying to adopt a daughter. It made him feel weird, but he still gave her the guidance she needed. Fairies are basically vegetarians. They like honey, cheese, bird eggs, berries, fruit, grains, vegetables. They especially love cake. They don't like milk. They drink dew or spring water, and sometimes they'll brew nectar from flowers. They get into conflicts with other creatures while gathering food. But if you offer them something they like, they'll immediately hold you in absolute goodwill. Fairies were simple creatures. They repaid kindness and held grudges. Give them food, and they try their hardest to help you. Offend them, and they torment you without mercy until you broke. They were graceful and sensitive, unable to understand human clumsiness or stupidity. Sometimes they'd pull pranks on people, and their idea of a prank could be downright nasty, even unbearable to humans. In Western folklore, fairies were known for stealing beautiful human babies and swapping them with ugly, ill-tempered ones, supposedly because they loved cute babies and wanted them for themselves. But another belief said the reason they stole human infants was to offer them to devils so the devils would leave them alone. Leo couldn't say for sure how much of that was false. Human flesh and souls were valuable to devils, used in all sorts of evil rituals, and devils could strengthen themselves by consuming them. It wasn't impossible that some devils would contract fairies as familiars just to steal human children for their own desires. Either way, having a fairy as a familiar was never a bad thing for a devil. They could be incredibly helpful. Under Leo's guidance, Asuna approached the fairies with several pieces of her homemade cake. All three of his servants were basically perfect straight-A students, top grades and excellent cooks. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to live alone outside. Asuna also cooked often back at the manor, including pastries. Leo simply opened a small teleportation magic circle in his palm, and the cakes she left in the manor were transported over. With their favorite cake as bait, contracting with a fairy went ridiculously smoothly for Asuna. Before long, she brought back a younger-looking fairy wearing a petal dress, long straight hair flowing down her back. Her name is Yui. I just came up with it. Asuna let the little fairy sit on her shoulder, swinging her legs as she happily ate cake. Yui. Leo's mouth twitched. He stared at the tiny fairy for a few seconds. Is something wrong? Asuna asked, confused. No, nothing. Leo rubbed his nose. Good name. Let's go with that. It was fate in its own strange way. Should I give mine a name too? Still buried in petting her ice spirit, Yukino suddenly looked up and asked Utawa for her opinion. I think that's fine. Utawa was already mentally checked out after seeing her two teammates happily bonding with their familiars. She waved lazily. Why not call it Hirano? Cough. Leo had been drinking water and nearly choked. What kind of name is that? It's not cute at all. Yukino frowned. I'd rather call it Blue. That name Leo could only sweat bullets. What do you think, President? Asuna poked the fairy on her shoulder while turning to Leo. Anything works. Leo wiped his forehead. Blue, Yuki, or Fuyu all sound fine. He was terrible at naming things. His naming skills were only slightly better than that shining idiot from the film set next door. At least he wouldn't name anything something like Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Roar Type 3. But expecting him to come up with a genuinely cute name? Wrong person. Yukino clearly wasn't counting on Leo anyway. After thinking seriously for a bit, she made a decision. Let's call her Fuyu Fuyu. Yes, Leo personally found that name pretty cute. Alright, whatever. Leo didn't want to waste more time on this. He clapped his hands. Asuna's contract is done. That leaves Senpai. Come on, let's move. He turned and walked off, making the girls scramble to follow. What familiar are you planning to give me? Utawa finally couldn't hold back and asked. What do you think of a siren? Leo asked while walking. A siren. Utawa blinked. You mean a mermaid? Being a literature girl, Utawa's knowledge base was solid. She immediately grasped what he meant. Yeah, half human, half fish. Beautiful upper body, fish tail, the mermaids from legends. Leo nodded to confirm. Sirens were known for their beautiful singing voices. In myth, they lured sailors to their doom, though fairy tales later romanticized them. In reality, they were man-eating monsters, very deserving of the title Ikai. They usually lived in the sea, but the familiar forest had a massive lake. Many sirens lived there, feeding on fish, singing along the shore, and desperately craving interaction with people. They were also very intelligent. Leo wasn't sure if sirens could help Utawa right, but as far as he knew, sirens were among the smartest creatures in this forest. Siren, ha. Utawa hesitated. She wanted to be a novelist, not a pop star. A singing-type familiar seemed better suited for someone aiming for an idle career. But since they were legendary mermaids, capable of seducing sailors and communicating with humans, they were probably as clever as Leo claimed. Maybe they could write too? Utawa wasn't confident, but she still wanted to see for herself. So the four of them trekked through the forest for over an hour before reaching an open area where a lake came into view. But to their surprise, chaos was erupting at the lake. Roar! 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 A massive creature was thrashing through the water, churning the lake into a storm. The lake's inhabitants fled in terror, scattering in all directions. Several half-human, half-fish sirens were among the panic swimmers, desperately trying to escape only to be chased by the monster. What is that? Yukino, Asuna, and Utawa shouted in unison. Even the ice spirit in Yukino's arms and the fairy on Asuna's shoulder trembled in fear, one tensing up and letting out a sharp cry, the other hiding in Asuna's hair. It's a hydra. Leo recognized the creature immediately. It was massive, like something out of a Takusatsu movie, a giant serpent body with 9 horrifying heads. A hydra. The one from Greek mythology. The one said to be able to kill gods. The 3 girls blanched. They all knew the name. It can't kill gods, but it is extremely poisonous. If you get bitten or touched by its venom, anyone below Muklas might as well start writing a will. Leo's words did nothing to calm them, their faces only paled further. Roar! 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 All 9 heads lunged toward the group at the shore. Yukino and the others instinctively prepared to fight, but Leo stopped them. This thing is dangerous. At your current level, you'd get yourselves hurt. Leo stepped forward, eyes sharp. So I'll handle this one. 50p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 72, chapter 71, finishing you in one go. Roar! Roar! Roar roar roar! Amid the chaotic bellowing, the hydra thrashed through the lake, churning up towering waves as it charged toward the shore, throwing the entire area into uproar. Creatures fled in every direction. The lake water itself, tainted by the monster's presence, shifted into a disturbing, unnatural color. Any body of water a hydra entered would be polluted. No matter the original ecosystem, it would rot into a deadly swamp infused with its poison miasma. Everything that approached was corroded to bare bone. Its toxicity was extreme. This was the hydra's nature. It searched for a water source it liked, poisoned it, then turned it into a miasma-filled swamp perfect for itself. It was the ultimate ecological destroyer, hated by every species that ever encountered it. This hydra had come to claim the lake as its territory. The creatures living in it would become its food. So it rampaged without restraint, transforming its future home while hunting at the same time. Under those circumstances, Leo's group standing at the lakeside was like a giant beacon. The hydra spotted them instantly. It didn't hesitate. It charged. Just as it was about to surge onto land with a tsunami of poisoned water, a blast of demonic power shot across the air and slammed into its body. Boom! An explosion thundered through the night forest. The demonic power projectile detonated against the hydra's bulk, blowing its massive body backward and dropping it into the center of the lake in a violent crash. Only then did Leo unfold 6 black devil wings and rise from the lakeshore, flying straight to the center of the lake where the explosion had erupted. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar roar! A chorus of 9 howls erupted from underwater. The hydra burst out again, throwing up an even greater wave as it surfaced. Its 9 pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto Leo, instantly filled with savagery and fury. It roared at him non-stop. Leo floated above it, calmly looking down. No Fahrenheit calculation. Then he curled a finger at it. Come on, let's see how much of your legend is real. Whether the Hydra understood the words didn't matter. The provocation reached it loud and clear. The Hydra was enraged beyond reason. Roar, 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 roar. Driven by fury, all 9 heads opened their jaws and launched blazing fireballs at Leo. Each fireball was larger than an adult human, easily 3 meters across. One could swallow Leo completely. 9 hurtled toward him at once, tearing through the air. Boom, 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 boom. The air filled with deafening explosions as blazing fireballs burst, lighting the sky blood red. Shockwaves rolled outward. Waves soared up from the lake surface. The blast slammed into the shore, spreading rapidly. Watch out! Utah sprang forward, forming a barrier. A defensive wall enclosed the girls, shielding them from the incoming shockwave and towering spray. The rest of the lake's creatures weren't so lucky. The sirens, originally the target of this tripe and every other being in the water, were hurled away by the blast and waves, their fate unknown. But the Hydra's violent assault slammed uselessly into a rotating magic circle that had appeared before Leo. He stood behind it, untouched. Neither flames nor heat reached him. Only the rushing wind blew at his hair and clothes. The moment the attack subsided, Leo switched to offense. He lifted his hand, magic circle rotate, and a beam of demonic power shot downward like divine judgment, slamming into the Hydra's body. Flesh and blood blasted apart, spraying everywhere as the monster shrieked in agony. President is amazing. Asuna couldn't hold back her shout. One hit had nearly blown apart that terrifying monster. No wonder he was qualified to hold a king piece. No wonder he was the pure-blood devil who inherited the power of the 72 Pillars Eligos family. His strength was leagues above theirs. But Yukino's expression only grew darker. Her sharp eyes caught a clear light. Hydra's wounds, though gruesome, were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In moments, it was completely healed. That's the Hydra's regeneration. Even Utah, straining to maintain the barrier, saw it and remembered the legends. The Hydra had 2 infamous abilities. The first, its terrifying poison. It polluted everything, corroded everything. Even the legendary hero Heracles died from its venom, hence the belief that its poison could even kill gods. The second, monstrous vitality and regeneration. No matter how grievous the wound, it recovered quickly, practically immortal. Unless all 9 heads were cut off and destroyed, even a mole would struggle to kill it. Lethal poison that could kill any foe. Regeneration that negated any wound. These 2 traits were why the Hydra was one of the most terrifying monsters in existence. Well damn, it really lives up to the stories. If Yukino, Asuna, and Senpai had to face this thing, they really might get wiped out. Leo wasn't surprisingly impressed. Roar, 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 roar. Driven into a frenzy by pain, the Hydra launched another barrage of fireballs, raising the air temperature visibly. This time Leo didn't block. His devil wings flared, and his body shot forward like a flickering shadow, weaving through the barrage as the massive fireballs missed and streaked into the sky. He dove straight toward the Hydra. Seeing Leo charging directly at it, the Hydra lunged. All 9 heads attacked like giant serpents, jaws wide, but Leo slipped through each one effortlessly. Boom! Reaching the underside of one head, he unleashed a burst of blinding lightning. The head detonated in a spray of gore. He didn't stop. His figure blurred toward the second and third heads. Boom! Boom! 2 more heads were blown apart and incinerated by searing flames, the others shredded by a violent tornado of demonic power. Ruoar. The remaining 6 heads howled in agony and finally used their trump card. Its massive body convulsed, each head releasing clouds of dark vapor, poison miasma thick enough to boil the lake and distort the air. Careful! That's poison! Yukino and Utah shouted at the same time. The Hydra's most terrifying trait, its poison, filled the air. Leo didn't dare take it lightly. He shot backward, wings beating as he retreated from the poisonous cloud. SSSST. A horrible sizzling noise came from his clothes. The moment they brushed the miasma, the fabric smoked and decayed like it was being eaten by acid. This poison is no joke. Leo's expression hardened. The miasma expanded rapidly, turning the lake's center into a dead zone. Creatures that hadn't escaped in time floated to the surface as bare skeletons within seconds. Roar, 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 roar. The Hydra roared again. Within the poison cloud, its silhouette writhed and the 3 destroyed heads began regenerating, flesh squirming sickeningly back into place. As expected, to kill a Hydra, you have to destroy all 9 heads at once. Leo confirmed the truth. If even one head remained, the monster would revive endlessly. Everyone knew the Hydra's weakness, but they still called it immortal for a reason, because actually destroying all 9 heads at the same time was nearly impossible. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Leo tore off the part of his clothes that had been touched by poison, then flew higher several dozen meters up, out of range. Destroying them one by one is too much trouble. His eyes burned with inner light, demonic power rising wildly. Let's finish this in a single strike. At that moment, the demonic power inside him, just half a step below an ultimate-class devil, erupted, shooting upward like a pillar of flame. The power of Zenith Tempest surged forth. The once clear night sky instantly roiled with storm clouds, swallowing the moon and stars. Rumble! Lightning writhed inside the clouds. Thunder cracked across the sky. The air grew heavy with the pressure of an impending storm. Leo unleashed his full strength and seized control of the skies, transforming this entire region into his domain. 73, Chapter 72. Am I amazing or what, Master? Roar! Roar, roar! Roar, roar, roar! When the sky turned pitch black and lightning rippled through the forest canopy, the Hydra seemed to sense a fatal threat approaching. It roared restlessly, agitation rolling off its massive body. It didn't know what Leo was about to unleash. It didn't know what was coming next. But it did know one thing: waiting around meant death. So it spewed a torrent of venom toward the sky, deadly poison pouring upward like a flood. Before the venom could reach him, violent winds burst to life around Leo. A wall of swirling air shielded him completely, knocking the poison away. Seeing that fail, the Hydra hurled fireballs upward, but those too were batted aside by tornado-like currents, not even able to graze him. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar roar! Its attacks did nothing. Its unease grew worse. The Hydra panicked and tried to dive into the lake, to hide beneath the water and escape the impending danger. But the moment it attempted to submerge, the lake itself changed. Crack crack crack! A chilling sound echoed. Terrifying cold spread through the water without warning, freezing the lake at incredible speed. The once turbulent waves stilled and hardened. Even the lakebed began to freeze. The temperature, which had been rising moments ago, plummeted below zero. Frosty air rolled across the surface. The entire lake transformed into an icy wasteland, and the Hydra caught in the center was frozen along with it. Ice crawled up its serpentine body layer by layer. Roar! Roar roar! Roar roar roar! The Hydra howled, blasting fireballs downward, shattering the ice under it, melting the frost around its scales. But the cold was far stronger than it expected. Each time it broke free, fresh ice formed, restricting it all over again. It thrashed violently, shrieking in rage. Disappear! The one responsible for the frozen lake. Leo had been gathering energy even while maintaining the environmental freeze. He stretched a hand toward the sky. Instantly, bolts of lightning danced through the thunderclouds, writhing like serpentine dragons as they converged toward a single point, directly above the Hydra. The monster's violent eyes flickered with fear for the first time. It roared upward, part rage and part dread, firing fireball after fireball in a desperate attempt to scatter the clouds and disrupt the lightning. If it had the strength of an ultimate-class devil, that might have worked. But while the Hydra was poisonous enough to trouble even Mu-class beings, its raw power was nowhere near Leo's. It could not break the sky Leo now commanded. Thunder rumbled. The converging lightning grew blindingly bright. The forest lit up as if struck by a divine spotlight. Boom! A pillar of lightning stretching from sky to earth crashed downward, a world-shaking beam that swallowed the Hydra whole. It was massive, wide enough to engulf the monster's entire bulk. For an instant, it looked like the wrath of a thunder god, or the hammer of a vengeful deity. The impact shattered all the ice in the lake. Shockwaves became storms, tearing across the land. Fragments of stone, dirt, ice, and shattered trees blasted outward like shrapnel. Everything in the vicinity lost its shape and control, swept up as though a meteor had impacted the earth. A tsunami of dust rolled over the land, swallowing the barrier protecting Yukino, Asuna, and Utah. The ground beneath them crumbled, erasing all sign of the landscape. Only one person remained untouched: Leo. Violent winds wrapped around him like a roaring vortex, yet didn't harm him. Even his 6 black devil wings didn't flutter. Their deep black surface reflected his calm face as his eyes glowed like demonic jewels in the night. The colossal lightning pillar raged before him so close he could almost reach out and touch it, making him appear even more overwhelming, impossibly strong, a figure standing against heaven's wrath. No one knew how long that scene lasted. Eventually, the lightning weakened, dimmed and faded. The blinding light retreated, revealing the forest once more. Where the lake had been, an enormous crater appeared, deep, charred, smoking, its interior stripped bare. Not a drop of water remained. It looked like a meteor strike. And the Hydra? Gone. Not escaped, eradicated. The lightning pillar had consumed its entire body, vaporizing flesh, bone, and everything else. Not even a scrap remained. With all 9 heads annihilated simultaneously, resurrection was impossible. The monster was dead beyond dead. Is it over? The 3 girls finally found each other's gazes, stunned, their voices trembling. The barrier around them was cracked all over. When the dust storm faded, it collapsed completely, exposing them to the smoky air. They stared at the crater where the lake once was, speechless. Whoosh! Leo descended at last, landing before them. The 6 devil wings folded back into his body. Well, pretty amazing, right? Your master's not half bad. He grinned at the 3 servants who still hadn't recovered. I guarantee you just now, forget a Hydra, even a 10-wing ultimate-class devil would get sent straight into early retirement if they took that full-on. Unless they were someone like Miyamoto Musashi, who broke every rule of reality, slicing through space and time with 2 blades and conjuring Neo-Guardians with sword press. Serena one sane would try tanking that lightning pillar. Unless, of course, they were a Mu. A Mu might only lose a layer of skin. You went completely overboard. Utah snapped. We were right here. We almost got caught in that. President's battles always look like natural disasters. My heart can't handle it. Asuna clutched her shaking chest, still pale. Please tone it down just a little. Are you planning to take us out along with it? Yukino scolded sharply. Pay attention to your surroundings, idiot. The girls had clearly been terrified. They all forgot their place and scolded him in unison. I did pay attention. I'm not reckless. Leo countered confidently. If my attack wasn't strong enough and 1 or 2 heads survived, the whole thing would have been pointless. And besides, I only went all out because Senpai put up a barrier. With her sacred gear, she can block anything an upper-class devil throws at her. True enough. Utah's barrier's sacred gear, combined with her enhancement as a rook piece, made it extremely sturdy. Maybe it couldn't withstand Leo's full-force strike, but the shockwaves? Easily. The Hydra was troublesome. Leo had no intention of letting it regenerate again. Hence the overkill. If that monster's so strong, why didn't you contract it as a familiar? After scolding him, Utawa took a breath and asked calmly, you think anything can just be made into a familiar? Leo snorted. A familiar contract isn't as binding as the evil pieces. Even reincarnated devils can betray their masters, so a mere familiar is even more unreliable. A creature forced into servitude through battle, especially a vicious one, could stab its master in the back the moment they blinked. The Hydra was infamous for killing its own masters. No one in their right mind tried contracting one. Contracting a Hydra is pointless. You might as well contract Tiamat instead. At least she can talk on if negotiations go well, she won't betray you. Leo said it casually. But the moment the words left his mouth, that would indeed be an honor. A voice unfamiliar and elegant responded, out of nowhere. 100p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 74, chapter 73, The Especially Lucky Kid. The sudden sound made Leo and the other three snap their heads up, all of their pupils tightening at the same time. Even Leo's expression changed instantly, a burst of demonic power leaking out of him before he could stop it, whipping the air into a violent gust. Because his constantly active magic detection hadn't sensed anyone approaching at all. Reflexively, Leo flung a demonic power shot toward the direction of the voice, firing it straight at a figure that had appeared without any warning. Bang! The dull impact wasn't from the shot hitting its target. It was the sound of the newcomer casually slapping it aside, sending the shot flying into the air where it detonated harmlessly. That's right. Leo's rushed, instinctive attack had been turned away with nothing but a single palm strike. That's a pretty unusual way to say hello. The newcomer spoke with a tone that was somewhere between amused and sarcastic. But I don't really dislike it. If it had been a little stronger, I might have enjoyed it even more. The one speaking was a woman in a sharp dark blue pantsuit, long steel blue hair falling straight down her back. Cold air seemed to cling to her entire body, her eyes just as icy and deep, a kind of blue that didn't belong to a devil, angel, or fallen angel. She felt like something entirely separate. Who are you? Yukino, Asuna, and Utawa all tensed up at once, questioning her while staying on guard. But the one who answered wasn't the mysterious woman, it was Leo, who was still recovering from his own overreaction. I didn't expect to meet you here. Leo narrowed his eyes, recognizing her immediately. Incorrect, the woman replied calmly. You should be saying that it would be stranger not to meet me here. After all, this is my home. And she was right. Leo had already mentioned this back when they arrived at the familiar forest. It's an honor to meet you here for the first time, Miss Tiamat. Leo gave her a rare, proper noble's bosom thing he almost never bothered using. His words left the girls around him visibly stunned. Tiamat? One of the 5 great dragon kings known as the Chaos Karma Dragon? She's the legendary strongest dragon king. Yukino stared at the cold, expressionless woman, shock filling her eyes. That's right. Leo straightened after his bow, answering Yukino without looking away from Tiamat. That overwhelming aura, the unmistakable presence of a dragon so powerful it's instantly recognizable even in human form. In this forest, there's no one else it could belong to except the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat. Even though she had taken on a human shape, she wasn't concealing her presence at all. Leo had recognized her instantly. She was a dragon. Your detection ability isn't bad, kid from the Eligos family. Tiamat's deep blue eyes focused on Leo as though peering straight through him. Leo resisted the urge to grimace. If his magic detection were really that good, he wouldn't have been caught completely off guard just now. She hadn't concealed her presence at all, yet he'd only noticed her after she spoke. There was only one explanation. Her power dwarfed his so completely that it simply surpassed what he was capable of detecting. This icy beauty standing before him was far stronger than Miyamoto Musashi, who had dominated him in training for so long he'd never won a single match. Musashi was only near Mu-class. Even the weakest of the 5 great dragon kings were already Mu-class. And Tiamat, known as the strongest among them, was said to rival the heavenly dragons, even if she hadn't fully reached that level. To be honest, running into such a terrifying existence deep in a forest, in the middle of the night, made Leo more than a little uneasy. If she had been a wild dragon king, Leo would have already grabbed his servants and run for his life. But this was Tiamat, Chaos Karma Dragon. She wasn't the type to attack them without reason. Miss Tiamat, you actually know about me. Leo kept his tone cautious as he spoke. You think you're some nobody? Tiamat's faint smile didn't reach her eyes. Your name has been mentioned quite often in the underworld's upper circles lately. Even my own ally brought you up in front of me. So yes, knowing who you are is perfectly normal from my position. There was a reason she put it that way. Tiamat had a hidden identity. She was one of the underground referees of the raiding Gamion, of the true administrators behind the scenes. For roughly the past 150 years, she had been responsible for stepping in when official or special raiding games encountered unexpected situations, acting as a special judge to correct irregularities and restore proper operation. Her ally was Adjuka Beelzebub, the developer of the evil pieces and the founder of the raiding game. And by position, she meant her role in maintaining the balance and fairness of the raiding game system. Because Leo's servant conversion trait had resonated with the evil pieces, causing mysterious changes, Adjuka Beelzebub had been keeping an eye on Leo. As a result, even Tiamat had learned about him. That was why Leo felt relatively safe in front of her. She might be a terrifying dragon, but she had deep ties to the devils. There had to be reasons she lived peacefully in the familiar forest. Besides, the other dragon kings were either dead or sealed. Even the heavenly dragons were reduced to being the cores of 2 long Inus. Only Tiamat lived freely. If she didn't have strong backing, that would be the strange thing. So she wasn't likely to trouble a rising young devil with growing influence. Then your reason for appearing here is? Leo kept his thoughts to himself, maintaining a look of confusion. What, you think I shouldn't show up? Tiamat glanced around meaningfully. This entire place is a mess. If I didn't react at all, people might start wondering if some dragon-slaying hero finally took me out. Leo forced an awkward smile. He admitted he might have gone a little overboard. The sheer noise he'd caused was bound to draw the attention of the forest's ruler, but he had been hunting a hydra. Without that level of force, how else would he kill such a creature? And then Leo realized something important. With all the chaos he'd caused, how could she not have noticed the power he used? The power he'd unleashed to kill the hydra. If I'm not mistaken, that earlier attack came from Zenith Tempest, didn't it? As expected, Tiamat's gaze grew sharper, a hint of amusement almost interest lifting her cold expression. I really didn't expect it. The second strongest long Inus in the world, Zenith Tempest, making its appearance in the hands of a devil. And the wielder is youthy kid who's been causing quite a stir among the higher-ups. Seems Ajuka underestimated you. Why had she come? Because of Zenith Tempest. Nothing else would have drawn the strongest Dragon King out personally. A bit of noise? Slaying a hydra? Those things wouldn't make her show up for some rookie devil who hadn't even debuted yet. But Zenith Tempest being revealed right in her territory? There was no way she would ignore that. The three beside you, Theri, your servants, right? As if she hadn't given Leo enough pressure already, Tiamat shifted her gaze to the three girls, clicking her tongue lightly. Absolute Demise, Blade Blacksmith, Create World. One of them is a Long Inus user like you, and the other two are hosts of extremely rare sacred gears. You're awfully lucky, kid. Even Tiamat couldn't hide her amazement. A newly rising high-class devil, not only possessing a rare trait and being the host of the world's second strongest Long Inus, but also having three absurdly talented servants all with rare sacred gears? How many high-class devils, even pureblood devils, would kill for that kind of roster? Most devils struggled to recruit even one exceptional sacred gear user. But this kid not only had Zenith Tempest, all three of his servants were rare talents too, and each sacred gear was more impressive than the last. Even Amu would envy that lineup. He really was. An especially lucky kid. 100p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 75, chapter 74. A suitable servant? Tiamat could say with absolute certainty that with everything Leo had right now, he was guaranteed a place in the underworld's future. His servants were simply too exceptional. Even putting aside the girl with absolute demise, the other two each carried a sacred gear of remarkable quality. As long as they mastered their sacred gears, both were destined to become ultimate class devils. At the very least, reaching Mu class wasn't out of the question. And the host of absolute demise? A Long Inus capable of killing gods in Mu. Unless she died prematurely, how could someone like that ever be weak? Just these three alone, each with the potential to reach ultimate class, made it impossible for Leo not to stand out in the underworld. Reviving the Eligos house would be child's play. Even if he did nothing, plenty of upper echelon devils who recognized his future potential would help him. As for Leo himself, he was already under heavy observation from the upper ranks because of his mutation trait. More than one Mu had taken interest in him, and if news spread that he also possessed Zenith Tempest's second strongest Long Inus in the world, shake the entire underworld overnight. The more she thought about it, the more cautious Tiamat became until she finally stepped out to meet Leo personally. I'm already looking forward to seeing you all shine in the rating game. With one sentence, Tiamat made it clear just how highly she regarded him. No, we still have a long way to go. Leo sighed as he answered. He knew that once Tiamat learned about Zenith Tempest, Ajuka Beelzebub would definitely learn about it too. And once Ajuka knew, the other Mu would quickly follow. At that point, there was no way to keep his status as a Zenith Tempest host hidden anymore. Whatever. If it can't be hidden, then so be it. Leo accepted it quickly. He wasn't strong enough to ignore all consequences yet, but he definitely wasn't weak anymore. According to Miyamoto Musashi, going all out, Leo could barely fight a newly promoted 10-wing ultimate class devil. Someone of that caliber was already considered a powerhouse equal to a high-ranking officer in most factions. That was enough to keep himself safe. And once he added another servant with moderate potential, he'd fully step into the ultimate class. If he then mastered his balance breaker, he'd even gain the strength to face Mu-class enemies. Mu-class. That was enough to make plenty of people hesitate and rethink any dangerous ideas. With that thought, Leo relaxed. Meeting the legendary strongest Dragon King, this trip feels like an accomplishment all on its own. Leo smiled at Tiamat. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. He turned, intending to leave with Yukino and the others. Wait. Tiamat stopped him. Don't be in such a rush, kid. I'm not going to eat you. She gave him an exasperated look. You're the host of the world's second strongest Long Inus. Do you really need to be that afraid of me? Would you listen to yourself? You're Tiamat, the strongest Dragon King, a living legend who doesn't even take ordinary Mu-class beings seriously. Who knows if you'll suddenly switch to dragon form and swallow us whole for a midnight snack. Leo grumbled in his heart, but kept a calm face. Miss Tiamat must be joking. We only wanted to head back now that we've accomplished our goal. He pointed at the familiars Yukino and the others were carrying. Isn't there still one of you who hasn't contracted a familiar? Tiamat glanced at Utah. If you came all the way here, you must have taken an interest in this lake's creatures. But thanks to the Hydra, everything here has already fled. Finding one now won't be easy. How about this? Listen to my request and help me with something. If you're willing to hear me out, I'll help that girl contract the familiar that suits her best. And if you complete the task for me, I can even introduce you to servants who match your needs. How about it? The first half of Tiamat's offer didn't impress Leo much. With her mastery over the familiar forest, picking out the ideal familiar for Yutoa was easy, nothing worth being excited about. But the second part? That made Leo raise an eyebrow. Servants who match my needs. He hadn't expected Tiamat to say something like that, which naturally meant there was a reason. I know your mutation trait has linked with your evil pieces. As long as you use them to recruit high-potential servants, you'll receive feedback from the connection and grow stronger yourself. Tiamat's blue eyes locked on Leo as she spoke. Coincidentally, I rescued 2 promising children a few years ago. If you help me with this matter, I'll introduce them to Yutuo potential servants with excellent promise. Leo's interest sparked instantly. What kind of people are they? He asked. Or are they not people, but something like dragons? As the ruler of the familiar forest and the only one of the 5 great dragon kings living comfortably, it wouldn't be strange if she had dragons or magical creatures serving her. Leo wasn't particularly interested in dragons or monsters, but as he'd said before, he could compromise if the situation was special. If their potential was high enough, he didn't mind making an exception. If not, it would be disrespectful to his servant conversion trait. Yukino and the others reacted very differently to this discussion. Non-humans can turn into devils too. Yutaa whispered, still new to everything. They can. Yukinashida Yukino, having studied the most among them, answered softly. As long as it's a living being, it can be reincarnated using evil pieces. Humans, angels, fallen angels, dragons, magical creatures, yokai, vampires, anything. There had even been historical cases of non-living beings reincarnated as devils under special circumstances. But that was a rare exception, and Yukino didn't mention it. So they really might be dragons or monsters? Asuna muttered. But Tiamat didn't give a direct answer. They're indeed not human, she said, shaking her head. But they're not dragons or magical creatures either. I won't tell you exactly what they are yet, not before you agree to help. I can only assure you that they're extremely promising. After a moment of thought, she revealed a bit more. Let me put it this way, other devils know about them. Plenty have tried to recruit them. None succeeded. The reasons vary. Some failed to persuade them, others simply gave up. And the ones who gave up did so for simple reasons. Some didn't want to use that many pieces at once, others wanted to but couldn't. Leo stiffened slightly. There was a lot of information in those words and he understood her meaning immediately. Her point was clear. Both of the children she mentioned required multiple evil pieces to reincarnate, and the number of pieces needed is determined by the target's ability and potential. The stronger they are, the more pieces required, which meant these 2 really did have outstanding potential, so much so that some devils couldn't reincarnate them even if they wanted to. It wasn't impossible. For example, if a pawn reincarnation target needed 9 pawn pieces to succeed, what then? A set only had 8 pawn pieces. That made reincarnation fundamentally impossible unless a mutation piece was used. Likewise, if a rook, bishop, knight, or even queen wasn't enough to match a target's total value, the reincarnation would fail. A queen was equivalent to 9 pawns. A target worth more than that would always fail. A rook was worth 5 pawns. 12 rooks could only match 10. A target above that was impossible to reincarnate. Bishops and knights were each worth 3 pawns. 12 made 6. Anything above that was also impossible. Of course, and used evil pieces could increase in value as their king grew stronger. If the king was powerful enough, a previously impossible reincarnation could become feasible. But at minimum, anyone with evil pieces was already a high-class devil. For their pieces to be insufficient meant that the target's raw potential was terrifying. Which meant, let's change locations. Leo drew a slow, steady breath. We need to talk in detail. Note, sorry I fell asleep, but here the extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 76, chapter 75 Tiamat's Treasure. 76, chapter 75 Tiamat's Treasure. More than an hour later. It was already late. In a few more hours, dawn would come. The underworld had no sun and no moon, but its flow of time was deliberately synchronized to the human world. That setup existed for the sake of reincarnated devils and the devils who lived in the human world, so the underworld also had the concepts of day and night. No one had to worry about the 2 worlds having completely opposite schedules and throwing everything into chaos. Only now did Leo's group finally leave the familiar forest and make their way back to the forest entrance. I didn't think it'd end up taking this long. So much for planning ahead. Leo glanced at the sky and scratched his head with a wry smile. They still had school tomorrow. At this point, by the time they rushed back and got any sleep, it wouldn't be much at all. But it's not like we came away empty-handed, right? Yukino stroked the ice cat in her arms, her expression uncharacteristically soft. A lot had happened tonight, but in Yukino's eyes, it had all been worth it. Not only had she contracted a familiar she really liked, Asuna and Yutoa had also successfully made contracts with familiars that suited them. Both girls were currently playing with them, looking very satisfied. Asuna was teasing the fairy perched on her shoulder, while Yutoa was playing with a certain owl. It was pure white from head to toe, with round eyes that gleamed with intelligence and wisdom. This owl was the familiar Tiamat had helped Yutoa find. Since ancient times, owls had always been considered symbols and incarnations of wisdom. Many gods of wisdom had owls as their sacred or divine beasts, serving by their side. The most famous, of course, was the goddess of wisdom Athena from Greek myth, who practically used owls as her personal emblem. The familiar forest happened to be home to a group of owls originating from Greece. It was said they carried the bloodline of those owls that once served as the sacred or divine beasts of the gods. As a result, they were born with extremely high intelligence and spiritual awareness, making them one of the most intelligent races in the entire familiar forest. They didn't have much combat power, but they possessed a special ability: they could remember everything they saw and transmit it to others. On top of that, they had the ability to freely enter and leave almost any place. Even the barrier between the human world and the underworld couldn't stop them from flying. As long as they wished it, they could move between the human world and the underworld at will. They were the perfect tools for carrying messages and recording information, adored by everyone who needed to contract a familiar. They also had a trait that guaranteed they would never get lost. No matter how remote a place might be, they could follow their master's orders and accurately deliver messages to any destination. If you made eye contact with their eyes, your mind would instantly clear and sharpen, making them practically a holy relic to all writers and artists. Unfortunately, actually forming a contract with one of them was extremely difficult. Because of their outstanding intellect, they were only drawn to people as calm and clever as themselves. Idiots and mediocrities would never catch their interest and would even be scorned and rejected. If someone tried to grab one by force, it would immediately slip into the void and disappear, then reappear by that person's side when they least expected it and exact revenge, directly or indirectly, until they were completely miserable. So even though this group of owls was the dream familiars of countless people, very few ever successfully gained their favor and formed a contract with them. And since these owls could freely move through different spaces and even between worlds, simply tracking them down was already incredibly hard, let alone contracting with them. As a result, even though there were people who knew such owls lived in the familiar forest in the underworld, the number of people who actually managed to take one away as a familiar was extremely small. Leo hadn't expected to contract this kind of familiar at all. But when Tiamat heard Yutoa's request, she disappeared for barely 10 minutes before coming back with this owl. No one knew what method she used, but she somehow convinced it to willingly recognize Yutoa as its master and agree to a contract, leaving even Leo stunned. What else could he say? She really was the hidden ruler of the familiar forest. Her connections were outrageous. But when he thought about the favor Tiamat had asked in return, Leo's head started to ache again. I want you to help me get one of my treasures back. That was the first thing Tiamat said to them after inviting the group into her home. Tiamat had once possessed many treasures. Or rather, every legendary dragon had once possessed many treasures. Some dragons simply had that habit. They loved collecting treasures from all over the world and piling them up in their lairs, turning their homes into treasure vaults. Countless myths and legends mentioned this. History wasn't lacking in dragon-slaying heroes who, after defeating a dragon, found mountains of gold and jewels in its cave. That was thanks to this treasure-hoarding habit of legendary dragons. The most famous case was the evil dragon Fafnir, known as the Golden Dragon King. His title alone said everything about how much he loved treasure and how rich he was. In the past, this Dragon King had been slain by the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried, then later resurrected by the Norse gods. From then on, he became the only Dragon King openly willing to form long-term contracts with others. As long as someone offered him a precious enough treasure, they could form a contract with him and command his power. Tiamat had also collected a vast number of treasures in the past, but those treasures had eventually all been borrowed by the Red Dragon Emperor of the two heavenly dragons. And once they were borrowed, they never came back. After all, both the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor had been defeated, their bodies destroyed and their souls sealed into sacred gears. The treasures Tiamat lent out naturally ended up lost, scattered across the world, claimed by others, or disappearing without a trace. Over the years, Tiamat had tried searching for those treasures, but it was like trying to put out a wildfire with a cup of water. In the end, the number she managed to recover was pitifully small. This time, by a twist of fate, she met Leo. That was when Tiamat had the idea of asking him to help retrieve one particular treasure from among many. That treasure is called the Tablet of Destiny. It has the power to see the future and record the rising and setting of the stars. That was how Tiamat explained it to Leo. Among all my treasures, it's one of the truly special ones. I lent it out twice in the past, once to a Sumerian god named King, and once to the Red Dragon Emperor of the two heavenly dragons. When she got to this part, Tiamat was practically grinding her teeth. According to her, both times she lent out the Tablet of Destiny, it ended up getting lost. The first time, it was stolen by the Sumerian chief god Marduk. Tiamat had gone to demand it back personally, and the two sides had fought so fiercely she'd almost died at his hands. With no other choice, she had to ask the then heavenly dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor, to intervene and help her take it back. The second time was when she lent it to the Red Dragon Emperor. It was taken along with her other treasures, and when the Red Dragon Emperor was later defeated, all the treasures on him vanished. Her treasures never returned. These days, Tiamat had basically given up hope of reclaiming everything. But if she had the chance, she still wanted to retrieve those treasures that had once belonged to her, one by one. The Tablet of Destiny was the treasure she most wanted to find recently, and that was why she had set her sights on Leo. Come on, you're the strongest Dragon King. Why ask a newbie high-class devil like me to handle something like this? Leo really couldn't wrap his head around it. But Tiamat had her own reasoning. Because the last person to possess the Tablet of Destiny was the previous wielder of Zenith Tempest. And that was why Tiamat wanted to entrust this to Leo, the previous wielder of Zenith Tempest. Leo had been stunned at the time. Was the world really that small? After the previous wielder of Zenith Tempest died, the Tablet of Destiny vanished again. I tried tracking it for a while, but I found absolutely nothing. Tiamat had fixed Leo with a burning gaze as she said this. You're that person's successor. If it's you, you might be able to find some kind of clue. It was basically a desperate gamble. At least, that was what Leo and the three girls Yukino and the other Shad all thought at the time. Still, Tiamat was very straightforward about it. I really am out of options, so this is all I can do. Just do your best. If you manage it, I'll fulfill my promise and give you those 2 children. If you can't, that's fine too. We'll just pretend this never happened. From that angle, Leo was actually getting the better end of the deal. Even if he couldn't complete the task, Tiamat had still helped his servants obtain some very rare familiars. No matter how he looked at it, he came out ahead. That said, after hearing Tiamat praise those 2 children so much, Leo was still a little disappointed he hadn't gotten them. To make it worse, Tiamat was deliberately keeping him in suspense. She wouldn't even let Leo see them, only saying that she would introduce them to him once the job was done. That had Leo itching with curiosity, to the point he wanted to hang this Dragon King up and beat some answers out of her. What are you going to do? Yuta looked like she really had gotten smarter after playing with the owl. She saw right through Leo's troubles in an instant. Are you seriously going to help that Dragon King look for some tablet? Yukino and Asuna both turned to Leo as well. We'll see. Leo thought it over, but in the end he didn't abandon it outright. I'll at least try. If it doesn't work out, then I'll give up. He was feeling pretty lost, but that didn't mean he had no ideas at all. Don't forget, he had already received feedback from the Sacred Gear twice now. Through Zenith Tempest, he had gained the experiences and memories of many previous wielders using it in battle. Maybe, if this continued, he could obtain even more memories and maybe one of them would lead him to the Tablet of Destiny. Let's head back. Leo pushed the matter aside for now. We'll talk about it after we get a good night's sleep. The girls all nodded in unison, agreeing with the plan. 77, Chapter 76. The center of everyone's attention. 77, Chapter 76. The center of everyone's attention. The next morning, all 4 members of Leo's group showed up at school with dark circles under their eyes. No surprise there. Yuta, in particular, looked like she was about to explode. She'd only just reincarnated as a devil and still wasn't used to being awake during the day. Add in a night of barely any sleep, and her whole vibe practically screamed feral. Students were already whispering about what on earth she had done last night. She had just joined the Occult Affairs Club, yet she already looked like she'd pulled enough all-nighters to ascend to godhood. How could people not start questioning it? And with Leo, Yukino, and Asuna looking only slightly less miserable, the Occult Affairs Club, already a hot topic, instantly became the center of attention again. Leo was fine. Yukino and the others, on the other hand, absolutely deserved it. After returning to the manor, Leo had collapsed into bed and knocked out instantly. But the 3 girls, too excited after receiving their ideal familiars, stayed up playing with them until dawn. Only when the sky turned light did they reluctantly fall asleep. Saying they deserved their exhaustion wasn't wrong at all. Leo's group couldn't be bothered to deal with the school gossip. They were genuinely exhausted and barely functioning. They didn't know that, over in Class 1A, Mihiru was troubled as well. Has Eligo-senpai already arrived at school? Sitting at her desk, Mihiru listened to the surrounding chatter, hesitation clouding her expression. Yesterday, after fainting in front of Leo, she slept straight through until the next morning. Her illness was gone, her fever disappeared, and even her mood had somehow improved far better than the gloom she'd carried the day before. Her own embarrassing problems aside, the sight she witnessed in Leo's place had burned itself into her memory. Even now, the angel girl wondered if she'd simply been delirious with fever and hallucinating something impossible. Devils! Remembering that upperclassman spreading 3 pairs of wings that blotted out the sky, taking her hand, staring straight into her eyes, Mihiru's heartbeat quickened without warning. And then, Leo's voice echoed in her ears. If no one wants you, then I'll take you. Stop being an angel, Shiina. Come be a devil. All that effort you spent on your parents suicide on being needed by me. Just 3 short lines, yet they still tugged at Mihiru's heart even now. Mihiru didn't consider herself someone who was easily moved. Quite the opposite. She knew she was realistic, even cold. Everyone called her an angel, praised her perfect personality, but only Mihiru knew how fake it all was. She kept up the sweet act so her parents would believe she was obedient, socially capable, outstanding. She smiled every day, but never when she was alone. She always seemed to be at the center of social circles, close with everyone, but anyone perceptive would realize she kept a careful distance, never letting anyone into her world. When people talked, she echoed politely but only observed from afar. When people showed her kindness, she responded gently but never actually cared. The angel was just a mask. Arari played the good girl too, but she didn't keep people at arm's length. When Arari made a friend, she genuinely treated them as one. Mihiru wasn't like that. She had never once regarded anyone as a real friend. People said she was cute, but Mihiru knew her appearance wasn't effortless. She meticulously maintained her beauty every day, followed fashion trends, all to preserve her flawless image. People assumed her excellence came naturally, but Mihiru worked endlessly to maintain her grades, never allowing herself to slack even once. To her, she wasn't an angel. She was a human wearing an angel mask. Everything about her was fabricated. Someone this pragmatic and detached would never be swayed by a few lines from someone else. Just like yesterday, even drenched in rain and looking pitiful, if someone had tried to take advantage and hit on her, she would have brushed them off coldly. If someone who knew her family situation tried spouting the things Leo said, she wouldn't be moved, she'd be furious, drive them off, maybe even teach them a lesson. That was Mahiruth, real one, not the so-called angel. But when those words came from a devil, Mahiro couldn't stop herself from wavering. Could it be real? Was there truly such a thing as devils in this world? Had she simply hallucinated from fever? Or had she been so desperate to be needed, so desperate for her efforts to matter, that she imagined such a ridiculous sight? But what if? What if it had all been real? Occult Affairs Club. Mahiro whispered the name to herself, deciding she would go check after school. Coincidentally, someone else had the exact same idea. I have to go see what that Occult Affairs Club is up to. In Class 2G, Arari clenched her jaw as she overheard her classmates discussing Leo's group again. She really couldn't ignore it anymore. Just what had that brand new club done last night to make all its members look like they'd been out committing crimes? That damned Kazumi old hag talking about being in the same boat, about how the club has deep secrets and I shouldn't pry. Look at yourself. You show up looking like you were doing who knows what with people in the middle of the night. How am I not supposed to be curious? Arari fumed internally. I'll find out what you guys are doing all day long. None of this, not Leo, not the others, was known to the Occult Affairs Club. What they also didn't know was that it wasn't only Sobuhai talking about them. Far away in Kua Town, Kanagawa, people were discussing them too. Kua Town, Kua Academy. It was a school where girls held overwhelming power and outnumbered boys to a ridiculous degree. Boys were the weaker side, practically voiceless. The reason was simple: the school had been an all-girls academy until a few years ago. Even after switching to co-ed, the sheer dominance of the female population persisted. Boys could only group together for survival. The lower the grade, the more boys there were. Third years had the fewest, only 2 boys for every 10 girls. Second years had slightly more, 3 boys per 10 students. Even in first year, boys made up barely 40%. Combine that with the lingering power structure, and nearly every leadership or authority position was held by girls, including the student council. Right now, inside the student council office, Sanafe president was receiving 2 very unusual guests with Sabeki standing beside her. It's rare for you to visit me. Sona sat on one side of the guest sofa. Next to her, Sabeki stood gracefully as she poured tea, her eyes fixed on the visitor. Even her normally cool face carried the same faint smile she showed only when Leo was involved. Are you saying I'm unwelcome? The girl seated across from Sona spoke playfully, entirely unfazed even before Kua Academy's famous Ice Queen. A closer look revealed she, too, was breathtaking. Around Sona's age, she carried herself with a grace and nobility that surpassed even the heiress of the Satrai house. Her figure put Sona's to shame, almost unreal in its allure, like a living example of what people call the devilish body. With such curves, her face was predictably just as extraordinary. Every feature was shaped to perfection, combining into a beauty so striking that anyone who saw her would feel their heart lurch, falling for her at first glance. No one could resist the impact of her appearance. And that beauty was paired with long, flowing crimson hair, an intense shade that should have looked garish on anyone else, yet on her it only heightened her charm. Not a hint of tackiness, not a single flaw or presence became radiant, impossible to ignore in any setting. She was the idol of countless Kua Academy students, overwhelmingly acknowledged as the school's #1 in both popularity and beauty. Her name was Rias, successor of the Gremory House of the 72 Pillars, Sona's childhood friend and closest confidant, and the hidden queen of the academy. Behind this crimson-haired ruined princess stood another girl whose beauty matched hers: long black hair tied in a high ponytail, gentle expression, elegant posture, radiating the aura of a perfect Yamato Natsuhiko. Bringing this lovely girl with her, Rias had come to the student council office for tea with her best friend. You can read up to chapter 124 on Patreon. 78, chapter 77. Don't say that in front of him. 78, chapter 77. Don't say that in front of him. If any other students from Kua Academy were present to witness the scene inside the student council office, they would probably be losing their minds. Because sitting here were the 4 girls unanimously acknowledged as the academy's top idols, top 4 in the entire school's popularity rankings. In other words, these 4 were Kua Academy's untouchable flowers. Unlike Sobuhai's 4 flowers, who were divided by the seasons, Kua Academy's 4 idols were ranked strictly by popularity, much like Sobuhai's public most wanted as a girlfriend poll. For 3 consecutive years, Rias held first place. Akeno, standing behind her, had held second for the same 3 years. Sona had held third all 3 years, and Sabeki had remained fourth just as consistently. From the very year they entered, the 4 of them had dominated the rankings, and no one had ever been able to dethrone them. Incidentally, 5th place was held by another one of Rias's servants' first year, Konako. Well, most of her votes probably came from hardcore Lilicons, so that could be set aside for now. What brings you here today? Sona didn't bother answering Rias's earlier teasing question. She didn't need to. Anyone who knew their relationship understood that Sona would never be anything but welcoming toward Rias. The two were very close, but both had their own responsibilities. It wasn't that they were too busy to sit down for tea together, far from it, but those moments were usually kept private. Dropping by each other's offices like this was rare, which was exactly why Sona asked. Convenience, mostly. Rias lifted her teacup, taking a sip with her eyes closed. Her posture looked casual, yet her movements were effortlessly elegant, kind of grace ingrained into a noble from birth. She didn't need to act refined, she simply was. I finished some work earlier and happened to pass by. I didn't have anything planned afterward, so I thought I'd stop in. Rias smiled. But it's just you two? Where are the others? Naturally, the student council consisted of more than just Sona and Sabeki. Her other servants were also members. They all had things to do. It just worked out that we're the only ones here, Sona said, looking relaxed, something she only showed after finishing her work and only in front of people she trusted. What a shame. Rias set down her teacup, smiling with interest. I heard you've been keeping an eye on someone lately, so I thought I might see him here. Unfortunately, I'm still evaluating him. I haven't decided whether to take him as a servant. Sona adjusted her glasses. Why? Are you interested? I wouldn't say I'm not. He's a hidden sacred gear user, after all. But since you've set your sights on him, I won't steal him. Rias crossed her arms, crossing her legs elegantly as her natural charm radiated. Besides, with your ability, I'm sure you'll win him over soon enough. You'd do the same. Sona brushed off her friend's teasing. If you wanted him, I could step aside. He might be a rare sacred gear user, but he wasn't outstanding enough to warrant the two heiresses fighting over him. If he were, Sona wouldn't still be observing. She would have recruited him long ago. She already suspected his sacred gear was decent, but not to a degree that compelled her to act immediately. This was simply who Sona was. She valued compatibility and tactical cohesion over theoretical potential. She didn't chase people just because they wielded a sacred gear. Most of her servants had originally been ordinary humans. That alone said enough about her selection standards. So if Rias truly wanted him, Sona wouldn't mind yielding. She believed Rias needed outstanding servants more than she did. That won't be necessary. Rias shook her head lightly. I do want strong servants, but I'm not desperate enough to steal someone from you. Are you sure? Sona gave her a pointed look. We're already adults. It won't be long before we formally debut as devils and lead our servants into raiding games. If your roster isn't full by then, it'll hurt your standing. Are you sure you have time to take things slow? Sona had already used 6 evil pieces and had 6 servants, far from full capacity, but she wasn't in a rush. Rias, however, had used only 4 pieces. 1 servant was sealed due to issues, meaning she effectively had only 3. Naturally, she was in a more urgent situation. I'm the type to choose quality over quantity. If I can't find someone I genuinely want, I'd rather leave the slot empty. Rias smiled sweetly. Still, I admit I'm a little jealous. You've managed to raise such an adorable little man, barely a newly promoted high-class devil and already with several excellent servants. Hearing that, Akinoscilent until now glanced curiously at Sona. This topic had come up many times in recent chats between Sona and Rias. Akeno already knew Sona, on behalf of the Citrai house, had been secretly supporting him, but every time she overheard anything about him, her curiosity only grew. After all, judging from Rias's tone, the icy heiress of the Citrai house seemed to have quite the connection with him. There was no way she wasn't going to listen closely. Unfortunately for her, Sona remained as composed as ever, unbothered by Rias's teasing. Don't say things like that in front of him. You'll probably scare him. She said it completely seriously. Your little man is that timid. Rias blinked. If he were timid, he wouldn't have tangled with the church in Sheba for so long, or killed the fallen angel who targeted his servant. Sona sighed. But courage or not, even he wouldn't stay calm meeting someone like my sister. With that, Rias and Akeno both froze, then burst into laughter. Of course they knew what Sona's sister was like, and they immediately understood her point. If the term little man reached that person's ears, it would be strange not to see her storming into the human world to cause Leo trouble. Being targeted by Amu was no joke. No wonder Sona said it would terrify him. Your sister is actually pretty reasonable. Rias smirked at herself. Unlike mine, who can't wait to marry me off. Her expression dimmed slightly. Sona frowned faintly. Don't lose hope. You still have time before the engagement must be fulfilled. I know. Rias inhaled slowly, steadying herself. Unlike you, I'm not brilliant enough to negotiate. The Phoenix House won't agree to settle the engagement with something like a chess match. All I can do is recruit strong servants and raise my strength. Once I earn results in the raiding games, maybe my family will take my wishes seriously. This was another reason Sona believed Rias needed excellent servants more than she did. Enough about that. Let's talk about your lit. Rias caught herself, then smirked. Let's talk about the Eligos descendant instead. I heard the higher-ups in the underworld are quite interested in him. Even my brother has taken notice. My family asked me about him just the other day, hoping I'd provide intelligence. Isn't that only natural? Sona wasn't surprised at all. His mutated trait is basically confirmed now. His strength increases simply by recruiting strong servants. A trait like that is bound to attract attention. And his first servant is a Longinus wielder. That alone is enough to draw every set of eyes in the underworld. Right, a Longinus wielder who wouldn't pay attention. Rias sighed. To obtain a servant like that right upon becoming a high-class devil, it's honestly enviable. I also heard he recruited another excellent servant recently, and another one during the stray devil subjugation. He hasn't even been a high-class devil for long, yet he already has almost as many servants as I do. She tilted her head, her tone clearly probing. Most people, including Rias, only knew about the Longinus user under Leo. As for the other two, very few had any information. Yukino had once lost control, so her identity as a Longinus wielder couldn't be hidden. But Asuna and Yutaa had never lost control, so aside from a handful of people, no one knew the details about them. Rias had heard vague rumors from her brother that the two were extraordinary, but she didn't know how extraordinary. If you're that curious, why not meet him yourself? Sona suddenly offered. Oh. Rias's eyes brightened. Is that possible? Of course. I've been wanting to introduce you too. Sona nodded. Let's set it up now. Rias agreed immediately, so Sona contacted Leo. 79, Chapter 78. If only I could recruit her. Right now, Leo was still slumped over his desk in class, secretly trying to catch up on sleep. Lunch break was almost here, and the final period for Class 3C wasn't anything important. Leo had simply knocked out on his desk, and Utah had done the same. More than a few classmates watching them from the corners of their eyes let their imaginations run wild. When Sona contacted him, Leo was still groggy, barely awake. But once class ended, he dragged himself out of the room and headed for the rooftop, where he summoned a small magic circle in his palm. Going to QA Academy. Hearing Sona's request woke him up a bit. He looked noticeably more alert now. Why are you suddenly asking me to bring my servants over to QA Academy as guests? He slapped his cheeks, forcing himself awake, and asked Sona. It's not sudden. We've talked about this, haven't we? If there's a chance, our servants should meet each other. They'll be able to look out for one another in the future. Sona always acted quickly and decisively. Rias happened to be curious about you too, so I thought we might as well set up a meeting. Leo, Sona, and Rias were the new generation of devils preparing to officially debut. They were the same age, peers who might one day become competitors or allies. Getting to know each other early wasn't a bad thing. The underworld wasn't only about fighting. Pureblood devil families valued connections just like the prestigious families of the human world. With the number of pureblood devils shrinking, alliances were more important than ever. Marriage between families was even more encouraged. Both Sona and Rias had been bound by arranged engagements since childhood. Leo, though technically half devil and half human exorcist, was still the last heir of the long-fallen Eligos lineage. Now that he'd become a high-class devil and received a rank in evil pieces, the higher-ups had no choice but to recognize his pureblood status. They needed more pureblood devils no matter how inconvenient it was. With the Citri house sponsoring him from the shadows, the two houses were already seen as budding allies. Naturally, Sona wanted to introduce Leo and Rias, strengthen ties, and perhaps even help with Rias's long-standing dilemma. After all, they were the two people closest to her in their generation. Why wouldn't she help the two of them get along? Leo could guess her intentions. All right, let's meet. Leo agreed easily. I'm pretty curious about the crimson-haired ruined princess myself. She was the main heroine of the original story, glowing with every possible spotlight. Pretending not to want to meet her would be a lie. And beyond that, Rias, like Sona, was the heir of a noble house. Both had close relatives who were Mo. Getting on good terms with her would only bring benefits. Not to mention, her servants were all absurdly exceptional. Even if Leo's servants were all promising in their own right, they couldn't yet compare to the future lineup under Rias's banner characters who, in the original timeline, included multiple Longinus wielders, people with special bloodlines, and talents destined to rise to high-class devil status and beyond. Some would eventually reach Mu-class or higher. Rias might think she was envying Leo, but Leo was the one who truly felt envious. If he had servants of that quality, he'd take off instantly. Even as things stood now, Rias's current servants weren't inferior to his at all. They lacked a Longinus wielder so far, but they were already impressive. Leo and Sona arranged a time. He would bring his servants and travel directly to QA Academy through a magic circle. After that, Leo remembered his agreement with Tiamat and mentioned it. You actually met the Chaos Karma Dragon. Sona was visibly shocked. More like I might have drawn her in. Leo scratched his cheek. I didn't expect to meet the ruler of the familiar forest when I was just trying to catch a familiar. Then your luck is amazing. Sona sounded impressed. Everyone knows the Dragon King lives in the familiar forest, but few ever meet her. She doesn't like getting involved with the underworld. For you to encounter her at all, that's rare fortune. Hearing this, Leo understood Sona clearly didn't know that Tiamat and Adjuka Beelzebub were allies. While she appeared uninvolved with Devil Society, she was actually the underground referee of the raiding game zone of the most important figures in the underworld. But that was to be expected. Even in the original story, barely anyone knew this secret. The #1 raiding game champion, the Emperor, had only heard rumors before eventually confirming it. Sona hadn't even had her debut yet. Here was no way she would know. Since Sona didn't know, Leo naturally wouldn't expose the truth. If you have time, help me look into the Tablet of Destiny, Leo said, revealing his actual reason. Even just a lead is fine. All right, I'll ask my family to keep an eye out. Sona agreed as readily as always. If you find it, you'll not only get 2 excellent servants, you'll also build a connection with the strongest Dragon King. That'll help you a lot in the future. Yeah. Leo let out a joking sigh. If only I could recruit her as my servant. You want the Chaos Karma Dragon as your servant? Sona laughed. You really dare to dream. If Leo could recruit Tiamat, he wouldn't need to wait for the future, he'd shoot to the top immediately. With Tiamat's unmatched, nearly Mu-class surpassing power, any raiding game involving Leo would be over before it began. The other teams might as well surrender outright. Leo knew it was impossible, but he couldn't help it. His evil pieces had reacted. When Tiamat appeared before him, the evil pieces in his subspace reacted more violently than ever, especially the Queen Piece. Even Yukino, with her long Inus, hadn't provoked such a response. Back then, the Bishop Piece had merely lit up. But in Tiamat's presence, the Queen Piece shone with blinding light. If he could recruit her, not only would he secure the most important servant spot, the Queen, but the resulting feedback would probably surpass even what he'd gained from Yukino, potentially boosting him straight into 10-winged devil territory. Unfortunately, she was the strongest Dragon King. Even the 4 Great Mo likely couldn't recruit her as a servant. Otherwise, Adjuka Beelzebub wouldn't just be allies with her. His most important Queen Piece would have to wait. Hopefully, one day it would find a suitable match. Sona ended the communication. Leo dispersed his magic circle and left the rooftop, heading toward the Occult Affairs clubroom. He figured his girls were probably still half asleep and wondered whether they'd skip lunch and go nap in the clubroom instead. Thinking this, he entered the room only to be surprised to find all three girls awake, looking far more refreshed than expected. "President, you're here." Asuna was pouring tea for Yukino and Yutoa. Whatever tea she brewed filled the room with a rich aroma. Yukino and Yutoa each held a cup, drinking with utter satisfaction, their dark circles completely gone. "You all skipped class to nap this morning?" Leo asked as he walked inside. "Why do you look so awake now?" "Skipped class." Yukino shot him a sideways glance. "Do you take us for someone like you? As if we'd skip class just because we're tired." Of course not, they were straight A students. Skipping class casually was unthinkable. "It's thanks to Asuna," Yutoa said, no longer looking like the half-dead girl from the morning. She took another leisurely sip. "This tea is amazing. If I'd known something this good existed, I would have gone to her right away." "Tea?" Leo looked at the steaming cups. Just smelling it refreshed him instantly, wiping away a chunk of his fatigue. Where did this tea even come from? You can read up to chapter 130 on Patreon. 80, chapter 79, The Gathered Ice Queens. "This was given to me by Sensei. She said it's something from the underworld." Asuna clearly wasn't explaining this for the first time. She must have already told Yukino and Yutoa earlier. Her tone was smooth and practiced. The sensei she spoke of was naturally Musashi. Musashi had officially begun teaching Asuna Nichiiri, practically handing over her ultimate technique. Calling Musashi her teacher wasn't an exaggeration, so Asuna naturally addressed her that way. Sensei said she used this back when she trained. Whenever she practiced so hard she forgot to eat or sleep, she'd drink a cup to stay sharp. It's a very strong stimulant, but it's only suitable for devils. Humans might suffer brain damage from it. Asuna poured a cup for Leo as well, her smile soft and lovely. "President, you should try some too." Leo took the cup and drank in one go, and it was actually pretty good. More than that, it felt strange in a unique way. Other teas warmed the stomach and left a pleasant aftertaste, but this one didn't feel like it flowed into his stomach at all. It felt like it shot straight up into his brain. The moment it hit, his head cooled and cleared, like someone had wiped his mind clean, leaving him bright and alert. His drowsiness vanished. The heaviness behind his eyes dissolved. His gaze sharpened instantly, dark circles fading without a trace. "Good tea." Leo couldn't help praising it. How did I not know the underworld had something like this? If he had known, he would have stocked up for daily use, especially for training. This tea must be extremely rare. Even in the underworld, not just anyone can get their hands on it. Yukino saw through it immediately, speaking calmly. "I've never seen it mentioned in any book. That means it's far from common. Musashi-san probably had access only because she's the servant of a mo. Do you have more?" Yutoa wasn't interested in the background. Her attention was entirely on the tea. "I think I'd really need this." If she could drink a cup every day, she'd never have to worry about being half dead in the mornings. Having just reincarnated into a devil, daytime was especially brutal for her, and it would stay that way for a while. It was miserable. "No more. Sensei only gave me a little, and we used it all here." Asuna lifted the small pot. There weren't many leaves left, maybe enough for 1 or 2 ineffective brews, so it really is rare. Otherwise Musashi-san wouldn't be stingy about it. Leo accepted that explanation. He stared at the few remaining sips in his cup with newfound reverence. Yukino and Yutoa had the same look, reluctant to drink any further. If they could bottle the remaining tea, they absolutely would have. The four of them sipped tea and chatted in the clubroom, the mood warm and cozy. Just as Leo was about to tell them about Sona's invitation, someone knocked on the door. Everyone fell silent and looked over. "Come in." The words slipped out of Yukino instinctively, then she froze. This wasn't the service club. She wasn't the one in charge here. She shouldn't have been the one to say that. Leo didn't mind at all. What did surprise him was who stepped through the door. Excuse me, is this the Occult Affairs Club?" A hesitant voice accompanied a timid entrance. The girl who walked in was no less beautiful than any of the ones already present. Her long, light amber hair was even brighter than Asuna's, and her caramel-colored eyes shimmered softly. "Shiina Mahiro. You're a first year?" "Shiina-san. That Angel-sama." Yukino, Asuna, and Yutoa each blurted something out, especially Yutoa's Angel-sama, which made Mahiro visibly flustered. "Just call me Shiina, senpai." Mahiro bowed politely, her manners impeccable enough to charm anyone. "What brings you here?" Leo genuinely hadn't expected Mahiro to come looking for him. Mahiro's eyes wavered. She seemed unsure how to speak, caught between hesitation and nerves. Then another voice called from outside. "Excuse me, may I come in too?" Before anyone else reacted, Yutoa froze first. "Why are you here?" Yutoa stood up abruptly, staring in disbelief at the second visitor. A slender figure, refined features, golden twintails, clear blue eyes, pale porcelain-like skin. Another beautyon matching any girl in the room. Sawamura Spencer Arari. "Shiina-san? You're here too." Arari also looked shocked. Everyone exchanged glances. The room fell into a bizarre, heavy silence. Well. Leo looked at the 5 gathered girls, a grin tugging at his lips. Who could blame him? Mahiro, Arari, Yutoa, Yukino, Sobyo High's 4 Flowers School's seasonal beauty Eshet all gathered in one room. Add in Asuna, the transfer student who rose to fame the moment she arrived. That made 5. 5 ice queens, normally never seen together, now united in the tiny occult affairs club. How could this not be entertaining? Leo was 1 second away from sitting down, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds, and enjoying the show. Unfortunately, Yukino punished him before he could. As the club president, say something. She reached over and pinched the flesh at his waist with surprising force, her whisper sharp enough to make him wince. Leo nearly jumped from the pain. The other 4 ice queens also looked at him, their gazes less than friendly. Welcome to the Occult Affairs Club, Sawamura-san, Shiina-san. Leo gently moved Yukino's hand away and forced a smile. Have a seat. Asuna, pour them some tea. Truly, Leo was a brave man for daring to speak in this atmosphere. But he managed to ease the tension, enough for the 2 newcomers to sit down. Asuna poured for Mahiro and Era regular black tea this time, not the stimulant tea. Thank you, Asuna-senpai. Thanks, Yuaki-san. Both girls thanked her politely. No need. Asuna returned a soft smile, elegant, almost wife-like. Even Mahiro and Erari warmed to her immediately. So, why are you here? Yutoa narrowed her eyes at Erari, tone prickly. I came to visit the new club. Is that not allowed? Erari didn't act as rudely as she did in private. She carried herself with the poise of a refined young lady. Visit a new club. Yutoa squinted harder. Why would the art club's ace visit the occult affairs club? Anyone would find it suspicious. Because I'm curious, Erari muttered, shooting Yutoa a quick glare, then raised her chin. A club that managed to attract Yuki Nashida-san, Yuaki-san, and Kaahem, Kazuma Jayaka-senpai. Of course people are curious. I'm just one of them. So I wanted to see for myself what this club does every day, and whether it's really that interesting. That was her stated purpose. She wanted to find out what this occult affairs club actually did to cause such rumors. And what about you, Shiina-san? Yukino turned to Mahiro. Are you also here to observe? Me. Mahiro glanced around the room, noting that Leo looked entirely unfazed, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. After a brief silence, she said softly, may I observe as well? She wasn't here for the club. She was here for Leo. She wanted to know if what happened last night was real. She also noticed something else, if the 3 girls in the club behaved oddly close to Leo. Their relationships weren't normal. So did they know the truth about him? Or were they devils as well? A club named the Occult Affairs Club naturally made her suspicious about that, but she couldn't confront Leo about it in front of everyone. So she followed Erari's lead and requested to observe the club first to see what kind of activities they actually did. Observe the club, huh? Leo finally spoke. He seemed to see right through the 2 girls' intentions. A slow smile spread across his face. All right, then let me show you. 81, Chapter 80. Seriously, what a terrible sense of humor. 81, Chapter 80. Seriously, what a terrible sense of humor. After school, Leo brought the 2 girls who wanted to observe the Occult Affairs Club's activities back to his family estate. This time, he even had his familiaris driver bring the family's private car straight to the school gate. With a whole crowd of beautiful girls climbing in with him, 5 of Sobyu High's ice queen's entire student body froze in shock as the car rolled away toward his estate. Did I see that right? That was Shiina from Class 1 and Sawamura from the art club. Why did they get into the same car as Eligo-senpai? And the 3 members of the Occult Affairs Club, Yukino, Asuna, and Yutwara, all there. Wait. Isn't that all 5 of the school's ice queens in one place? What are they doing? What does this even mean? Only after Leo's car disappeared did the entire school explode into chaos. But no one knew where Leo was taking Mahiro and Erari. One question, what is the Occult Affairs Club's daily activity? Simple, whatever their devil work required. At night, it was what Yutoa had experienced before, answering summons, signing contracts, fulfilling wishes, collecting payment. Clean, efficient, straightforward. During the day, however, it was time for Leo's servants to train and refine their skills. Some of the girls read in the study, learning more about the supernatural. Others trained in the underground facility to build practical and combat experience. Today, at Leo's request, everyone gathered in the underground room for a servant-to-servant combat exercise. And so, Mahiro and Erari witnessed something that shattered their understanding of reality. Who? Yukino suddenly unfurled a pair of bat-like devil wings, lifting herself off the ground. Frigid air surged around her, condensing into a storm of ice and snow that roared toward Asuna. Asuna stood alone before the incoming blizzard, seemingly delicate and fragile, almost too small to withstand the onslaught. But her expression was steady and unafraid. Instead of retreating, she charged forward. Her hand opened, and a wave of holy power gathered there, taking the shape of a slender holy sword. Boom! Just before the blizzard struck, Asuna swung down with all her might. A blazing wave of fire burst from her blade, colliding head-on with Yukino's icy gale. She had created a fire element, holy sword's purifying crimson flame erupting toward the storm and slamming into it with tremendous force. Rumble! Ice and flame collided, the violent clash shaking the air itself. Freezing wind and scorching heat exploded outward, splitting the room into a battlefield of clashing elements. High above, Yukino moved again, gathering even more frigid energy and unleashing wave after wave of blizzard-like attacks, bombarding Asuna from every angle. In an instant, the underground room became a world of raging snow and rolling flame. Yukino took the sky as a queen of winter, hurling down merciless storms. Asuna, like a holy swordswoman challenging a natural disaster, dashed through the battlefield with her blazing sword, slashing one burning wave after another to meet the incoming frost. Right in front of Mahiro and Erari, the 2 girls fought fiercely, so fiercely that both observers stood frozen, stunned beyond belief. This. Erari was completely overwhelmed by the unreal scene before her. Her face twisted in shock, and she stumbled backward as if hit by an invisible force. Her refined ladylike demeanor collapsed instantly. What is this? She couldn't comprehend a single thing she was seeing, and Miharu wasn't any better. Miharu had already gone wide-eyed the moment Yukino revealed her devil wings, standing frozen in place. When the two devils began clashing with unimaginable power, she was just as shaken as Arari. She had mentally prepared herself. Unlike Arari, she had fainted last night after seeing Leo's devil wings. She just wasn't sure whether that memory was real, but she never imagined she would see not only devil wings today but also this unbelievable battle. What was this? Supernatural powers? Devil abilities? So the senpai who joined the Occult Affairs Club were all devils like Leo senpai. Watching the two ice queens stare blankly with trembling eyes, Yuta looked a mix of amused and exasperated. You really just exposed our secret to them. She shot Leo a glare. His face was all innocence, as if none of this was his fault. This man was awful, absolutely doing this on purpose to watch the remaining two ice queens lose their composure. Seriously, what a terrible sense of humor. No choice. They came to observe the club. Of course we have to demonstrate what the Occult Affairs Club can do. Leo still looked completely unbothered, making Yuta want to smack him. Sure, devils weren't that secretive after all. Humans summoned devils constantly. If devils couldn't reveal themselves at all, how would contracts even happen? But the supernatural world also had rules. Randomly exposing its existence was forbidden. Otherwise human society would collapse into chaos, and all factions, many of which relied on humans to survive, would suffer. That was why even powerful families like the Yukino family and Yuaki family knew nothing about devils. Only financial giants like the Shinomiya family had enough influence to learn about the underworld. If Leo flaunted his powers too often, trouble would definitely come knocking. Yuta had researched this carefully. She had family and friends she had to know what she could and couldn't reveal. Fortunately, the secrecy rules weren't too strict. Immediate family members were allowed to know. That was why Leo could reveal himself in front of the Yukino and Yuaki families. But showing off in front of unrelated people was dangerous, essentially towing the line. If everyone behaved like this, what was the point of keeping secrets? It's fine. You're overthinking it. Leo understood what Yuta was worried about and finally stopped teasing. Miharu and Arari were already on my radar. They both have potential to become my servants. Since they're potential future servants, why wouldn't I show off to recruit them? Fair enough. Even if they refuse, it just means I failed to recruit them. That's not a violation of any rule. It was the kind of issue that sounded big but was actually manageable. As long as he didn't reveal himself recklessly in front of crowds, there were always ways to smooth things over. For example, Yukino had a client who was a fellow Sobyu High student, someone who already knew she was a devil. Their relationship had even gotten better after that. If not for concerns about secrecy, she probably would have visited the clubroom frequently. As long as things didn't spread too widely, no one would come after them. Even if they did spread, damage control was always possible, just like when Yukino's sacred gear nearly went out of control at the start of school. An entire street had almost frozen solid. Many people had caught severe colds or suffered frostbite. Yet everything was quietly resolved by blaming it on extreme weather. Obviously someone had handled it behind the scenes. Leo hadn't even needed to intervene because the church acted first. But if they hadn't, he would have handled Idiother by manipulating news coverage or, less gently, restoring the area and wiping witnesses' memories. For now, let's focus on our two visiting observers. Leo turned toward Miharu and Arari with a cheerful smile. Hearing him speak jolted both girls back to reality. What are you people? Arari shrieked, panic flooding her voice. She stumbled back again and pointed wildly at Yuta. Kazaka Kazuma Jayaka. Say something. What is happening? Miharu calmed down faster. She glanced at the escalating battle, then at Leo, her expression complicated. Well then, Leo said, lifting his hand smoothly, time for a little explanation. A magic circle spun into existence on his palm. But don't blame me, I am warning you now. Once you know everything, leaving won't be so easy. Before either girl could respond, he activated the magic circle. A flood of memories surged into their minds, pulling them into another days. You can read up to chapter 130 on Patreon. 82, chapter 81. What should I do now? After passing his memories to Miharu and Arari, Leo stopped paying attention to either of them. Just as he'd said before, he only kept an eye on these two because of their special positions at Sobyu High. They weren't sacred gear holders, didn't have special powers or special bloodlines. They were just ordinary humans. He didn't mind placing a piece on them if the opportunity came, but he also wouldn't force anything. Today only happened because the two delivered themselves to his doorstep, so he gave them a little devil shock. Whatever followed depended on fate. So after transferring the memories, Leo simply walked out of the underground room without a backward glance, leaving Yuta had witnessed everything from start to finish, hitching to yell at him. You stir up a mess and then just stroll away? Do you ever think about what we're supposed to deal with afterward? Kazuma Jayaka, you. Arari, having absorbed the memories, looked at her with a face even more conflicted than Miharu's had been earlier. Her head was spinning. She desperately wanted to deny everything she had just learned. Supernatural powers existed in this world? Devils, angels, fallen angels, all real species? Sobuhai's most popular third year wasn't human at all but a devil living among humans? And the 3 ice queens who joined the Occult Affairs Club were actually his servants reborn by him as devils acknowledging him as their master? Was she actually still lying in bed at home dreaming all of this? Compared to this, her so-called hidden secret identity closet otaku, the Erodujin artist felt painfully insignificant. If she got exposed, she'd suffer nothing more than social death. If these people got exposed, the entire world would go into shock. Sigh. Seeing Erori stare at her with wide, trembling eyes as if she were staring at some kind of cryptid rather than a fellow creator, Yutoa rubbed her forehead. Enough. Come with me. She and Erori had worked together Yutoa's novels, Erori's illustrations. They had a complicated bond. And despite how often they bickered, Yutoa didn't want to see this girl lose her mind over the truth. So she took the trembling golden-haired loser dog by the wrist and pulled her toward her room. She'd have to talk this woman down before Erori wandered off and touched something she absolutely shouldn't. As for Yukino and Asuna, they were completely absorbed in their sparring match. The fight was intense and evenly matched at least to an untrained eye. But the insiders all knew Asuna was still at a disadvantage. Yukino hadn't even used her long inus yet. She was fighting using only her own demonic power, not exactly holding back, but not going all out either. Meanwhile, Asuna had only been a devil for about a month. Even with phenomenal sword talent and her sacred gear blade blacksmith and extremely rare and powerful ability, her current level hadn't reached a proper low-class devil's standard yet, let alone mid-class. If Yukino released her sacred gear and went full power, Asuna wouldn't stand a chance. So Yukino wasn't using her sacred gear at all, just the full power of a devil. Even then, she stood among the elites of mid-class devils, more than enough to serve as Asuna's opponent. Of course, Yukino had to maintain control. If she gave Asuna an opening, the holy attribute of Asuna's holy sword would become lethal. Even a graze could flip the match instantly. For now, Asuna's swordsmanship was still developing. Her talent was clear, but she was still just beginning. Once her technique matured and she truly became a master swordswoman, the natural advantage of holy swords against devils would make her dangerous. At that point, even Yukino, maybe even Liao'll have to take her seriously, or risk getting overturned in an instant. Yutoa's growth was different from Asuna's entirely. Her sacred gear, Create World, was one of the most versatile abilities imaginable. It required immense tactical awareness and the ability to read the flow of battle, but in return she could attack, defend, control the field, support allies. Near limitless potential. And Yutoa herself was a natural genius with sacred gears, a novelist with an uncanny grasp of narrative flow and situational awareness. Even without a mentor, she had mastered her sacred gear instinctively. So despite Yutoa being a new servant for only a few days, Leo could already tell from the way she handled the ghouls in the familiar forest that she didn't need Yukino's level of obsessive study, nor Asuna's strict training. With enough guts and gimmicks, most devils her level simply wouldn't be able to touch her. Low-class devils wouldn't even be able to break her barriers. How were they supposed to win? In short, Yutoa's combat potential was enormous. Once she stabilized her strength, she might very well be able to stand toe-to-toe with Yukino when the latter went all out. But all of that was separate from the situation now. With Yukino and Asuna still focused on sparring, and Yutoa dragging Erori away, Mahira stood alone, silent for a long moment. Then she finally moved, taking a step forward and walking toward the center of the underground room. By that time, Leo had already returned to the study. He flipped through a mountain of books on sacred gears and balance breakers, hoping to find something that could help him shortcut the process. But the results were disappointing. Balance breakers. In the original story, it felt like everyone and their neighbor unlocked one. But outside that narrative, how many people had that kind of monstrous willpower, talent, combat experience, or sheer desperation? Anyone capable of reaching a balance breaker was, by definition, someone extraordinary, even if they were just a background character in canon. If their story were written out in full, they'd have arcs worth reading. There was no simple method to reach that level. Every method came with massive risks, harsh requirements, or dangerous flaws. Devils weren't particularly strong in sacred gear research. After reading for hours, Leo eventually gave up. In terms of sacred gears, devils are probably the weakest researchers among the 3 factions. He sighed. Among devils, angels, and fallen angels, devils were the farthest removed from the system of sacred gears. Angels were the closest. Sacred gears originated from the God of the Bible. The operating system still sat in heaven. The church was full of humans compatible with sacred gears. Their understanding ran deepest. Fallen angels, despite being heaven's traitors, were the most invested, mostly because their governor-general was obsessed with sacred gears and had created an entire research organization. They were now the greatest sacred gear experts in existence, even beyond heaven and the church. Devils, meanwhile, had only taken sacred gears seriously after the creation of the evil pieces. Before that, they treated humans like livestock. Only afterward did they begin reincarnating humans with sacred gears into devils. Out of the 3 factions, devils understood sacred gears the least. So it was no surprise Leo found nothing useful in the Eligos family's incomplete library. Should I actually try contacting the fallen angels? He grimaced. He had considered this before he even thought about approaching the Governor-General himself. Reveal Zenith Tempest, and the man would definitely be interested. But he was the Governor-General of the fallen angels. What if that interest turned into something dangerous? Leo wasn't confident he could even escape. That man was a 12-wing fallen angel capable of matching a Muklas existence. With all the trump cards he'd amassed through sacred gear research, he could overwhelm even the strongest devils. And Leo? He hadn't even reached Balance Breaker yet. What should I do? Leo walked out of the study, through the manor, and into the garden, still deep in thought. As he walked, he gradually noticed someone following behind him. "You came out too." He glanced back. His steps didn't slow. The person trailing silently behind him said nothing, just followed, step for step. Just like Leo had silently followed her in the rain that day. They ended up walking together quietly for a long time. Only then did she finally speak. "You didn't approach me last night because you suddenly wanted to turn me into a devil, did you? To make me your servant?" Mahiro asked softly. You can read up to chapter 131 on Patreon. 83, chapter 82 I'm going to become a devil. 83, chapter 82 I'm going to become a devil. Leo understood instantly Mahiro was bothered by the fact that he had clearly followed her yesterday with a purpose. She might look gentle, almost angelic, but her guard was always up. Toward strangers, toward the world she carried a constant, quiet vigilance. Deep down, she was far more sensitive than she let on, so things like this mattered to her. And she knew better than anyone that, with her circumstances, most people especially mean would approach her with an agenda. That wasn't something unique to Mahiro. All the so-called flowers of Sobuhai, Yukino included, shared this awareness. They all knew their looks attracted attention. Yukino was even a bit narcissistic about it. But among Sobuhai's 5 aloof beauties, only Mahiro was this sensitive, this wary. It had everything to do with her upbringing. So Leo didn't think her heightened caution was a bad thing at all. And he had no intention of hiding the truth. "I already told you yesterday, didn't I, Shiina-san?" Leo said without turning around. "When a devil sets their sights on you, they're not looking to date you, they want your soul." Mahiro hadn't understood that yesterday. Now she did. He wanted her as his servant, someone who'd give him her soul and everything else. "Why me?" Mahiro hesitated, then asked quietly. "It's not just because I look decent, right?" Before yesterday, she really might have thought so. But she now knew Yukino, Asuna, and Utah were all Leo's servants. Those 3 were just as beautiful as she was, if not more. Why would he bother with appearance alone? Unlike Yukino and the others, she didn't have a sacred gear. What could he possibly want from her? Leo had already told them that neither Mahiro nor Arari had a sacred gear, but he never explained what made him choose them. Not because he didn't want to, but he couldn't exactly tell them. "In my previous life, you were characters from an anime, and I picked you because you were heroines in the story I watched." He could reveal his mutated trait. He could reveal that he possessed the second strongest long inus in the world, but his past life was the one thing he would never reveal. So he spoke instead. "I think you have a potential others haven't noticed. Something like a force of destiny. It makes you someone who naturally becomes the center of things. That's what I value." "Sorry, I don't really get it." A faint disappointment flickered in Mahiro's eyes. She wanted a different answer. The one she'd always wanted to hear. And then she did. "Then let me put it another way." A voice cut in. Leo suddenly stopped walking, turned around, and faced Mahiro directly. Looking into those caramel-colored eyes, Leo smiled. "I need you. How about that?" Mahiro froze. Mahiro bit down on her lip. Emotion surged up inside her like a broken dam, so strong she almost cried on the spot. Yes, that was all she wanted to hear. She wanted to know that she wasn't unwanted. That she wasn't, like her mother always said, a child no one needed. If she were alone, or in her own room, she really would have cried. But here, she held it in. "If I become your servant, I won't belong to myself anymore." Mahiro's voice trembled. "Right. Once you become my servant, you belong to me," Leo said frankly. "You're not going to do anything weird to me, right?" Mahiro asked just as bluntly. "Who knows?" Leo laughed. "Maybe one day I'll want to." "You're very honest." Mahiro lifted her gaze, meeting Leo's amused eyes, and unexpectedly laughed too. "Aren't you afraid of scaring me off?" "A devil scaring someone off, isn't that normal?" Leo shrugged. "I'm already a devil, why hold back? Living by your desires, doing whatever you want, that's what a devil is." Hearing that, Mahiro started to think that maybe obeying a devil didn't sound so bad. If anything, it sounded a lot less suffocating than being human. Then Leo spoke again, his voice low and serious, carrying a strange warmth. "You should think carefully," he said. "Once you choose to become my servant, you'll never get the family love you want again. Even if your parents cared, they'd only be with you for a few decades. A devil lives for tens of thousands of years. You servants have to watch your human loved ones die one by one. The ones who stay with you through the long centuries won't be your parents. It'll be me and your fellow servants, your partners standing at my side." Those words struck Mahiro deeply. "The ones who'll stay with me for centuries, my partners." As Mahiro repeated those words softly, Leo extended his hand. A magic circle unfolded in his palm, and a glowing evil piece appeared. Its power was immense, far stronger than the pieces used to reincarnate Yukino, Asuna, or Utah. Leo stared at the piece for a long moment before handing it to Mahiro. She had already learned what it was from the memories he'd shared with her. She, too, stared at it for a long time. Images surged through her mind. A little girl sitting alone in an empty house. Her mother's disappointed face when she returned home. Her desperate efforts studying, training, trying to become worthy of attention. Her walking alone in the rain, surrounded by crowds yet feeling utterly abandoned. "You are not a child anyone needs." That sentence, which had carved itself into her heart, echoed again. By the time Mahiro came back to herself, her hand had already reached out for the crimson evil piece. If she accepted it, she wouldn't belong to herself anymore, she'd belong to the man before her. It was, unmistakably, a choice to fall. But she no longer had another choice. "If humans don't need me, then I'll stop being human. I'm not an angel, and I don't want to be one. I'm going to become a devil. To prove she wasn't unwanted, that became Mahira's new purpose. For that, the angel chose to become a devil. A soft hum filled the air. At that moment, a strange pulse erupted from Mahira's body. Leo's expression changed dramatically, his eyes lighting up with fierce brilliance. He knew that sensation. It was a sacred gear. A sacred gear awakening, faint, but unmistakable. Just as Mahira was about to accept the evil piece and undergo servant conversion, a sacred gear resonated with her heart and manifested inside her. And just like that, Mahira became a sacred gear wielder. Then the evil piece in her hand burst with blinding light. The power flaring from it was second only to Yukino's, perhaps even surpassing it. Bang! The piece shattered the moment Mahira touched it, dissolving into particles of light that sank into her body. Devil wings burst open on her back, completely changing the angelic aura she once had. And then, trait, servant conversion activating. Received basic feedback demonic power, large amount, dot. Received rank feedback rank, 8 wing. Received bonus feedback sacred gear, balance breaker, dot. As those messages flowed into Leo's mind, devil wings unfurled from his back as well. But unlike Mahira's single pair, or the 3 pairs he originally had, he now spread a full 4 pairs. By reincarnating Mahira as a devil, Leo had finally broken through, becoming an 8-wing ultimate class devil. The demonic power that had been just one step away from evolving surged forward, not only crossing the threshold into ultimate class devil, but climbing significantly beyond it. But even that wasn't the real reward he received. The greatest gift was the sudden flood of visions appearing in his mind. Inside him, Zenith Tempest stirred, resonating with an unknown force, passing down the memories of all its past wielders. But this time, it wasn't about how they fought. It was about the moment each of them reached the realm of Balance Breaker. Someone awakening in absolute despair. Someone going mad through sheer obsession. Someone rising again with unwavering resolve. Someone training endlessly, day and night, until their will transformed. Leo experienced it all as if he had lived their lives himself, feeling every struggle, every breakthrough, every heartbeat of the power called Zenith Tempest. 84, Chapter 83 Holy Relics. 84, Chapter 83 Holy Relics. Boom! A violent burst shook the quiet manor, the shockwave rumbling through the ground. What? In that instant, Yukino and Asuna stopped their training in the basement, Yutoa and Erori froze mid-conversation in their room, and even Musashiwa hadn't gotten out of bed yet sprang up, all of them turning toward the same direction. What's happening? Erori panicked, clueless about what had occurred. The others, however, sensed it clearly. A surge of demonic power. A sacred gear's fluctuation. And the air heating rapidly, the temperature inside the manor rising by the second. All of it came from one place. The garden. Yukino called out and flew toward it. Asuna blinked in surprise, then followed. Yutoa also wanted to rush over, but after seeing Erori flailing helplessly, she sighed and dragged her along. The group of girls arrived at the garden and froze. It was engulfed in purple flames. Those purple flames burned freely in the air, swallowing the entire garden in a sea of violet fire. What is this? Yukino, Asuna, and Yutoa all went pale. The moment the purple flames entered their sight, their bodies trembled instinctively as though facing a natural enemy. It felt similar to confronting the holy sword. Asuna could create an overwhelming sense of hostility. I didn't expect to see this here. Musashi's quiet voice pulled the girls back to themselves. The swordswoman stepped out of the main building, eyes fixed on the flames, her expression tense. Sensei. Asuna quickly asked, you know what this purple fire is? Of course. It's infamous. Musashi exhaled, unsure whether to laugh or sigh. You may not have seen it before, but for devils, it's even more terrifying than a holy sword. With its power and reputation, there's hardly a devil who doesn't fear it. You must have at least heard its name. Incinerate Anthem. At that name, everyone except the still confused Erori stiffened. Incinerate Anthemony of the 13 Long Inus, ranked 8th. Its fame came not only from being a Long Inus, it was also a holy relics. Holy spear, holy grail, holy nails, holy shroud, holy cross. Artifacts tied to God himself, revered by heaven and the church alike. Each one was a high-grade holy object, more sacred than even the highest-tier holy swords. Among the 13 Long Inus, 3 evolved from these holy relics. True Long Inus, Sephiroth Grawl, and Incinerate Anthem. Incinerate Anthem originated from the Holy Cross. Its wielder could release a cross-shaped purple holy flame intensely hot, laced with powerful divine and purifying power. For devils, grim reapers, vampires, yokai, even a touch could be fatal. So this purple fire is the holy flame from Incinerate Anthem. Yukino narrowed her eyes. Frost gathered around her, revealing her agitation. A Long Inus ranked above her absolute demise. Why would the Holy Cross's wielder appear here? Yutoa held Erori's hand tightly, stunned. No clue. Musashi's tension finally faded, replaced with her usual casual grin. Guess we'll have to ask the owner. The moment she said that, the flames shifted. They surged inward, as if being drawn to something. From within the parting purple fire, 2 figures emerged, Leo and Shiina Mahiro, walking hand in hand. The entire garden's fire flowed toward Shiina Mahiro and merged into her body. At that, everyone understood. Shiina-san is the Holy Cross's wielder. Asuna cried out. How's that possible? I thought she didn't have a sacred gear. Yukino and Erori were stunned. As Shiina-san. Erori finally snapped out of her confusion, staring blankly at the girl surrounded by divine purple flames. What was going on? Was this Kawarhei not just an ordinary person like her? How did she suddenly turn divine the moment she stepped outside? Looks like the Holy Cross chose her. Musashi watched Mahiro with interest. Incinerate Anthem, despite being the 4th-ranked Longinus, was unique. Most sacred gears and Longinus were governed by Heaven's automatic artifact system. Even angels couldn't control their assignment. But Incinerate Anthem was different. It moved by its own will, choosing hosts autonomously. When a host died, it personally selected the next never through the system. Clearly, the Holy Cross had chosen Shiina Mahiro, turning a particular kind of human into the newest Longinus wielder. Your servant's luck is something else, Leo-sama. Musashi shook her head, half impressed, half speechless. She could already tell Shiina Mahiro had been reincarnated as a devil, becoming Leo's servant just before awakening as a Longinus wielder. I was pretty shocked too. Leo held Mahiro's still dazed hand and smiled helplessly. He hadn't expected that the legendary Holy Cross would choose her. He had recruited her to test whether his trait could affect reincarnated devils drawing in dormant sacred gears. But Incinerate Anthem acted on its own will. There was no telling whether it came because of her nature or because of him. Either way, Leo's experiment had succeeded, even if in an unexpected way. Not only the type proved another suspicion of his. A protagonist was a protagonist. Only a chosen child could go from ordinary but unusual human Longinus wielder in a single step. It was practically destiny. And Leo, who had taken her as his servant, earned enormous returns because of it. A Longinus ranked above absolute demise. A holy relic. This time, his feedback was undeniably greater than what he received from Yukino. His demonic power advanced into the ultimate class devil tier, not barely, but pushing well past the threshold. His devil rank rose to 8 wing. And the sacred gear. Thinking of the unreal, almost dreamlike experience just moments ago, Leo nearly drifted again. Whether he was the current wielder of Zenith Tempest or one of its countless predecessors, that had been a question haunting him for a long time. And now, without warning, it had been resolved. Guess that's how the world works sometimes. Leo couldn't help smiling. Musashi watched him, then glanced at his servants, 12 Longinus wielders, 2 rare sacred gear users, and Leo himself, who possessed a Longinus as well. What kind of monster team was this? She couldn't even imagine what this group would become once they grew stronger, or how the Underworldites' 3 major powers and the entire devil faction would react. And they weren't even done recruiting yet. It was honestly exciting. Say hi to everyone, Mahira, Leo said, gently pushing Shiina forward. Hello, senpai. Shiina Mahira finally snapped out of her daze. Feeling the familiar power circulating through her and sensing the changes within, she bowed nervously. I'm Shiina Mahiro, 1st year, and Leo Eligo's Bishop Peace. She bowed deeply. Please take care of me from now on. 100p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 85, chapter 84, An Uncrossable Distance. Chapter 84, An Uncrossable Distance. Evening sunlight spilled across the sky, staining the clouds red one by one until the whole horizon glowed with sunset colors. The manor had quieted down again. The purple flames that once filled the garden had vanished without a trace, and the temperature had returned to normal as if nothing had happened at all. But of course, that was an illusion. Mahiro had already gone back to her apartment to pack her things. Leo had officially transferred one of the manor rooms to the angel girl, so she would soon move in like the other servants and become part of the household. Yukino and Asuna wanted to help her move, but Mahiro declined. I want to say goodbye to my past with my own hands. She left after that. Both Yukino and Asuna sensed something in her tone and expression. Without speaking further, they returned to the basement and resumed training. As for Yuta, she walked airily out of the manor. The two were saying their goodbyes. You really don't want us to arrange a car to take you home? Yuta leaned against the gate, arms crossed. No. Arari shot her a glare, sounding annoyed. I need time to sort my head out. If I go back like this, my mom is definitely going to see through me. Today had hit Arari far too hard. She needed time to calm down. You're just overthinking. Yuta's sharp tongue showed itself instantly. When I first learned about all this, I didn't fall apart like you. That's because you're thick-skinned. Arari fired back without hesitation. Normal people don't just accept all this right away. And you're definitely not normal. I'm not even human anymore. Yuta shrugged casually. I'm a devil now. You've always been a devil. Arari muttered, even without all this, you're still the witch of Kazuma Jayaka. Aren't you the real loser here? Yuta raised an eyebrow, smiling without warmth. Who was it that kept insisting the 3 of us were fooled, and only she and Shiina-san were still normal? Well, Shiina-san has joined us too. Sobu-Hi's aloof beauties now number 4 while you're all alone. That's a textbook loser outcome, you know. Arari froze, speechless. You might as well join us. Yuta said lightly. You're a blonde loser, but I don't think our president would mind taking you as a servant. Arari refused instantly. You go be someone's servant. To Arari, willingly becoming someone else's servant was something only an idiot would do, especially for a pretty boy like Leo's group becoming a servant to a girl their age. That was practically encouraging someone to commit a crime. Why lower your own value like that? Of course, Arari didn't know the full story behind Yukino, Asuna, and the others. She didn't know Yukino and Asuna had died and been resurrected by Leo, repaying him with the life they shouldn't have had. That wasn't hard to understand. Yuta herself had chosen reincarnation willingly, but she was a sacred gear wielder. The church could view her as dangerous, unpredictable. If she joined the wrong faction later, she could be eliminated before she caused trouble. Her choice made sense. But Mahiro? Arari truly couldn't understand. Mahiro didn't need saving. She had no threat to her life. Her circumstances weren't desperate. Her family situation was enviable. Her appearance and grades were exceptional. She was the kind of flawless girl adored by everyone, so why would she give up her humanity and become someone else's servant? What was she after? Was she bored with being human? Arari couldn't wrap her head around it. Immortality, supernatural power, eternal youth, those were tempting. But if the price was becoming someone else's servant, Arari would pass. And that was the crucial difference between her and Mahiro. Mahiro had nearly lost hope in reality. Arari was still content with her life. Her family was warm. Her daily life was peaceful. She could draw illustrations and manga she loved. She had everything she wanted, nothing worth throwing away. Eternal life wasn't something she cared about. She was young, her future was bright. Why give up her freedom just to become a devil? Arari had never once resented her life. She was satisfied, so there was no reason for her to ever think about becoming someone's servant, let alone giving up her humanity to become a devil, a target for the church. Yeah, you have no reason to choose this path. Yuta didn't find Arari's rejection strange at all. It made sense for someone like her to refuse. In fact, that was how normal modern people thought. In this era, people already complained about being corporate slaves. Becoming someone's servant? Much worse. If Yuta weren't a sacred gear wielder destined to step into the supernatural world, if she weren't someone whose power might someday cause disaster, she'd never have considered becoming a servant either. Even if she had a slightly less comfortable life, she still wouldn't. But fate had already chosen her. With a sacred gear like Create World, rare and powerful, she would inevitably end up on multiple factions' radar. Eventually, she'd be forced to pick a side. So why not choose someone she at least knew? Yes, becoming a servant might feel demeaning, but it wasn't like Yuta hadn't put in the effort. She tried approaching the church, and the church rejected her. What was she supposed to do? Yuta was proud, very proud. People at Sobu High were drawn to her, countless boys confessed to her, and she turned them all down brutally, sending them running with their egos crushed. That kind of girl becoming a servant to a boy her age? If you told the old Yuta that, she would have laughed in your face. But she was also rational. Everything has a cost. Nothing comes without payment. So after being stonewalled by the church, she came to observe Leo. After seeing what devil life was actually like, she took his evil pieces. And the result wasn't bad at all. Despite being a servant, Leo never acted superior. He treated them casually, comfortably, like equals. Being a devil hadn't ruined her life. If anything, it made it more interesting. She had supernatural power. She'd visited the underworld. She contracted a familiar. She saw countless things she once thought only existed in Story-san. For a novelist, it was intoxicating. So intoxicating, in fact, that her writer's block vanished. She had already finished the draft of Love Metronome Volume 7, and her editor loved it. She couldn't wait to show it to the person she once called the harshest critic, just to see what score he'd give her this time. All in all, Yuta was content. She had no complaints. Their conversation faded into silencion that was complicated and heavy. I'm leaving. Arari looked at Yuta with a complicated expression, then spoke. Take care of yourself. With that, Arari turned and walked into the distance. Yuta watched her back disappear. For a moment, it felt like an uncrossable distance had formed between them. One stood at the manor gates, the other walked farther and farther away. Their paths were diverging, maybe forever, leaving a faint loneliness in Yuta's chest. You're not as rational as you think. Yuta let out a small, self-mocking laugh, but she quickly steadied herself. Once Arari's silhouette vanished completely, Yuta turned around and headed back to her new home. 100p.s for another extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 86, chapter 85, The Hidden Master Chef. 86, chapter 85, The Hidden Master Chef. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night slowly settled in. The sky, once glowing with the colors of sunset, faded completely into darkness. By now, the streets had begun to empty. People were either heading home to have dinner with their families or gathering in restaurants for evening meals, filling the night city with a gentle warmth. It wouldn't be long before most of the city fell asleep. But for devils, this was when they truly came alive. Alright, let's welcome Mahiro to the team. Inside the mansion's dining hall, Leo's call marked the start of a small welcome party. Welcome, Shiina-san. Welcome. Eat whatever you want. Don't hold back. Yuta was the first to respond to Leo. Yukino hesitated for a beat but still spoke up, a little stiff. Only Asuna smiled warmly at Mahiro and guided her closer. The long dining table was piled high with dishes steaming hot, fragrant, and beautifully arranged. But these weren't made by the mansion's familiar chefs. Asuna had cooked everything herself. Leo had come up with the idea of hosting a welcome party on a whim, but Asuna had immediately shown interest. She volunteered to take charge, rushed into the kitchen, and ended up preparing an entire feast. Thank you, senpai. At first, Mahiro seemed a bit tense, as if she wasn't used to such a lively atmosphere, but her pure smile soon broke through as she accepted everyone's kindness. Is there udon? There should be, right? Musashi was here too, and she had the nerve to place an order. She looked at her disciple with a face full of expectation, practically glowing with longing. There is, sensei. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Asuna respectfully set a bowl of udon in front of Musashi, earning an immediate cheer from her. Nothing beats udon. She happily slurped her noodles, and the others started digging in as well. This is amazing. Kazuma Jayaka Yuta praised between bites. Your cooking really is the best, Asuna. Living alone, both Yuta and Yukino knew how to cook for themselves. But compared to Asuna, at least in terms of skill, Yuta readily admitted defeat. She was convinced that among everyone in the manor, Asuna's cooking stood at the top, possibly even outshining the familiar chefs. But Asuna didn't see it that way. Yukino's cooking is great too. I don't think I can beat her. Her words immediately shifted everyone's attention toward Yukino. She wasn't wrong. Yukino might be aloof, sharp-tongued, and cool-tempered, but no one could deny her competence. She cooked well, she handled housework perfectly, she excelled to the point of near flawlessness. Asuna was good too, but she had only begun seriously studying cooking after reaching high school. She had developed an interest while her family, claiming it was good practice for becoming a bride someday, didn't stop her. But even now, Asuna had been cooking for barely 2 years. Compared to Yukino, who was skilled in all household arts, she felt lacking. Your cooking is already excellent, Asuna. Yukino said calmly. Even if I were the one cooking today, it would probably turn out about the same. She was capable, yes, but she wasn't a professional chef. She didn't think she could surpass Asuna by much. Both of you are amazing, alright. Yutoa suddenly felt like she had taken a loss in the competent young woman category and muttered in mild frustration. She was probably the worst cook among the boys and girls here. Her cooking wasn't terrible, but compared to Yukino and Asunawa were both naturally talented, there was no competition. And honestly, as a future novelist, she treasured her delicate hands far too much to subject them to heavy kitchen labor. Typing was more her style. So Yutoa had never seriously studied cooking. She might not be worse than boys who didn't cook at all, but compared to these two masters, she was hopelessly outmatched. The fact that even the newcomer might surpass her didn't help her mood. I remember you're really good at cooking too, aren't you? Leo asked, holding a perfectly balanced piece of hamburger steak with his chopsticks, smiling at Mahiro. I'm okay. Mahiro replied modestly. If senpai is interested, I can cook sometime. This angelic girl might actually be the hidden master chef in the room. After all, she'd been formally trained since childhood. Someone who used to take care of her once told her that if she wanted to win the heart of someone she liked in the future, she needed good cooking skills. So among everyone here, Mahiro was likely the one who had studied cooking the longest, longer even than Yukino or Asuna. Hey, Shiina-chan, can you cook something for me sometime? Musashi, actual age and seniority the highest in the room, had no shame whatsoever. She openly admitted she knew nothing about cooking besides holding a sword, and she looked at Mahiro with bright, expectant eyes. I want Odin. Mahiro was a bit overwhelmed by Musashi's enthusiasm and hesitated in confusion, unsure whether to agree. She still didn't know Musashi's true identity or what kind of figure she was around here. Okay, sensei, eat your udon first. Asuna stepped in to rescue Mahiro. She smiled helplessly at Musashi. I'll make Odin for you next time. Right. Musashi cheered again. She didn't care who made it, good food was good food. Pure-hearted as always. If you want to cook later, there will be plenty of opportunities. Leo said lazily as he picked up another tender piece of fish. I've decided, from now on, whenever we get a new servant, we'll hold a welcome party. They hadn't done it before because they had too few members and it wasn't necessary, but now Leo had exactly 4 servants, so celebrating each new addition wasn't too much trouble. It also helped strengthen bonds and prevented the group from feeling distant despite their numbers. That's a great idea. I approve. Asuna clasped her hands together excitedly. Agreed. Yukino thought for a moment, then nodded. She didn't love lively gatherings, but she didn't dislike them either. And if she needed to cook, she wouldn't mind helping. So I just joined at the perfect time. Yutoa muttered, bewildered. She had only joined a few days ago and yet all the new members after her were getting welcome parties. It felt unfair. You're looking at it wrong. Musashi laughed. Isn't it great that you get to attend every welcome party and enjoy the food? Yutoa shot her a glare. The group continued chatting and eating, the atmosphere warm and lively. If the students at Academy saw this, they would surely be stunned. A boy with the highest popularity at school, 4 of the Academy's most untouchable beauties, and even the legendary swordswoman Al gathered around a table, eating like a close-knit family. No one would ever have guessed such a scene existed. Mahiro certainly hadn't. Watching everyone, she felt something rise in her chest, an emotion she had never experienced before. She had never eaten at such a warm, rowdy table in her life. Her parents never cared for her, and the servants at home would never dine with her. For 16 years, she had almost always eaten alone, surrounded by cold silence. So this warmth and joy was entirely new. Is this what it feels like to become a devil? Mahiro wondered quietly as her expression softened into a radiant smile. Once everyone was full, the cleanup was left to the familiars. Then Leo announced something before leaving. Next weekend, I'll be taking all of you to Kyowa Academy. You'll meet 2 friends who live there. He had put off telling them until now. Kyowa Academy. Is this about Shidori-senpai? Yukino and Asuna reacted immediately. Both had met Shidori-sona before. Yes. Leo nodded. You'll be meeting Sona and another high-class devil's servants. It'll be a good chance to interact. So make sure you're prepared. Don't embarrass the Eligo's servants. They're all devils of the new generation. You'll probably end up working together in the future, so it's good to meet early. With that, Leo left the dining room, leaving the rest to discuss among themselves. The rest of them exchanged glances before standing up one by one. Shiina-san, I'll take you to the study. Okay, thank you, Yukinashida-senpai. Asuna, want to spar with me later? Sure, please go easy on me, Yutoa-senpai. Everyone scattered, each heading off to improve themselves. The night carried on, warm and peaceful, something few devils ever experienced. 200p.s for another extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 87, chapter 86, what kind of ridiculous questions are these? The next day. A tragedy befell the students of Sobu High. The first-year spring flower angel, Mahira, submitted her application to the Department of Mystical Affairs this morning and officially became a member. The moment this news spread, the students who had already seen the school's various ice-cold beauties get into Leo's private car yesterday and leave with him fell completely silent. Then, silence gave way to despair. No, this has to be fake. Why would even the Angel-sama join the Department of Mystical Affairs? What the hell is going on with that club? How did it steal away so many of our school's flowers? Don't tell me Eligo-senpai actually mastered some mysterious power and hypnotized them. I refuse to accept this. The reaction was intense, extremely intense. After all, each of Sobyo High's 5 school beauties had their own charm, gentle, elegant, refined, cool. They covered the taste of almost every student. No matter what kind of girl one liked, there was always at least one to fall for. So aside from a few exceptions, nearly every student belonged to one of these flower fan clubs, and many members were girls themselves. Their supporters practically filled the entire school. But now, with these flowers joining the Department of Mystical Affairs one after another, the supporters were almost wiped out in a single sweep. By early morning, countless students had crowded the hallway outside the club room. Some came to gather information, some to observe, and some thinking they were clever came hoping to join the club themselves. The corridor was packed shoulder to shoulder. The commotion even alarmed teachers, who rushed over in attempts to restore order. Naturally, Leo and the rest of the Department of Mystical Affairs members were bombarded with questions again, especially Mahiro, who was surrounded the entire day with no way to escape. I joined because Eligo-senpai invited me. I thought the Department of Mystical Affairs seemed interesting, so I decided to become a member. Mahiro didn't know how many times she repeated this explanation, but no one believed her. The Department of Mystical Affairs interesting? What exactly was interesting about it? What did it have that lured so many school beauties in one after another? That was the answer everyone wanted, but Leo and the other club members brushed off every question. It drove the students insane. Some even reported it to teachers, but the result was the same as always: nothing came of it. And so, the students could only wallow in helplessness. You guys just want to know what the club actually does, right? Shouldn't that be allowed? They must be doing something they can't tell anyone. Why else hide it? Is that the mysterious part of the Department of Mystical Affairs? Enough. I've had it. Who's brave enough to go check the club after school with me? You're coming. Add me. I'm in too. I'm too curious to endure this. At this point, the Department of Mystical Affairs had captured everyone's attention, students and teachers alike. Everyone wanted to pull back the veil and see what lay beneath. This obscure club with a strange name had suddenly overshadowed all other popular clubs at Sobu High. It became the hottest and most talked about group in school. Dozens of people tried asking about club requirements, and Mahira's group eventually shoved the responsibility onto Leo. If you want to join our club, you have to pass the president's screening. At once, Leo became the center of the school once more, besieged by questions. Leo, of course, responded lazily. He tossed a questionnaire into the crowd. There are 100 questions. If you can answer half correctly, you can join. Everyone eagerly took a sheet, then immediately froze. Do you believe devils exist? What do you think is mysterious? What do you think the underworld is like? If a beautiful girl suddenly appears before you, would you date her, or would you rather make her your servant? And so on. An entire sheet filled with these kinds of questions. What in the hell could any human possibly answer these? There weren't even standard answers. Whoever wrote these questions couldn't be serious, right? Was this Chuyuni nonsense? Delusion? Some seventh dimension quiz only non-humans could solve? The students ranted in their hearts, but in the end, they still tried answering. After all, the Department of Mystical Affairs studied supernatural stuff. Maybe these were topics they wanted to discuss? Even if they didn't believe in the supernatural, they could still make something up. Half the questions, easy. They'd seen enough anime and urban legends. But then naturally, every single one of them failed miserably. WHY? I thought I answered pretty well. I swear that question was from a fairy tale. How did I get it wrong? I'm telling you, they're messing with us. But Leo wasn't messing with anyone. These questions did have real answers based on actual facts he knew. Sure, a few contained his personal bias, but that didn't make them fake. If anyone managed to get even half right, that meant they weren't from the human world. Therefore, qualified to join. At least Arari, who received the questionnaire, felt she could answer more than half correctly. After all, she'd received all the relevant information from Leo's transmitted memories last night, which was why Arari couldn't help but speak up. Give up. It's impossible for you to pass. Forget about joining the Department of Mystical Affairs. That place is full of devils they won't associate with ordinary humans like us. But instead of discouraging people, Arari's advice only made them more suspicious of her. Sawamura-san, don't tell me you want to join too. Yeah, Sawamura-san is the last remaining ice flower. You have to be careful. Don't let Eligo-senpai steal every flower from our school. You even got into his car yesterday, didn't tell me. Voices piled on from every direction, nearly forcing Arari's true personality to slip out. They were trying to console her, but somehow she felt even worse. The word loser drifted through her mind. Every other ice flower had joined the Department of Mystical Affairs except her. Wasn't that the very definition of a loser? No, I'm not a loser. I'm a winner in life. Arari screamed internally as she forced a shaky smile and replied, Don't worry, I already joined the art club. I'm not joining any other club. Finally, the chaos around her calmed. Unbeknownst to the students, Leo had already given up on her. Leave the last one for the mundane world. It's kind of pitiful. He'd already earned the sweet treasure that was Mahiro, and Utah had confirmed that Erori wasn't someone he intended to recruit anyway. Besides, she was a hentai artist if she joined. They'd have to worry about her ruining the Legos family's dignity someday. Sobuhai's resources are almost dried up. Time to look toward the academy instead. Leo wasn't rushing, though. Right now, strengthening his existing servants and his own power was more urgent. He had enough servants already, they needed time to grow, and he needed to give them attention so they could reach their full potential. Only then could he safely expand further. It's time to accelerate Yukino and the others' growth. Thinking of the chaos the future might bring, Leo made up his mind. But before that, they had to complete the trip to Kua Academy. With that plan in mind, Leo refrained from making any major moves for a while, letting the uproar around the Department of Mystical Affairs slowly fade. But just because he stayed still, didn't mean everyone else did. Somewhere deep within a shadow no one could perceive, something unknown began to stir. In an alternate dimension within the human world, a space completely undetectable, isolated from the living world. At the center of that space lay a sea of corpses and blood. The corpses belonged to monsters. The blood belonged to monsters. Countless bodies formed mountains, their blood pooled into a red ocean, painting the space like a slice of hell. From the heart of that sea, a figure dripping with blood slowly stepped out. Congratulations, you've mastered a new power. Someone approached her with a smile. Now, I can go out, right? The blood-soaked nun stared at the newcomer, expressionless. Of course, we never intended to imprison you. The man smiled. But are you sure you want to cause trouble for those people now? You're still in hiding. None of the major factions know you exist. If you go out now, you might expose everything. His warning went ignored. We agreed already. You won't stop me. The blood-soaked nun walked past him, determined. The other sighed helplessly. Fine, just try not to pick a fight with devils while you're at it. For now, I won't. Without another word, the bloodied nun vanished into the void. 88, Chapter 87. Am I not allowed to feel proud yet? The world was always turbulent, peace never lasted for long, and waves always followed calm waters. Leo still had no idea that a certain acquaintance was about to return, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care much. What mattered to him more was the future growth of his servants, especially the newly joined Mahiro. This angel who had willingly abandoned her identity as an angel was, like him and Yukino, a Longinu's wielder, and her Longinus ranked even higher than Yukino's, instantly making her potential the highest among all Elego's servants. Leo couldn't possibly overlook that. So for the past several days, Leo personally handled Mahira's training. Just like he did with Yukino in the beginning, he taught her how to control demonic power, how to use her sacred gear, and even supervised her nighttime devil activities. It was exactly like when he first brought Yukino under him, practically a hand-holding immersion into the world of devils. Mahira studied earnestly. She could feel Leo's seriousness, and she could feel deep-lied warmth of being expected and needed. For someone who had grown up without love, she fell for this feeling almost immediately. Originally, Mahira's true personality leaned toward sensitive, wary, and distant. The gentle angel persona everyone knew was nothing but an act. But under Leo's guidance, she became increasingly obedient when facing him. Her eyes softened, her expressions relaxed, and slowly, she began to resemble an actual angel. Gentle, kind, pure traits others attributed to her but she never believed belonged to her. Perhaps these were her true nature after all, just hidden until she met someone she could genuinely trust. It wasn't the nickname that was wrong. It was her name that didn't match her heart. Leo, of course, knew none of this. He simply valued her potential. After all, Incinerate Anthemony of the three great holy relics was a top-tier sacred gear, surpassing even Asuna's blade blacksmith in purifying in holy power. Its threat to devils was overwhelming, making it an ultimate weapon in the truest sense. And Mahira's talent after reincarnating as a devil was exceptional. Once Leo granted her the bishop piece, her demonic power instantly surpassed Asuna and Utah, becoming second only to Yukino. Thanks to the bishop's demonic power amplification trait, she reached the level of a mid-class devil immediately after reincarnation, roughly equal to Yukino's starting level. And being an honors student like Yukino, also ranked first in her grade, her learning ability was naturally top-tier. So in Leo's hands-on training, she absorbed knowledge like a sponge. But unlike Yukino, Mahira focused primarily on her sacred gear rather than devil power. Yukino's sacred gear and devil abilities complemented each other. The stronger her demonic power, the stronger her sacred gear output. Mahiro was the opposite. Her sacred gear was a holy relic, highest rank of holy artifact. Not only did it not complement demonic power, it clashed with it. So she trained its purification and holy power directly, while treating her demonic power as nothing more than fuel for activation. Unfortunately, Mahiro had been a devil for too short a time, and unlike Utawaho had perfect conditions for her sacred gear, Mahiro lacked natural compatibility. By the time the weekend arrived, her control over Incinerate Anthem was still rough. She could only activate and retract it. At that level, she couldn't even threaten a battle-hardened mid-class devil. At best, she could bully low-class devils with weak combat ability. Even so, considering she reached that level in less than a week, Leo was genuinely satisfied. Leo suspected that with her talent, she would soon catch up to Yukino and the others, becoming yet another powerful servant under his banner. Soon enough, the weekend arrived. Before the rumors at Sobu High completely faded, the school welcomed another break. On Saturday, in the basement of Leo's manor, the Elego's servants gathered together. Is everyone ready? Leo looked at his 4 servants, and the corners of his lips lifted uncontrollably, admiring them like an artist admiring their masterpiece. There was unmistakable pride in his eyes. And who could blame him? Standing before Leo were his 4 servants Yukino, Asuna, Yutwa, and Mahiro, one stunning in their own unique way. All 4 had changed out of their school uniforms and into casual clothes. Yukino wore a pale blue dress with pleated edges, its hem just below her knees. She paired it with sandals, a ribbon around her wrist, and her long black hair was tied into a single ponytail radiating the refreshing elegance of a high school girl. Asuna wore a white top and short skirt, complemented by long socks and boots. Her hairstyle had changed slightly, and she wore a familiar necklace, simple yet refined, with the aura of a graceful young lady from a wealthy family. Yuta wore a white headband and a stylish academy-inspired dress. White stockings covered her legs, and black shoes finished the look, her charm practically overflowing. As for Mahiro, her outfit hardly differed from usual, a simple lace-edged top and a short skirt that showed her calves, white sneakers, and her long flaxen hair tied into 2 neat bundles in front. She looked impossibly pure, so angelic that nobody would guess she was a devil now. The 4 beautiful girls stood together, each with their own beauty, aura, and style. Their looks, figures, and presence were impeccable. Combined with such carefully chosen outfits, they created a scene more dazzling than any painting. Seeing this breathtaking lineup, how could Leo possibly keep his smile down? And the thought that all these beautiful girls were his servant show, could he not feel proud? Don't look so smug. Yukino shot him a faint glare. I know how you feel, but please remember what you said earlier. Don't embarrass the Elego's house, okay? You really think you're that amazing, Devil-kun? Yuta folded her arms, smirking. Managing to recruit all 4 of Yusi's, that's pretty lucky of you. Is my outfit really okay, though? Asuna looked a bit worried. Won't it make the president look less respectable? Don't worry, Asuna-senpai. Mahiro said gently. You look beautiful dressed like this. Senpai's reaction already proves it. Their voices overlapped, soft, cool, lively, elegant. The harmony was like a symphony, soothing to the ears. What, you think I'm not allowed to feel proud? Leo laughed openly, not the slightest bit ashamed. With 4 beautiful girls as my servants, just imagining taking you all out to meet others makes me feel like my life is already complete. Isn't that reasonable? The girls didn't answer, but they all shared a quiet smile. Clearly, Leo's words pleased them, and he wasn't wrong. Taking this lineup anywhere would never embarrass him. Even if their destination was Kua Town's once famous female academy, and even though Sona and Rias along with their servants were an abundance of beautiful women, Leo still didn't feel like he would lose in terms of presence. With that thought, pride swelled in his chest, and he unconsciously swung his hand. Since everyone's ready, let's head out. He stepped into the center of the magic circle first. The girls exchanged a glance before stepping into formation, 2 on his left, 2 on his right. Yukino and Yuta to the left. Asuna and Mahiro to the right, all slightly closer to him than normal, surrounding him like a protective formation with Leo unmistakably at the center. Zing! The magic circle lit up as demonic power flowed into it. Red light swallowed them, and their bodies dissolved into particles of light, vanishing from the manor. In another room of the mansion, where she had been napping, Miyamoto Musashi's eyes snapped open. They've already gone. The beautiful swordswoman scratched her head and looked in the direction of Kua Town, her eyes flickering faintly. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Was it an illusion, or was something truly about to happen? A swordsman's intuition was always sharp. After thinking it over, Musashi decided to act. Just in case, I'll notify the underworld. A small magic circle expanded above her palm as she began her transmission. Kanagawa Prefecture, Kua Town, Kua Academy Student Council Office. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered inside the office. They stood separated into 2 groups, each clustered around a beautiful girl, clearly the center of their respective circles. Zing! When red light bloomed from the magic circle on the floor, one of the girls stood up. They're here. Sona Satrai's calm announcement drew everyone's attention to the glowing center. There Leo and his servants appeared one after another, stepping into view. Extra chapter. 200 more P.S for another one. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 89, chapter 88. The good impression they formed of each other. The student council office at Kua Academy wasn't large, but it wasn't cramped either. When Leo arrived with his group of 5, they found around a dozen people gathered inside. Some were sitting, others standing, yet the room still didn't feel crowded. It held everyone with ease. Leo. Sona stepped forward, her cool expression softened by a faint smile. Sona. Leo met her gaze and walked out of the magic circle with a smile of his own. Welcome to Kua Academy, servants of Elegos. Sabeki came over as well, offering a formal greeting on Sona's behalf. Hello, Sabeki-senpai. Long time no see, Sabeki-senpai. Yukino and Asuna, who had met Sabeki before, greeted her warmly. Yutoa and Mahira stood quietly to the side, observing everything in silence. These are the new servants you recruited. Once Sona and Leo finished exchanging pleasantries, her gaze immediately moved to Yutoa and Mahiro. Light reflected off her glasses. That's right. My rook, Kazuma Jayaka Yutoa, and my new bishop, Shiina Mahiro. Leo introduced them. I am Elegos' rook Kazuma Jayaka Yutoa. I am Elegos' bishop Shiina Mahiro. It was obvious the two had prepared in advance. Neither looked nervous as they bowed using the etiquette low-class devils used toward high-class devils. Nice to meet you both. I am the heir to the Satrai house, Sona Satrai. You can also call me Sona Shidori. Sona nodded to them, then gestured for the people around her to gather. Let me introduce my servants as well. Sona had more servants than Leah, 6 in total. First was her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, who needed no further explanation. Next was her rook, Yurit Tsubasa, a tall girl with shoulder-length hair and a sharp, spirited presence. Rumors said she excelled at hand-to-hand combat. Then came her 2 bishops, Kusaka Rhea, gentle and elegant in demeanor, and Hanakai Momo, a mature-looking beauty with silver hair. Her knight was Meguri Tomo, a slender girl carrying a katana. Like Tsubaki, she came from an exorcist family. And finally, her pawn Nenura Ruriko, a cute girl with twin ponytails and big round eyes. These were Sona's current servants, and like Leo's group, all of them were female. Good day, Eligos-senpai. Good day, Eligos-san. The girls all bowed to Leo. Some looked stiff and formal, some overly serious, and a few seemed relaxed, but all of them greeted him with clear admiration. Leo didn't put on any airs, he waved at them cheerfully, radiating bright, sunny energy. That alone made several younger girls blush. They stared at Leo with open curiosity and excitement, as though finally seeing the person they had always wanted to meet. If the setting weren't so formal, they might have screamed on the spot and rushed together in excitement. And honestly, it wasn't far off. Those who served under Sona had already heard plenty about Leo from Sona and Tsubaki. They knew their master had a close male friend, someone she kept in frequent contact with. This alone had stirred their curiosity greatly. After all, Sona was famously an untouchable ice queen. At school or in private, she never showed romantic interest in anyone. Despite her high popularity, girls admired her only from afar, too intimidated to get close. Her past engagement, their only remotely close relationship, had been shattered when she defeated her fiancé in chess, after which he never dared show his face again. So when Tsubaki mentioned that Sona had a close male friend, it was only natural that Sona's servants wanted badly to know what kind of person could earn their master's respect. Unfortunately, they didn't attend the same school, nor even live in the same city. Their territories rarely overlapped, so there was little opportunity to meet. Sona did occasionally meet Leo in private, but she would never bring all her servants along just to have tea with him. Only Tsubaki, as her queen, had ever met Leo. The others never had the chance. This was standard for high-class devils. They usually brought only one queen to accompany them, while the rest stayed on standby. Otherwise, every outing would require bringing 10+ people. Leo didn't have a queen yet, which was why he usually acted alone or sometimes with Yukino and Asuna. As for Utawa and Mahiro, he hadn't brought them out anywhere yet. So this meeting was the first time Sona's servants finally saw the person they'd been so curious about. And to their surprise, Leo wasn't like their master at all. He was bright, cheerful, and handsome in a radiant way that made their hearts race. Of course they were excited. Naturally, they noticed the rest of Leo's group too. The 4 beautiful girls accompanying Leo left them stunned. What insanely pretty girls. Even as fellow females, they couldn't help being captivated by Yukino and the others' striking looks. It was clear that Leo's earlier feeling was correct. Taking these 4 girls out would never be embarrassing. If anything, they made him look even better by comparison. It wasn't just them. Other devils watching from the side also found themselves silently appreciating the girls' beauty. Some even thought that if these girls transferred to Kyoto Academy and became students, the long stagnant popularity rankings would instantly be turned upside down. Sona's 3rd place might be in danger. Tsubaki's 4th place even more so, and even 2nd place might not be safe. But the 1st place? That one might actually be defended. Among all the females present, there was indeed someone who could surpass Yukino and the others in allure. Rias, Leo has already come over. Aren't you coming to greet him? Sona spoke to the only person still seated. Haven't found the right moment yet. The young woman smiled, stood, and walked toward Leo. When Yukino and the others saw her, even Naoho had stayed calm throughout, showed clear surprise. Because the newcomer was simply too striking, too overwhelming in presence. Her features were obviously Foreignese, impossibly beautiful, exotic woman. In pure looks alone she was easily on par with Yukino and the others. Her figure was even more stunning, surpassing every girl in the room except perhaps the delicate girl trailing behind her. Most eye-catching of all was her vivid, brilliant red hair cascading down her back. Every gesture radiated refined upbringing and aristocratic grace. Her aura shone so brightly that no matter where she stood, she became the focus of the entire room. For the first time, Yukino and the others felt genuinely overshadowed. They might match her in looks, but her figure, her aura, her presence were on a completely different level. Paired with that flawless face, she seemed like a piece of art crafted by a god, deliberately showing off perfect to the point of leaving no room for criticism. Perhaps someone out there was more beautiful. Perhaps someone out there had a better figure. Perhaps someone out there had nobler bearing. But no one combined all 3 the way she did. She made even these gifted young women feel inferior. Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory family, president of the Kua Occult Research Club. Rias extended a graceful hand toward Leo, studying him with a smile. Leo Eligos, heir to the Eligos family and Sona's friend. Leo admired Rias's beauty as well. Despite her aggressively striking charm, she wasn't off-putting at all. Instead, she fit perfectly with the impression of a naturally radiant prodigy. Leo reached out and shook her hand. Her palm was so smooth and soft, like that of a perfectly maintained noblewoman. Once, Leo might have been more affected by such contact. But now he lived under the same roof as several incredibly beautiful girls. His resistance, or rather, his threshold for beauty, had risen. He released Rias's hand with a calm expression. Rias's brows lifted slightly, a well-hidden glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. No wonder even her cold, aloof friend Sona acknowledged Leo. He was interesting. I've long heard that the fallen Eligos family found an heir. Today, I finally get to meet you in person, Eligos-san. Rias spoke gracefully. I've also long wanted to meet the Gremory family's princess. I'm glad it worked out today. Leo smiled warmly. You can call me Leo directly. After all, since you're Sona's childhood friend, that's like being my childhood friend too. Then you can call me Rias as well. Rias smiled elegantly. Anyone Sona acknowledges, I have no reason not to. Just like that, the two unexpectedly closed the distance between them, both clearly forming a very good impression of the other the moment they met. Extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 90, chapter 89. Wanting to test yourself against me. Rias wasn't only the next head of the Gremory house, she was also a pureblood devil who had inherited the power of destruction trait. This trait originally belonged to the Bale clan, the highest-ranked family among the 72 pillars, yet the current Bale heir did not inherit it. Instead, the siblings born to a Bale mother and raised in the Gremory house inherited the trait, and both went on to achieve overwhelming fame. The elder brother, Sert's Gremory, became renowned centuries ago. Representing the Reformists, he defeated the former Muz bloodline from the old faction and was chosen as the new Mu Lucifer. Renamed Sert's Lucifer, he was now one of the strongest devils in existence. The younger sister, Rias, inherited the Gremory house and was set to become its next ruler. Among devils, she was known as the crimson-haired Ruin Princess, someone who inherited the Bale clan's destructive demonic power. With a brother capable of becoming Murias's talent was beyond question. In pure strength, she easily surpassed Sona, and even Leo at the time he first ascended to high-class devil had been nowhere near her level. Even now, Leo could feel the vast, dangerous demonic power inside Rias just by standing close to her. Even as an ultimate-class devil, he instinctively felt he shouldn't touch that power carelessly. That alone showed how overwhelming the power of destruction was. With such an innate ability, Rias didn't need elaborate magic techniques. Simply releasing her demonic power was enough to erase anything. Ordinary objects disintegrated the instant they came into contact with it. There was no resisting it. Gifted with destructive power, blessed as the princess of the Gremory house, and possessing beauty, figure, and charisma, Rias radiated confidence at every moment. When she faced Leo, she practically sparkled. No wonder she had reigned for years as QA Academy's most popular student, an idol without equal. I'll introduce my servants as well. Rias waved behind her. Akeno, Yuato, Konakakam here. At her call, the last three people in the office stepped forward together. I am the Gremory Queen Heimjima Akeno. The first to speak was the elegant, traditional beauty with a single ponytail every bit as stunning as Rias herself. At QA Academy she ranked second in popularity, always smiling gently. She was Rias's first devil servant, raised in the Gremory household since childhood, receiving the same education and growing up side by side with her. She was Rias's closest friend, and the one who understood her best. Like Sabeki, Akeno came from one of the 5 great clans, specifically, the Heimjima family. She, Sona, and Sabeki all enrolled in QA the same year and shared a long friendship. Though a servant, as the queen permitted to stay closest to the king, her qualification to stand beside Rias and Sona was unquestionable. Her strength was extraordinary. She was known as the Priestess of Thunder, masterful with lightning demonic power. I am the Gremory Knight Kiba Yuato. Next spoke the only male present before Leo's group arrived. Slender and handsome, he carried himself like a refined model, smiling warmly like Akeno. If he attended Sobyu High, he might have outshone Hayama Hayato and even rivaled Leo in popularity. In fact, at QA Academy, Kiba was the most popular male student. After the former all-girls academy transitioned, the school had become overwhelmingly female-dominate. Yuato remained idle here, so his presence here surprised no one. To earn a place as a servant in such a competitive environment and the only male in a predominantly female school was already enviable. But unlike Leo, he didn't seek the spotlight. He obediently stood to the side, quietly fulfilling his role. If Leo was the type who naturally became the center of attention, Yuato was the opposite, never vying for the spotlight, neither withdrawn nor arrogant, simply content as an observer. Compared to Leo, he invisibly lacked much leadership presence. I am the Gremory Rutujao Konako. The last to speak was a petite girl who looked more like a middle schooler than a high schooler. She had shoulder-length white hair and an expression almost devoid of emotion. Her eyes were bright, but her face rarely changed, cute, yet strangely blank, nothing like the textbook image of a beautiful girl. She truly was a first-year high schooler, the same age as Mahiro Oridi, 16 this year. Ranked 5th in popularity at QA Academy, she was quite well liked. But the moment Leo looked at her, he sensed the aura beneath the surface yokai. Even after reincarnating as a devil, that girl was certainly not human. Even knowing the original story, Leo could confirm his instincts instantly. Seeing the 3 Gremory servants, Leo finally understood how others must feel when they looked at his servants. Truly an impressive group. He couldn't help saying it. At first glance, they all looked like reincarnated devils who had once been ordinary humans. In reality, every single one of them hid something far more complex. Thanks for the praise, though that comment might not be very fitting coming from you. Rias raised an eyebrow, her smile teasing. After all, who in the entire devil world doesn't know the Eligos heir has gathered several unbelievably talented sacred gear users? Even the host of Absolute Demise, Along Inu's wielder, is one of your servants, right? Leo smiled faintly and beckoned Yukino forward. She was my first servant. Shame she couldn't become my queen. All eyes immediately shifted to Yukino. She's the host of Absolute Demise? Along Inu's wielder among Leo's servants? Reactions varied across the room. Sorry for not being able to become your queen. Even under everyone's gaze, Yukino maintained her cool, responding to Leo sharply and without hesitation. Asuna and Yuta exchanged a brief look with Mihiru. None of them said anything. So it seemed the Satrai family and Gremory family still didn't know that a second Longinus wielder had appeared among Leo's servants. Leo, of course, didn't expose Mihiru. He casually pushed Yukino out as a shield instead. Since your servants awakened earlier than mine, they're technically Yukino's senpai. I'll leave her in your care. His tone carried a subtle implication. Rias and Sona exchanged a quick glance. To be honest, we're pretty curious about Yukino's current strength, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. Or rather, Rias added with a sweet smile, we'd like to see the full strength of all your servants. Everyone present understood their intention, and their gazes turned toward Leo's entire group. Yukino and the others weren't idiots, quite the opposite. They immediately understood the meaning of those looks. Oh. Leo laughed, a fearless, almost teasing smile. You want to test yourselves against my servants? Sona didn't answer. Instead, she looked toward Rias, one more interested in a fight. And Rias, of course, did not disappoint. If possible, I want to fight you. The crimson-haired ruined princess was bold. She wanted to challenge Leo himself. This wasn't sudden impulse. She had been thinking about this for a long time. From both her brother and her best friend, she had heard the same thing: Leo was no longer who he used to be. Because of that strange variant trait, despite having only recently become a high-class devil, he had undergone a complete rebirth, nothing like the boy who had barely awakened during adulthood in the original timeline. Competitive by nature, Rias wanted to test the strength of the man praised so highly by both her brother and Sona. This was a probe. Just as Sona had said earlier, though they were natural allies, they were also natural rivals. On both a personal and political level, Rias wanted to evaluate Leo for herself. Leo could clearly feel Rias's fighting spirit stirring. His own interest grew. Well, now that you've said that, I'm a little curious too. I've always wanted to see just how powerful the legendary power of destruction really is. His words instantly turned the room electric. Then let's go to the gym, Sona said immediately. Satrai House will serve as the referees. A friendly match, how about it? Leo and Rias nodded at the same time, without even a moment of hesitation. It's a rare opportunity. Let's do it. Sparring once in a while can be quite fun. Their voices overlapped perfectly. They exchanged a fearless smile. And so, the entire group headed toward Kyoto Academy's gymnasium to witness a sudden, explosive battle. 200p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 91, chapter 90, Night vs. Night. Kyoto Academy's gymnasium covered a wide area. Though it couldn't compare to the underground training hall beneath Leo's estate, it was more than enough for a sparring match. Leo glanced around and concluded that as long as no one intentionally tried to destroy the place, the gym should withstand a bout between two high-class devils. Of course, that was only if the participants held back. Without protective measures, a real clash between high-class devils would easily obliterate the G-Man, possibly everything around it. So the moment they entered, Sona instructed her servants to spread out and release their demonic power, weaving a thick barrier across the interior. This barrier's pretty strong. Yuta watched quietly, then gave her evaluation. At this point she counted as a barrier expert. At the very least, judging a barrier's strength was simple for her. If you were the one setting it up, could you make something this strong? Leo decided to test her. Yuta frowned. If I go all out I could probably manage it. But if I pour this much power into strengthening the barrier, I won't have much left to generate offensive spells. The essence of Create World was to construct the barrier first, then generate all kinds of attacks within it. If she spent most of her strength on the foundation, her later attacks would naturally weaken. If she weren't a rook whose piece inherently amplified offense and defense, it would be even more difficult. Sona Senpai's servants really are impressive. Yuta sighed, earning an eye roll from Leo. Maybe think about how many people she used. This barrier was formed by all 6 of Sona's servants working together. Even if all 6 were just low-class devils, a combined barrier of that scale could withstand high-class devil attacks for a while, never mind that among them was Tsubeki, a queen far beyond low-class level. The fact that Yuta alone could create something comparable only made her seem even more abnormal. With this up, we can fight more freely, right? Yukino murmured from the side. She looked surprisingly eager. Leo cast her a sidelong glance. He could more or less guess what she was thinking. Ever since Mihiru entered the peerage, Yukino had visibly begun training harder behind the scenes. Until then, she had been the only Longinus wielder among Leo's servants, besides Leo himself, the first servant, and far stronger than anyone else. She sat firmly at the top. But once Mihiru was chosen by Incinerate Anthem and became Eligos's bishop, the pressure began. Both were Longinus wielders, but Mihiru's sacred gear was ranked higher, meaning in the sacred gear aspect, she should be stronger. Both were bishop pieces, but Yukino had awakened demonic power surpassing pure blood devils upon reincarnation. Mihiru wasn't as strong, but not far behind. Yukino was the top student of second year, proof of her intelligence, but Mihiru was the top of first year, no less gifted. And Mihiru's Longinus was one of the 3 great holy relics, far more lethal to devils than any holy sword. Yukino's couldn't restrain devils the same way. Then came the fact that Mihiru had been personally trained by Leo, absorbing knowledge and strength at frightening speed. Yukino felt real pressure and urgency telling her that if she didn't work harder, she might actually be overtaken. And she still hadn't fully gotten over losing to Sharon. The idea of being surpassed by a new junior only made her more unsettled. So of course she welcomed this chance to fight stronger opponents to measure her strength again. Unfortunately for her, she wouldn't be going first. The friendly match between the Gremory servants and Leo's servants will now begin, Sona announced after discussing rules with Rias and Leo. The format is one-on-one battles. Each side will send out servants in turn until both kings take the field. Final victory will be decided by the number of wins. The side with more victories takes the match. Sona stepped back, giving the arena to Rias and Leo. Now, please send out your first servant. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Both Rias and Leo fell into full competitive mode. Any devil interested in the raiding game would be excited by a setup this formal. And both Leo and Rias were rising high-class devils preparing to lead peerages into future raiding games, one aiming to restore his family's glory, the other to dominate the arena. Encounters like this were their training grounds. Sona's formality only heightened that feeling. Leo glanced at Rias's servants, calculating. Rias should have 4 servants now, but one of them currently can't control their power and was sealed by the devil world as a safety precaution, so they can't participate. Meaning Rias could send out only 3. Leo would have 1 person unable to participate. Who to sit out? Leo didn't hesitate. Mahiru. Leo looked at Mahiru, who had been watching quietly. You'll sit out this battle. Although Mahiru was a long Inu's wielder with greater potential than Yukino, she had only been reincarnated for about a week. Revealing her too soon was unwise. I understand, senpai. Mahiru accepted without the slightest complaint. She wasn't a combative person and knew she still had much to learn. Being allowed to step aside brought her quiet relief. Who's going out first? Yukino asked Leo. She wasn't asking because she was eager, she just knew she wouldn't be chosen first. She was the strongest among Leo's servants at the moment, and since Leo didn't have a queen, she suspected he might be saving her for last to face the Gremory queen. Yukino glanced across the gym and noticed Akeno smiling at her. Akeno nodded warmly. Yukino returned the gesture with a more serious expression. She could clearly feel it through her magic detection that queen was strong, possibly stronger than Sharon, who had defeated her before. And Akeno seemed to know she would eventually face the Long Inu's user from Elagoz's side, which explained the look she gave Yukino. Yukino took that thought seriously. She silently vowed to give her all when the time came. For the first match we'll send out Asuna. Leo decided after a brief moment. Me. Asuna blinked, then quickly composed herself. I'm ready anytime. Do your best, Asuna. Don't get hurt, Asuna-senpai. Yutoa and Mahiru encouraged her. I won't. Asuna responded with a bright smile and walked to the center of the arena, instantly drawing every eye in the gym. So the first one is a knight. Rias chuckled. In that case, Yuatoyori up. To fight a knight, one should send a knight. Yes, President. Kiba stepped forward, stopping opposite Asuna. Those two are really fighting each other first. Sona's eyes narrowed with concern. She knew exactly what could happen when those two clashed. Please take care of me. Yuoto bowed politely, smiling as he gathered demonic power into his hand, forming a sword. It radiated a sinister aura, touching it felt like inviting a curse. A proper demon sword. Such a weapon didn't suit Yuoto's gentle expression at all. But that thought vanished the moment Asuna raised her hand and formed a sword infused with a brilliant, holy radiance. A sword that made every devil in the room shudder. This is. Rias, Akeno, and the others all stiffened. Yuoto's smile evaporated instantly. His expression hardened into something sharp and aggressive. A holy sword. He stared at Asuna's weapon with burning intensity, demonic power flaring around him like a beast ready to attack. For the first time during the match, Kiba looked like a true devil. Extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 92, chapter 91, Holy Sword vs. Demon Sword. 92, chapter 91, Holy Sword vs. Demon Sword. President, could Sir Elagoz's night piece possibly be? When Kiba's entire demeanor shifted, the Gremory servants reacted as well. Akeno's smile faded. She leaned toward Rias and whispered softly. Yeah, it should be a sacred gear that's the opposite attribute but the same type as Kiba's sword Birthblade Blacksmith. Rias hadn't expected Leo's first deployed servant to have a sacred gear that was the exact opposite of her own knight's. Her face was filled with surprise. No wonder even her brother praised Elagoz's potential. A servant with such a rare and powerful sacred gear, if trained properly, would at the very least become a high-class devil. Her own servants were unquestionably strong as well. But the fact remained, Leo had only been a high-class devil for a few months and had already recruited 4 servants, on a Long Inu's holder, one a Blade Blacksmith holder. Getting recruits like these so easily, his luck was ridiculous. Unfortunately, her knight had run straight into a holy sword user. That part was definitely not lucky. Seeing Kiba's dark, stormy expression, Rias called out. Kiba, calm down. You know it isn't a real holy sword. Rias's reminder made Yuoto take a deep breath. I understand, President. He lowered his voice, then turned back toward Yuuki Asuna. Sorry, that was out of line. Shall we begin? Kiba seemed calm again, but the gentle smile he usually wore was nowhere to be found. I'm ready whenever you are. Asuna wasn't sure what was wrong with Kiba, but she answered politely. Be careful, Asuna. Leo watched quietly for a moment before speaking. Of course he knew exactly what was going on with Kiba. Still, he only offered that one warning. I know. Asuna nodded firmly. She didn't have the sharp magic detection that Leo or Yukino possessed, but after training under Musashi, she had grown more perceptive. To her, Kiba looked slim and delicate, like a refined young man. But from his posture, his breathing, and the way he held his sword, she knew without doubt was a skilled swordsman. He wasn't at Musashi's level, who looked full of openings while actually revealing none, but Asuna could still tell his swordsmanship was beyond her own. Fortunately, she had her own advantages. A low hum rose as Asuna lifted her sword. The thin holy sword in her hand burst with divine energy, and every devil present instinctively tensed at the sight. More than the pure light devils feared, the holy nature of the weapon was far stronger and far more terrifying. Except for Mahiro, who held a holy relic, even Leo felt chilled by the holiness radiating from it. His instincts screamed not to get close. Kiba's instincts were the samurai. He crushed that response immediately with another emotion, the hatred and resentment he had buried since childhood. He refused to retreat before a holy sword. Kiba raised his own weapon, a demon sword, not a thin blade like Asuna's, but a Western-style sword forged through sword birth. "Here I come, Yuaki-san." The instant he spoke, he vanished. No, didn't vanish. He turned into an afterimage, sprinting toward her with explosive speed. Asuna's expression tightened. Her body moved slightly slower than her thoughts, but she still managed to leap forward and raise her holy sword. Clang! Kiba reappeared behind her, his demon sword slashing down like a streak of black light. It crashed against her blade, sparks bursting through the air along with a faint shockwave. The blow sent Asuna flying. She flipped forward, her heels tapping the ground several times before she regained her balance. Too fast. Her face grew serious. Her guard rose to its peak. A knight's trait was speed. Asuna was fastest among all Elego's servants. Even Leo had to unfurl his devil wings and fly to surpass her speed. At equal rank, Asuna would never be slower than Leo, but Kiba was faster than her. He had clearly spent years developing his knight piece, pushing its trait far beyond the basic level. "Here I come again." Kiba gave her a moment to breathe. Ethan rushed forward once more. His figure seemed to blur as he moved, both hands gripping his sword as several arcs of swordlight swept toward her. Asuna exhaled sharply, then relaxed completely. Instead of retreating, she stepped in, her holy sword slicing out several arcs of light to meet his. Clang, clang, clang. Holy sword and demon sword collided again and again, sparks scattering. Divine energy clashed violently with demonic power. The two exchanged strikes non-stop, moving in tight footwork patterns. One sword shone like dazzling light, the other flashed with black brilliance. Blow after blow, neither gaining the upper hand. Clang! Their blades locked one more time before the two separated. Asuna leaping back, Kiba advancing. Impressive. Kiba was the one who stepped forward. He looked toward Asuna, who had widened the gap between them, and spoke in genuine surprise. "Your movements follow the sword, adapting to the flow. Even against a stronger opponent, you stay calm, use your stance, and turn disadvantage into advantage." A thought's Naiden Ichi Ryu, isn't it? He had recognized her school. "Yes, my swordsmanship style is Naiden Ichi Ryu." Asuna seemed a little surprised, he could tell, but she still answered honestly. "Then your teacher Miyamoto Musashi, right?" Kiba obviously knew some inside information, and his gaze drifted towards Sona in the distance. "She taught me." Asuna answered honestly, and Kiba's expression softened considerably. "So you're a student of Musashi-san. No wonder your swordsmanship is so refined." Kiba's praise was sincere. He didn't know Asuna very well, but he did know her master had only recently become a high-class devil. Asuna had also become a servant recently, yet she displayed such polished swordsmanship. Her talent was extraordinary. "Same to you." Asuna didn't get careless. In fact, she steadied herself even further. "Your swordsmanship blends many styles. Could it be Tennen Rishin Ryu?" "Correct." Kiba looked slightly surprised she could recognize it. "I studied several smaller schools, but my real master is Okita Tsuji of Tennen Rishin Ryu. Okita, genius swordsman of the late Edo period, captain of the 1st Division of the Shinzengamai. Alongside Nagakura Shinpeki and Saito Hajime, he was counted among the Shinzengamai's strongest. Unlike Miyamoto Musashi, she wasn't from centuries ago but from roughly 100 years prior. Tennen Rishin Ryu was founded in 1789 by Kondo Kurenishuk, who built upon the teachings of Tenshin Shogun Katori Shintoryu. It combined swordsmanship, staff techniques, grappling arts, even breathing and ki methods. The style spread through the Tama region areas like Hino, Kofu, and Machida. Shinzengamai leaders such as Kondo Isamai, Okita, and Hijikata Tashizo were all disciples of the style. After death, Okita, like Miyamoto Musashi, had been reincarnated as a devil. Despite being a figure of history, he was still active today. He served as a knight under the current Musurtsuks. Asuna had studied swordsmanship texts under Musashi's guidance, including information about various sword traditions. Musashi had also spoken of Okatath, fellow knight of him, praising his exceptional sword talent. Naturally, Asuna had looked into Tennen Rishin Ryu. She never expected to encounter it here. Naiden Ichi Ryu versus Tennen Rishin Ryu. Now this is getting interesting. Spectators quickly grasped what was happening, their faces filling with anticipation. Kiba felt it too. His dark mood lightened, swallowed by the thrill of facing a worthy swordsman. "Yuaki-san, shall we continue?" Kiba shifted into an offensive stance, eyes blazing. "Yeah, let's." Asuna didn't shrink back from the pressure. She calmed her breathing, centered her heart, and took her stance. Demonic power surged around both of them, stirring the air. A heartbeat later, the two vanished simultaneously, rushing straight toward each other. 200p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 136 on Patreon. 93, chapter 92, better than expected. Clang, 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 clang. Inside the white gymnasium, two figures sewn in white, one in black, clashed at incredible speed. The crisp, ringing sound of steel striking steel echoed nonstop, weaving into a dazzling symphony. Two devils with the night piece traded blows under the watchful eyes of over a dozen spectators. Their bodies crossed and blurred, countless streaks of swordlight blooming through the air, brilliant and blinding. Asuna and Kaibaon, the wielder of blade blacksmith, the other of sword birth. Their sacred gears excelled in forging holy swords or demon swords with different attributes depending on the battle. Yet at this moment, both seemed to have forgotten that entirely. They created only pure holy and pure demonic blades, crossing swords in the most fundamental exchange of technique. Flashes of steel crisscrossed the entire court. Divine energy and demonic power clashed again and again, making the fight grow even fiercer. What amazing swordsmanship! Among the Satrai servants maintaining the barrier, Tomo, also a knight, stared wide-eyed. She too was a swordswoman, trained in a Japanese exorcist family. Her swordsmanship was far from weak, but compared to the two in front of her, she felt completely outclassed, especially Kiba. His technique could only be described as masterful, effortlessly blending multiple schools, unrestricted by fixed forms. His sword moved unpredictably, hard to read, and paired with knight-level speed, a single mistake could get someone cut. As for Asuna, her technique clearly wasn't as refined as Kiba's, but her Nidan-Ichiri was already extremely well polished. She had touched the core of the style. Like a small boat tossed in a storm, she seemed moments away from being swallowed by Kiba's strikes at each time she escaped unscathed. Completely calm, she moved within his offense without panic or hesitation, enduring the overwhelming pressure. They fought on, so fast that many spectators could no longer follow their movements. Only streaking swordlight remained proof of how fierce the battle had become. In the end, the ones who failed to endure were not the fighters, but their swords. Crack! Crack! Two sharp breaking sounds rang out. Asuna and Kiba instantly separated, both swords shattering in their hands until only the hilts remained. The swords broke. Someone shouted, but neither fighter reacted. Blade blacksmith. Sword birth. The two invoked their sacred gears simultaneously, summoning new holy swords and demon swords into their hands. But this time, they no longer created simple single-attribute weapons. Holy flame sword. Asuna's blade ignited with both holy energy and fire. She swung, releasing a wave of sacred flame toward Kiba. Ice sky sword. Kiba responded by creating a demon sword with demonic and ice attributes, summoning a surge of freezing cold that clashed with the flames. Asuna struck again, releasing wave after wave of blazing holy fire. The heat crushed the icy air, and the firestorm surged toward Kiba. His ice element demon sword broke under the pressure. He immediately created another, drove it into the ground, and summoned a rising wall of water that extinguished the incoming flames. Asuna instantly discarded her flame sword and forged several small dagger-sized holy swords. With a flick of her arm, she threw them at Kiba, each blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Kiba clearly hadn't expected her to use holy swords as throwing weapons, and these small blades carried wind attributes. Their speed skyrocketed. He dodged most of them, but the very first blade slashed across his arm. Ugh! Blood spilled as a deep cut opened. Kiba let out a pained groan. Kiba! Rias and Akeno paled at once. The wound wasn't deep. For a Devler, even a human, it wasn't life-threatening. But Kiba felt his entire arm burning, like flesh had been carved away. Power drained from him through the wound. A pale white vapor curled from the cut. The holy energy embedded in the wound was purifying his demonic body, trying to erase it entirely. This was the terror of a holy swordani strike on a demonic being would burn the flesh from the wound inward, potentially even harming the soul. More frightening than poison. Don't let it hit your vitals, Kiba. Rias warned sharply. If that hits the wrong spot, you'll disappear instantly. Of course Kiba knew. No one understood holy swords better than him, and no one hated them more. The burning pain in his arm dragged old memories to the surface. His expression darkened as he charged forward. Asuna no longer engaged him in pure swordsmanship. She rapidly forged holy swords of different attributes, throwing some, tossing others upward before guiding them down like falling rain. Kiba ran at full speed, his demon sword flashing as he deflected blade after blade, closing the distance. Asuna wanted to retreat, to keep the gap between them, but Kiba suddenly shouted, "Sword birth!" He poured out demonic power, slammed his hand to the ground, and a wave of malevolent energy rushed across the floor toward Asuna. A moment later, it burst into reality. Several demon swords erupted from the ground, thrusting toward her from every angle. Asuna's heart jolted. Just before she was skewered, she kicked off the ground and leapt upward, soaring into the air. Not good. From Leo's side, Yukino and the others reacted immediately. They had seen it. Kiba had already jumped first. Asuna's leap had practically delivered herself into his path. Kiba met her midair and kicked her downward. Ah! Pain shot through her back, but she twisted her body, landing safely. She barely touched down when a demon sword pressed coldly against her throat. It's over, Yuaki-san. Kiba held the blade steady, his other arm hanging but firm. Yeah, I lost. Asuna blinked, then bit her lip and released her holy sword, letting it dissolve into particles of light. Gremory's servants, victory. Sona announced immediately. Nice one, Kiba. Rias beamed, and Akeno finally relaxed. Get treated right away. A holy sword wound is no joke. Akeno guided Kiba toward the sidelines. Sorry for worrying you. Kiba apologized as he obediently received healing. My bad. I lost. Asuna returned to Leo's group, speaking apologetically. You still did really well. Yeah, you've only been training for 2 months. It was impressive, senpai. Yukino, Yutoa, Mahiro, and the others offered encouragement. Your performance exceeded what I expected. Leo wasn't disappointed at all. He looked pleased, and he had every reason to be. Like Utah said, how long had Asuna been practicing swordsmanship? Barely 2 months. Not even 2 months, and she had already entered Knight Nichiri properly, and in terms of technique, speed, and sacred gear usage, she had fought a knight equal in rank to a standstill for so long. It far surpassed Leo's expectations. The exchange just now had honestly impressed him. As for losing to Kiba, that was inevitable. Kiba's natural sword talent was simply above Asuna's. Their sacred gears were equal in grade. Both were knights. Both had swordmasters who served Amu. The conditions were simply too similar. And with those conditions equal, Asuna had only been a devil for 2 months. Kiba had been one for years' time spent developing sword birth, mastering his knight trait, and refining his swordsmanship. There was no reasonable world where Asuna defeated him. So in a knight versus knight battle, holy sword versus demon sword, Asuna's chance of winning had never been high. But the next fight would be different. Next up is your turn, Utah. For the first time, Leo called Utah by her actual name and not teasing her with senpai or Kazuma Jayaka-san. Utah raised an eyebrow, let her folded arms relax, and stepped forward. Before the light faded. Extra chapter. 94, chapter 93, Rook vs. Rook. 94, chapter 93, Rook vs. Rook. Everyone naturally saw Utah step forward. The next one is their rook, ha! All eyes turned to Rias again. In that case, Konako, give it a try. Rias didn't hesitate and immediately sent out Konako. Yukino's prediction had been correct. If she were the one entering the field as a long Inu's holder, Rias would absolutely have sent out Akeno, her queen piece. Anything less would have been disrespectful toward the term long Inus. Even though Yukino had only been a devil for a few months, a long Inus didn't care about logic. It was a power capable of breaking the balance altogether. Against that, caution was always justified. Rias also knew Yukino's talent was extremely high. From the moment she reincarnated, her demonic power was already on par with pureblood devils. After a few months of learning, her strength was surely impressive by now. And with absolute demise being a sacred gear specializing in overwhelming offense and battlefield control, sending a knight or rook against it would be a terrible matchup. Rias would have no choice but to use her ace Akeno. But now that it wasn't Yukino stepping forward, Rias didn't hesitate. Okay. Konako nodded expressionlessly and walked to stand opposite Utah. So this will be a rook versus rook battle. Kind of excited for that. Then the next one should be Yukino versus Hajime Senpai, right? I heard she's a sacred gear user too. I wonder what Eligos's rook is capable of. The Satrai servants began whispering among themselves. Please take care of me, Konako said. Konako slipped on her gauntlets calmly. I should be the one saying that. Please give me your guidance, senpai, Utah replied teasingly, seeing the cute little girl before her. Konako frowned slightly, didn't answer, and simply shifted into a serious stance. Seeing that her teasing fell flat, Utah lost interest and readied herself as well. The battle began quickly. Boom! Konako kicked off the ground with explosive force, shaking the floor as she shot toward Utah. Her speed wasn't on the level of Asuna or Kiba, but the momentum she generated was massive. Her small frame carried the impact of a charging war chariot as she drove straight toward her opponent. Despite her petite size, the raw power inside Konako's body was immense. No one would doubt that if her fist landed, someone would go flying like a kicked rubber ball. A rook's trait was overwhelming attack and defense. Even with her size, no one questioned Konako's strength. Unfortunately, her luck was terrible. This opponent was her natural counter. Buzz! Utah suddenly raised her hand. A transparent barrier materialized before her, shielding her completely. Boom! Konako's devastating punch slammed against the barrier without touching Utah at all, sending a heavy thud echoing through the arena. A barrier. The Satrai group instantly recognized what they were seeing, but before they could analyze further, Utah's demonic power erupted. Several more translucent barriers formed around Konako. Barriers appeared on all sides, joining with the first and with one descending from above forming a perfect cube. Konako was trapped inside. Boom! 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 Realizing the danger, Konako immediately began punching the barriers repeatedly, but all she achieved was a string of dull, useless impacts. Not even a single crack appeared. Brace yourself. Utah, standing outside the barrier and watching Konako struggle, firmed her expression. This is probably going to hurt. And she attacked. Boom! A massive burst of lightning exploded inside the barrier, illuminating the entire gymnasium. Konako screamed as several bolts of lightning struck her simultaneously, engulfing her in blinding light. Konako! Konako! Rias, Akeno, and Kiba all cried out at once. Konako's entire body smoked. Burnt scent filled the air. Despite the rook trait giving her tremendous defense, she collapsed almost immediately, unconscious. Victory, Eligos's servant. Sona declared the match over as Utah dispelled the barrier. Utah obviously wasn't going to torture someone 2 years younger, someone who even looked younger than that. She stopped the moment Konako fell and released her. Konako! Rias and the others rushed over, lifting her up carefully. It's okay. Superficial damage. She'll heal quickly. Akeno checked her and sighed in relief. Good. Hearing that, Rias and Uado finally relaxed. I'm sorry, President. Konako's injuries were mostly superficial. She regained consciousness quickly. Seeing Rias holding her, she lowered her eyes. I lost. She could accept losing. She just hadn't expected to lose so badly, or so fast. It isn't your fault. Rias comforted her gently, then looked to Utah with a slightly wry expression. Being able to create barriers at will and attack from within, if I'm not mistaken, your sacred gear is Create World. Yes. Yutoa nodded, looking a little embarrassed. That's my sacred gear. It's an extremely powerful one. Rias didn't seem angry. In fact, she sighed in admiration. In terms of rarity, it's even above Blade Blacksmith and Sword Birth, and it fits perfectly with the Rook trait. By the time Rias understood Yutoa's sacred gear, she already knew her own Rook never stood a chance. Among non-Longinus sacred gears, Create World was practically top tier. A barrier-type sacred gear with both offense and defense, enhanced further by the Rook trait, produced overwhelming power. Just Yutoa's barriers alone, once strengthened by her Rook trait, would require at least a high-class devil level attack to break. And if you couldn't break the barrier, then once trapped inside, the result was obvious: you would be blasted repeatedly by attacks empowered by the same Rook trait until you collapsed. Konako also had the Rook trait and tremendous strength. She could easily lift a boulder bigger than herself and crush it, but her attack power still hadn't reached a level that could break a barrier of that caliber. Given that, her defeat was inevitable. Rias's gaze drifted toward Leo, a soft exhale leaving her lips. Blade Blacksmith Create World, both incredibly rare and powerful sacred gears. If not counting Longinus, they were arguably top class. Their wielders had limitless potential. That guy's luck was simply too good. Just a few months and he'd already gathered 2 exceptional servants and even a Longinus holder. His luck surpassed even her own. Rias had always believed her own peerage's potential was extremely high, but compared to Leo's, it suddenly didn't feel like a sure thing. Even Kiba, though Sword Birth was on the same level as Blade Blacksmith, Holy Sword users possessed a natural advantage against devils. Someone like Asuna would likely achieve far better results in future raiding games than Kiba. Sword Birth simply couldn't match that kind of advantage, and that wasn't even counting talent. Yutoa had been a devil for only a couple of weeks, yet she could already overpower a seasoned Rook instantly. Her control over her sacred gear wasn't something a newly awakened user should have. Thinking this, Rias once again glanced at the one who had been quietly blending into the background beside Leo Mahiro. So what about her? If all of Leo's servants were this gifted, then Mahiro, there was no way she was ordinary. A bishop? How did she compare to Rias's own sealed bishop? Unfortunately, they wouldn't find out today. Akeno. Rias set Konako down gently and looked at her queen. I'll leave the rest to you. Akeno smiled warmly. Yes, President. Another one. Also, Merry Christmas, guys. You can read up to chapter 140 on Patreon. 95, chapter 94, Bishop vs. Queen. 95, chapter 94, Bishop vs. Queen. On the other side, Leo was also praising Yutoa. Not bad at all, Senpai. Your control over the barrier is getting smoother. Leo was very satisfied with Yutoa's performance. Even if the end result was a one-shot, the technique she displayed wasn't simple. First, she compressed the barrier into a single plane, blocking her opponent's attack while tripping her up. Then she unfolded the barrier from all directions. The whole sequence was seamless. Konako didn't even have time to react before she was trapped. If Yutoa had hesitated even for a moment while shaping her barrier, Konako might have gotten a chance to counter, and the almost cooked duck would have flown away. Being able to one-shot her opponent was entirely thanks to Yutoa's mastery of her sacred gear. Even a little less precision and she might not have achieved that outcome. Not bad, Yutoa said, clearly pleased with herself as she flicked her hair. Though the main reason was that my opponent wasn't that strong. Otherwise, this might have been a pain. That was true. Among Rias's servants, Konako was currently the weakest. Her talent for demonic power was only average, and she didn't have a sacred gear. Although she wasn't human before her reincarnation and carried a powerful force inside her, she refused to use that power at all. Because of that, she could only develop the trait of the Rook piece, and even then she could only build toward close combat ability. Her options were extremely limited. Her hand-to-hand ability wasn't bad, but against barriers created by Create World, she had no answer. Yutoa could simply deploy a barrier around herself, sealing herself inside and protecting every angle. Konako, unable to break the barrier, could only stare helplessly from outside. With her current strength, Konako could bully low-class devils just fine, but she would struggle against a stronger mid-class devil. Yutoa, on the other hand, relied on the overwhelming offense and defense of Create World. As long as she didn't run into a high-class devil, almost no one could do anything to herring-clutting Yukino if she didn't use her sacred gear. It was simply a bad matchup for Konako. Yutoa winning effortlessly wasn't surprising at all. That makes us 1 win and 1 loss, Yutoa said, turning to Yukino. It's up to you now, Yukino. Yukino nodded and looked to Leo. Go, Leo said, not to her, but toward Akeno Heimjima, who had already stepped into the arena. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. Rias's queen is very strong. After all, she had grown up alongside Rias, receiving the same education and training from the Gremory house. Her strength couldn't possibly be low. Compared to Rias herself, Akeno probably wasn't far behind. I know. Yukino understood well enough. Aside from that, the fact that Akeno held the position of queen piece already said everything. That piece carried the traits of all other pieces. The defense and offense of the Rook piece. The magical power of the Bishop piece. The speed of the Knight piece. The Queen piece possessed all of those traits. It wasn't merely versatility, it was powerful to the point of being unfair. There was only one Queen piece in a set, worth the value of 9 pawn pieces. It was proof that any devil reincarnated with the Queen piece would be unervingly strong. Even in a society as status-oriented as the Devil World, a Queen piece servant wasn't treated as a mere subordinate. They were the king's trusted confidants, aides, or personal assistants. Pureblood devils who looked down on low-class devils still wouldn't dare treat a Queen piece lightly. Most devils reserved the queen piece for someone they trusted most, sometimes a family member. It was also why devils typically brought their queen piece with them to formal occasions. The position alone was enough to warrant respect. It was only because Leo didn't have a queen that this situation existed. Otherwise, sending a bishop worth only 3 pawns to fight a queen worth 9 regardless of whether you could win would normally get you laughed at. A bishop daring to challenge a queen? Do you even know your place? Thankfully, Yukino wasn't an ordinary bishop. She was one of only 13 long Inu's possessors in the world. Please teach me, Hanjima-senpai. Yukino stepped forward from behind Yuta, her expression calm and composed. I should be the one saying that, Akeno replied with a bright smile. My opponent is one of only 13 long Inu's users. Please go easy on me, Yuki Nashida-san. I won't go easy on you, Yukino said after a pause, her tone flat. I'll be fighting at full strength. Excluding Leo and Musashi, Akeno was likely the most dangerous opponent Yukino had faced so far. Leo and Musashi had only sparred with her before, never going all out, which meant that, up to this moment, Akeno might be the strongest threat she had encountered. Naturally, she had to give everything she had. Boom! With a sharp rumble, a distorted ice princess over 3 meters tall appeared before Yukino. A terrifying wave of cold spread out from around the princess, freezing the air of the gymnasium in an instant, turning it thin and biting. The temperature plummeted. Snow flurries filled the air. Just as she'd said, Yukino went all out the moment the fight began. White mist billowed through the entire gymnasium. Seeing this, many people's expressions changed. Is that the legendary absolute demise? Including Rias and Sona, everyone looked toward the icy princess, feeling the temperature drop rapidly, their faces tense. Even Akeno, whose eyes were usually half closed in a gentle smile, opened them fully. The warmth in her expression faded, replaced by a dangerous sharpness. Ah, how scary, Akeno said with a soft laugh. Since Yuki Nashida-san insists, I'll also fight with everything I have. As she spoke, Akeno's demonic power surged. Her Kyoa Academy uniform vanished, replaced by a shrine maiden outfit. Pitch-black devil wings unfurled behind her in odd contrast to the sacred Miko attire, yet somehow harmonious on her. She flew upward, lightning crackling around her. Yukino also spread her devil wings and rose into the air, the ice princess beside her exhaling waves of frigid wind. The pressure was overwhelming. The 2 devils hung suspended midair and wreathed in cold, the other blazing with lightning. Their presence grew more terrifying with every second. Everyone watching held their breath. One was the famed priestess of thunder, Rias's queen. The other was a long Inu's wielder. This matchup promised far more than the previous 2 fights. It commanded everyone's full attention. Then, at a certain moment, both of them moved at once. Flew. The ice princess blew out a surge of freezing wind, twisting it into a blizzard that rushed toward Akeno. Lightning. Akeno extended a single finger. Lightning gathered at her fingertip before lancing forward like a brilliant spear, meeting the blizzard head-on. Boom. Blizzard and lightning collided in midair, erupting with a deafening explosion like a meteor strike. Neither Yukino nor Akeno paused. The moment they unleashed one attack, a second followed. Blizzard and lightning clashed again, and again, shockwaves tearing through the gymnasium. Ice formed across the floor only to be shattered immediately by stray lightning. Explosions rippled through the battlefield. Not good. Seeing the escalating destruction, Sona paled and shouted, Sabeki, strengthen the barrier. Sabeki and the other Satrai servants responded instantly, pouring more demonic power into the gym's barrier, reinforcing it dramatically. Retreat. Move back. Leo and Rias quickly pulled their servants away from the center of the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In the midst of all this, Yukino and Akeno were already clashing at full power. Yukino controlled the ice princess, whipping up blizzards and forming towering ice mountains inside them, hurling them at Akeno with overwhelming force. Akeno beat her devil wings, dodging the falling ice while releasing bolts of lightning, tearing apart the storm and slipping out of Yukino's attack range. Thunderfall. Seeing Yukino form several massive ice mountains at once, Akeno narrowed her eyes and raised one hand. A huge lightning magic circle opened above her. From within, a colossal pillar of lightning burst forth, first shooting upward, then crashing down like divine judgment, roaring straight toward Yukino. 200p.s for extra. You can read up to chapter 140 on Patreon. 96, chapter 95 intense. A one-strike decider? As Rias's first servant and the queen piece of the Gremory house, Akeno Hanjima possessed every trait of the evil pieces, but what she excelled at most was fighting with pure demonic power. Like Leo, Rias, Sona, and Yukino, she was a pure blood-style devil who could manipulate demonic power to create lightning, ice, fire, wind, and illusions, even summoning thick fog. She was a true all-rounder in long-range combat. But she wasn't called the Priestess of Thunder for nothing. Although she could create many supernatural phenomena, lightning attacks were her specialty. She could release them freely, and their power was nothing to scoff at. Normally, the lightning she fired from her fingertips was the weakest form of her attacks, but also the fastest. Because of that, fingertip lightning was her most commonly used technique, and that alone was enough to crush the majority of devils. Anyone below a high-class devil simply couldn't withstand it. On top of that, Akeno could unfold a magic circle to summon a massive thunderstrike, forming a lightning pillar. Its destructive power was outrageous. Even a high-class devil's full-force attack might not compare. She also knew how to use magic circles to amplify her lightning, increasing its speed and strength, allowing her to unleash different grades of lightning in a steady escalation, breaking down her opponent piece by piece. Her combat style contrasted sharply with her elegant Yamato Nades Hiko appearance. It carried a distinct streak of sadism. Because of this, Akeno's fellow servants both respected, adored, and feared her. She was gentle and considerate in daily life, a perfect big sister figure, but once she entered battle, she became a queen who would casually torment her opponent and drive them into despair. The contrast was extreme. Anyone who let their guard down because of her ladylike demeanor usually ended up like Konako, earlier reduced to charcoal by lightning. No, wait, Konako had only looked like charcoal because Yuta had intentionally held back. Her injuries actually weren't serious. Akeno's opponents, however, they really could be burned black by lightning. Now, Akeno had unfolded a magic circle and released a giant thunderbolt toward Yukino, sending her instincts screaming. Ice Princess! Yukino called out to the twisted ice construct behind her. Absolute demise reacted instantly. Crack, 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 crack. With a toothachingly sharp sound, the Ice Princess blasted Absolute Zero Frost upward, forming a massive ice wall that shielded Yukino. Boom! The colossal thunderstrike crashed into the thick ice wall, erupting in a monstrous explosion that filled the gymnasium with blinding lightning. Countless shards of ice burst outward like pieces of a shattered mountain. A huge portion of the wall was obliterated. It crumbled, collapsed, and scattered under the shockwave, the destruction sweeping through the air like the sky itself had cracked open. If not for the barrier erected by the Satrai servants, the walls would have fallen, half the floor would have split apart, and even the ceiling might have blown off. That was how terrifying the aftermath was. Even so, Yukino couldn't fully withstand the attack. After enduring for over 10 seconds, the massive lightning pillar finally shattered what remained of the ice. She had no choice but to flap her devil wings desperately and dodge, her escape more than a little disheveled. Ha! Yukino clicked her tongue in a rare break from her usual composure. But she didn't slow down. She immediately signaled the Ice Princess, whipping up wind and condensing more frost. Across from her, Akeno showed no intention of letting up. Seeing the lightning miss Yukino, she unleashed fingertip lightning at high speed, firing bolt after bolt to blanket Yukino's position. The freezing breath of the Ice Princess condensed into enormous blocks of ice that rose like barricades, intercepting the lightning. Each block shattered under impact, but they still managed to shield Yukino. He. Akeno licked her lips, her smile twisting into something wicked. The graceful Yamato Nade's Hiko aura evaporated instantly, replaced by the thrill of a predator. Laughing softly, wings beating, she surged forward to close the distance. Yukino, of course, refused to let Akeno close in. The Ice Princess blew out another wave of frost, this time forming thousands of ice shards that poured toward Akeno like a freezing storm. Lightning met ice in midair, colliding again and again. The entire gymnasium was filled with the two of them darting and weaving, both displaying exceptional speed and precision. Ice and lightning overlapped and burst in continuous intervals, the spectacle far more intense than the previous two matches. Akeno-senpai, Kiba Yuato and Konako Tujao both watched with expressions full of worry. Ria said nothing, but her eyes were locked on the battle above. Her arms crossed over her chest, tightened unconsciously. Leo watched calmly beside the others. Asuna, Yuta, Mahiro, and the rest kept their eyes fixed upward, completely unable to look away. As for the Satrai servants, they were utterly stunned. That's really a fight between low-class devils. Nimura Ruriko stammered. Indeed, whether it was Yukino or Akeno, their power had far surpassed the low-class tier. But officially, they were still low-class devils who hadn't been promoted yet. Even so, there's no way these are low-class devils. In pure power alone, these two are completely at high-class devil level. Kusaka Rhea and Hanakai Momo gulped heavily, their faces pale. Akeno-senpai is one thing, she's always been strong. Even before Ria-senpai debuted, Akeno already had the title Priestess of Thunder and a huge reputation in the devil world. But what about Yuki Nashida-san? Hasn't she only been a reincarnated devil for, what, a few months? Yurit Tsubasa and Meguri Tomo were sweating nervously, questioning their own eyes. And it wasn't just them, Sona and Subeki were both shocked. She can fight Akeno evenly. Is this the power of a Longinus? Even they hadn't expected Yukino to be this strong. Finally, even Akeno herself couldn't help but praise Yukino mid-battle. It's incredible to think you were just a normal human only a few months ago, Yuki Nashida-san. As Akeno darted through the air, dodging twin ice glaciers and blasting apart oncoming ice rocks, she spoke sincerely. I've seen far more outrageous things than that. Yukino replied calmly, casting a discreet glance toward Leo. To her, he was the true walking cheat. She had been reincarnated with enough natural demonic power to stand among the strongest mid-class devils. Achieving matching combat power after learning proper techniques was only natural. During these months, all she had really done was learn to use her demonic power efficiently and bring out her latent potential. Reaching high-class devil combat ability was largely thanks to her Longinus. But Leo? He had hidden a Longinus ranked second in the world. Grown from high-class to ultimate-class power in months. Gained 4 pairs of wings. That was truly ridiculous. Maybe so, Akeno said, following Yukino's gaze toward Leo before smiling. But your whole group is strange. Every one of you gained power in just a few months that even most high-class devils can't dream of. You're like newly reincarnated high-class devils. Well, our master is extremely ambitious, Yukino replied lightly. Not just anyone could catch his eye. Thankfully our club president isn't the jealous type, Akeno said with a teasing smile. Otherwise she'd be furious that someone managed to gather such outstanding servants. Then her expression sharpened. But we should probably end this soon. Agreed, Yukino said. We can't keep everyone waiting. Her demonic power had already been heavily consumed, she couldn't keep using it so recklessly. Akeno faced the same issue. Yukino's Longinus burned through power quickly. Akeno's lightning, especially the amplified Kin, wasn't cheap either. The stronger the attack, the greater the cost. Neither of them could maintain this level much longer. So we settle it in one strike. Just what I wanted. their gazes met sparking like flint. In the next instant, both unleashed a surge of demonic power that rolled through the gymnasium, shaking the air. Yukino poured everything she had into the Ice Princess, its freezing aura flaring violently. Akeno expanded a massive magic circle behind her, pointing one finger toward it as lightning gathered thickly. A heartbeat later, both launched their final, all-out attacks. The Ice Princess unleashed a freezing storm so intense it crystallized the very air. Akeno's lightning shot from her fingertip, striking the magic circling after being amplified erupted into a colossal beam that incinerated everything in its path. Rumble! The freezing storm and the giant lightning pillar collided in a deafening explosion, loudest yet taking the entire gymnasium to its foundations. Extra Chap. 97, Chapter 96 Forced Spatial Transfer. 97, Chapter 96 Forced Spatial Transfer. The impact was strong enough to rattle even the barrier wrapped around the entire gym. A violent tremor rippled outward from the gym at the center of Kua Academy. The range wasn't large, and the shaking weakened as it spread, but it was still enough to startle the handful of students who remained on campus during the holiday. What was that? An earthquake. I thought I heard a boom. Where did it come from? Thunder. It came from over there, right? People looked around in confusion, but none of them noticed that the source was the gym. From the outside, the building went quiet after the tremor, showing no visible signs of damage. But anyone who stepped inside would have gasped on the spot. The interior was devastated beyond recognition. Cracks split across the walls, the ceiling was fractured, and scattered equipment littered the floor. The once new gym looked like a war zone, more like a ruin abandoned for years. The floor was in even worse shape. This wasn't just cracking anymore, deep, jagged fissures tore through the ground as if the earth itself had split open. It was unsettling to look at. But the worst damage lay within the barrier. Inside the barrier erected by the Satrai servants, the battlefield had been completely destroyed. The flooring had been blown away, leaving only churned-up soil beneath. Dust lingered thick in the air. Broken stone, shattered debris, chunks of ice everything was scattered everywhere. Stray arcs of lightning still snapped across the air. Cough, cough. Ha ha. Yukino and Akeno fell out of the air almost at the same time. One was scorched black in several places and knelt on one knee, coughing. The other was covered in frost, exhaling hot breaths into the cold mist around her. Yukino! Akeno! The Gremory servants and Eligos servants shouted in alarm. Leo and Rias rushed to their sides immediately. Is it over? Who won? No idea. The Satrai servants finally snapped out of their shock, glancing toward the center with pale faces. Their barrier was trembling. One wrong hit and it looked like it might shatter. A moment ago, they genuinely thought their barrier had failed, that they were about to be swallowed by the shockwave from Yukino and Akeno's final clash. Their hearts had nearly stopped. Fortunately, the barrier held. It blocked most of the blast. Only a small portion seeped through the ground, causing minor effects. Considering what could have happened, this was the best outcome they could hope for. Is everyone alright? Sona Satrai stepped forward, checking their condition with a sharp, focused stare. Leo and Rias had already examined the two fighters. Their expressions eased. They're fine. Just minor injuries. Same here. Nothing serious. Their servants stayed close, tending to Yukino and Akeno as best they could. Healing wasn't easy. Demonic power was nearly all-purpose, but using it for restoration required precise imagination and technique. Most of the people here simply weren't suited for it. Only simple first aid was possible. Powerful healing, especially regeneration, was extremely rare in the supernatural world. Only those with the right aptitude could use it, and even then, regenerating lost limbs required forbidden techniques or something similarly extreme. Light healing, however, could be done by a few. Akeno was capable. Shinra Tsubeki could manage simple treatments. The rest couldn't. Leo had looked into his own servants recently. Despite Yukino's remarkable talent with demonic power, she wasn't suited for healing. Asuna and Utawa were the same. Ironically, Mahiruth, angel chosen by the Holy Relic, seemed gifted in that field, and Leo planned to have her trained properly. Right now, both Yukino and Akeno were in rough shape, not because of serious injuries, but because their final attack had pushed them past their limits. Their bodies were burning and freezing internally from demonic power backlash, making them feel awful. Fortunately, the damage was manageable. A period of rest would be enough. So, shall we call this match a draw? Sona thought for a moment, then spoke. Leo and Rias exchanged glances. Both caught a hint of a smile in the other's eyes. A draw. A tie. What did that mean? It meant that the Eligos servants and Gremory servants now stood at 1 win and 1 loss each. In other words, the next match would decide everything, and the final match would be fought by the two kings. I have no objections. Neither do I. Leo answered calmly. Rias answered confidently. Of course Leo was calm. He had no intention of losing to Rias. Rias was strong. Her power of destruction made her nearly unbeatable among high-class devils. Against the Leo from back when he had first become a high-class devil, she might have crushed him outright. But now, he had already reached the level of an ultimate-class devil. Even without using Zenith Tempest, he was sure he outclassed Rias. If not for giving the power of destruction a healthy amount of respect, he wouldn't even consider the possibility of losing. He wouldn't even think the odds were low. He'd think they were zero. Rias, on her side, believed just as strongly that she wouldn't lose. She knew Leo well thanks to Sona. She had followed his progress. She knew how far he had climbed after awakening his mutated trait. But she had always been stronger than him in the past. Even if he had grown stronger than her, event power of destruction could overturn that difference. She believed she had a path to victory. This was a challenge. Rias never ran from challenges. Shall we start immediately? Leo asked with a smile. No problem. Rias's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then, but just as Sona raised her head to speak, it was already too late. Everyone in the gym felt it at the same time. A massive magic circle unfolded beneath QA Academy's underground. It rotated as it expanded, just like the teleportation circles devils use daily. Red light surged upward. The light spread through the academy, bypassing ordinary humans and irrelevant buildings. It went straight for the devils gathered in the gym, the Eligos servants, the Gremory servants, and the Citri servants. What? Rias's expression changed instantly. A forced spatial transfer. Sona shouted. Everyone, stay alert. Leo understood immediately. He rushed toward his servants without hesitation. President. Devil Kuan. Leo-san. Senpai. Yukino, Yutoa, Asuna, and Mihiro all reached toward him instinctively, trying to grab his outstretched hand. The distance between them wasn't far, but in this moment, it felt unreachable. The red light wrapped around everyone present, resonating with the demonic power in their bodies. A sharp hum rang out, and just like when devils use teleportation magic, their bodies dissolved into light, vanishing one after another. Leo and his servants never managed to reach each other. Along with the Gremory and Citri groups, they were all swallowed by the light and transported away. Moments later, the glow faded. The magic circle beneath QA Academy dimmed and gradually shrank until it disappeared completely. Not a single person in the academy noticed. Life went on as usual. Leo appeared in a strange, unknown space, still frozen in the pose of reaching out his hand. But the familiar girls he had been reaching for were nowhere in sight. He slowly lowered his arm, his expression calm, though a cold sharpness flickered in his eyes. Where is this? Where are we? Two voices reached his ears. Leo snapped back to focus and turned toward them. Two figures had materialized elsewhere in the space. Sona. Rias. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory stood there beside him. You can read up to chapter 140 on Patreon. 98, chapter 97 The Old Mu Faction. 98, chapter 97 The Old Mu Faction. Leo. Rias. Sona, you two are here too. Sona Citri and Rias Gremory located Leo the moment he spoke and hurried over. The three regrouped first, then finally took in their surroundings. It was a wide space, dimly lit, with low visibility like a sealed underground chamber. Leo, Rias, and Sona exchanged quick looks, silently analyzing everything they could. This isn't the human world. It feels like an isolated alternate dimension, Sona said, regaining composure faster than the others. Was it artificially made? Or naturally formed? Rias muttered, frowning. Alternate dimensions weren't uncommon. Devils knew how to construct them and frequently used them as arenas for raiding games. Leo and the others had entered plenty before. It's artificial, Leo said, walking to a wall and running his hand across its surface. Natural alternate dimensions don't have obvious man-made structures like this. He was right. Natural spaces tended to resemble accidental fragments of landscapes, forests, plains, deserts formed in the gaps of the world, unstable and short-lived. Unless special conditions were met, no one used them. Artificial spaces were different. They had human-like structures, towns, plazas, buildings. Even this vast underground chamber was unmistakably constructed. Then it's clear what's happening. Rias's eyes narrowed. We were attacked, weren't we? That much is certain, Sona replied, glasses gleaming. A forced spatial transfer, directly locking onto our demonic power. This wasn't just an attack. It was a targeted abduction. Which leaves one question, Leo said quietly. Who's after us? Three kings, three devil rulers of their respective servants sorted out the situation almost immediately, their rapid exchange narrowing down the problem with precision. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed unnaturally through the space, followed by a mocking laugh. As expected of the rising stars of the devil world. Thank you for understanding the situation so quickly. Saves me the trouble of explaining. The voice came from everywhere at once, reverberating through the chamber with no discernible source. Who are you? Rias demanded sharply. The answer was a derisive chuckle. Don't mind the details. We are the forsaken and betrayed dead, cast aside by devils who forgot us. Our purpose is to reclaim what was stolen, and exact vengeance. Rias and Sona exchanged confused looks, but Leo understood instantly. You're from the Old Mu faction, aren't you? The moment he said it, both Rias and Sona stiffened. The Old Mu, Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, the original rulers recorded in scripture, the progenitors of devils, feared by heaven and humanity alike. All of them died in the Long War, leaving only distant bloodlines behind. The current Mu were reformist leaders who inherited the names but not the blood. Rias's brother, Sertz Lucifer, originally Sertz Gremory, to walk up the title only after becoming a Mu. He wasn't a descendant of the original Lucifer. The same was true for Sona's sister, Seraphal Leviathan, born Seraphal Citri, inheritor of Citri house's lineage. None of the four great Mu possessed the original blood. The original bloodlines had been expelled centuries ago. Do not call us the Old Mu faction. The voice snapped, suddenly furious. We are the true Mu faction, rightful heirs of the Mu. The current ones are traitors who stole what was ours. His voice burned with hatred. You false successors sitting on stolen throne instant deserve to speak the Mu's names. Their attacker was clearly one of the remnants exiled to the far corners of the underworld centuries ago, a survivor of the civil war that split devilkind. Back then, two ideologies clashed. The old bloodlines T Warhawks want to continue fighting angels and fallen angels to the bitter end. The reformists Gremory House, Citri House, Astaroth House, Blacelabala's House, and others want peace before devils died out completely. The conflict grew until it erupted into the Great Devil Civil War. Years of fighting ended with the reformists victorious. New Mu were chosen. The old faction was annihilated or forced into hiding. Every devil knew this history, which meant Rias and Sona instantly understood why they were targeted. You still cling to that outdated hatred? Sona shouted, her voice ringing cold in the chamber. The unseen man laughed sharply. Outdated? The ones who forgot their pride and let angels and fallen angels strut before them, that is the true disgrace. You reformists deserve to be purged, sacrificed to honor the Mu who fell in war. Let's see if you can survive this cleansing, and let's see whether your precious Mu can cling to their stolen seats once you're gone. Leo, Rias, and Sona were targeted for obvious reasons. Rias and Sona were blood relatives of current Mu perfect targets for vengeance. Leo had no more relatives, but since awakening his mutated trait and establishing a connection with his evil pieces, Adjika Beelzebub had shown personal interest in him, summoning him, watching him, supporting him. On top of that, his financial backing came from Citrai House Leviathan's family through Sona's sister and Citrai's heir, and now he'd befriended Gremory's heir as well. To the old Mu faction, he might as well have had a target painted on his back. Their meeting at Kuah Academy must have leaked, giving the attackers the perfect chance. This labyrinth space will be your grave, the voice said coldly. The room you're in now is only one small part of a far larger maze. Your servants have been scattered elsewhere, each facing their own trials. Every room holds a test. Pass it, and you may open the door to the next. We'll be waiting for you in one of the chambers, assuming you survive long enough to reach us. Struggle as much as you like, lapdogs of the false Mu. Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter echoed until it gradually faded away. ZZZZTZZZZTZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ Magic circles flared to life around the chamber's edges, releasing crimson light. Leo, Sona and Rias immediately regrouped with him, standing back to back. Stay sharp. Leo didn't move, eyes narrowed, watching quietly. A deep, guttural roar shook the room. Shapes emerged, twisted silhouettes stepping out of one magic circle after another until the chamber was filled with hostile forms. You can read up to chapter 140 on Patreon. 99, chapter 98 Exorcist Swords for Devils. At the same time Leo and the other two were transported into one of the labyrinth's rooms, their servants were also scattered into separate chambers. Some ended up alone. Some appeared in pairs, and some in groups of 3, but almost none were completely isolated. Whether by coincidence or by the mechanism of this forced teleportation, those who stayed together were usually the same type, knight with knight, rook with rook. Leo's group stayed together for the same reason, they were all king pieces. Under this arrangement, Akeno and Sabeki appeared in the same room. Utoa, Konako, and Subasa were placed together. Mahiro, Rhea, and Momo ended up in one room. Only Asuna, Kiba, and Tomo were exceptions. Despite all three being knight pieces, they were separated. To be precise, Asuna and Tomo were together, while Kiba appeared with Ruriko Nimura, a pawn piece from Citrai's group. It must have been the conflicting attributes of Asuna's and Kiba's sacred gears that caused the teleportation offset. Their demonic power repelled each other, altering the jump. After all, the magic circle locked onto everyone's demonic power. Transmission interference from clashing energies wasn't surprising in the least. Only Yuka, despite being a bishop piece, did not appear with Mahiro, Rhea, or Momo. She was entirely alone. Where even is this? After the initial confusion, Yukino regained her calm. She hesitated before trying to leave the room, but found no exit at all, forced to walk in circles inside the enclosed space. A sealed room. She frowned and attempted to activate a communication magic circle in her palm, only to discover that the space itself disrupted it. She couldn't reach anyone. TCH. Yukino's patience wasn't great to begin with. She immediately resorted to brute force, forming a massive ice spear and firing it at the wall, but the spear shattered on impact without leaving even a scratch. It won't work. A familiar voice drifted into her ears. Yukino whipped around, and there, stepping out from the shadows, was a figure she would never forget. This labyrinth is a separate dimension, isolated from the human world. Every room is part of its structure. Unless you can break space itself, you won't be damaging a single brick here. A blonde girl in a nun's habit calmly walked forward, smiling up at her. Sharon, Holy Grail. Yukino's eyes sharpened instantly. It was indeed Sharon. Long time no see, Yukino. Sharon smiled with that strangely seductive expression far too unbecoming of a nun. It's been a few months, hasn't it? 43 days, Yukino replied coldly. A little over a month. Your memory really is something, little princess of the Yukinashita family. Sharon chuckled. I only remember constantly waiting to see you girls again. It felt like ages. Sharon's gaze drifted, just for a moment, before returning to normal. I heard that guy took in more servants afterward. Talented ones too. Looks like the number of devils I need to eliminate has increased again. She smiled sweetly as she said something utterly murderous. That too was simply her nature. So you've set your sights on me again? Yukino's expression didn't waver. Meaning this is another plot from the church. You're mistaken. Sharon shook her head. This time, the ones behind it are your own kind. My kind. Devils. Yukino's brow tightened. Are you joking? If anything, your naivete is the joke here, Yukinashita-san. Sharon's voice held a dry laugh. You can't seriously think devils get along with each other, right? Humans can't get along even with their own species, let alone devils, who are even more cunning, more twisted, more evil. And you, after becoming a devil, have you already forgotten what a filthy species this is? Yukino's frown deepened, but she wasn't about to back down. I don't know how devils relate to each other, but I do know one thing: Juri, the last person who'd ever work with devils. Her meaning was clear: if devils orchestrated this plan, why was someone like Sharon here? Sharon, who used to despise devils as if they were poison. Ah, so that's what you meant. Sharon didn't mock her this time. Instead, she laughed at herself. If I were willing to cooperate with devils, I wouldn't still be hunting targets I haven't killed yet. But I am the sort who uses any means necessary. If it helps me eliminate the current target, I don't need to walk alongside them, just hitch a ride. Yukino had no idea what she was talking about. What do you mean, hitch a ride? What exactly are you saying? Sharon answered with only one sentence. I'm saying that the enemy of my enemy may not be my friend, but they can still be a tool. Understand? Before Yukino could speak, Sharon drew a small exorcist handgun and fired repeatedly. Light bullets shot toward Yukino without a sound. Yukino's vigilance never wavered. She reacted instantly, releasing a cloud of supercooled mist around herself. CR. The light bullets entered the freezing fog and were immediately encased in ice, falling as tiny shards. Your control over demonic powers getting better and better, Yukinashita-san. Sharon spoke expressionlessly. And you're getting more despicable. Not very fitting for someone from the church. Yukino's voice was sharp. Though I guess you've always been a messed up woman. A normal person wouldn't keep serving the people who turned her into a test subject. You don't hate the one who did this to you, but you hate the demon factor instead? You really are sick in the head. Sharon's head lowered slowly at those words. Her bangs hid her eyes completely. You don't know anything. For the first time, Sharon's voice wasn't seductive, it was cold, dark, like a whisper from the depths of hell. Yukino froze for a heartbeat. Then Sharon tossed aside the handgun and drew two swords. Swords that radiated sinister, claw-like shapes, nothing like the light weapons she once used. Their aura felt less demonic and more wicked. What are those? Yukino's expression shifted. They resembled demon swords, yet weren't the same as the ones Uado Kiba created. They weren't just tainted by demonic energy, they felt outright malevolent. If you know my origins, then you know the church has always researched ways to kill devils. Sharon lowered the blades as she stepped forward. To kill devils, some researched new weapons, others researched new soldiers. That's how institutions like the Siegfried genetic program were formed. The weapons division created their own abominations, breaking taboos in the process. She lifted the twisted blades. Their eerie glow cast cruel shadows across her beautiful face. These weapons were born from that taboo. They contained the resentment, hatred, and malice of humans who died because of devils. Their souls were harvested, sealed into these blades. They're exorcist swords designed specifically for devils. They're named Devil Slayer. It was both Sharon's title as an exorcist, and the name of the weapon. Yukino froze. The church actually tampered with souls. If altering life was one taboo, then tampering with souls was the taboo above all taboos. Yet the church had crossed both. You're the real devils here, aren't you? All for the sake of exterminating devils, Sharon replied flatly. Ice Princess. Yukino summoned her heteromorphic princess without hesitation, bracing for Sharon's second attack. For that purpose, any method is permitted. And with that, Sharon launched herself across the room, blades raised, charging straight for Yukino. 100, Chapter 99 Trials that come one after another. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, the devils from the three servant groups each faced the trials waiting for them. Every chamber unleashed a different kind of assault. Some encountered swarms of monsters. Some fell into traps that were nearly impossible to escape. Some were attacked by mysterious black-cloaked figures, instantly forced into fierce combat as waves of demonic power shook through the rooms. Who are these people? Yuta reacted the moment the attackers appeared. Her barrier snapped into place, shielding fellow rook pieces Konako and Sabesa. Their room held nothing but those enigmatic figures in black robes and hoods. In front of each attacker floated a human-sized magic circle firing every type of spell: light rays, lightning, fire, cutting wind, all hammering against Yuta's barrier and erupting into deafening blasts. Are they magicians? Konako, wearing her gauntlets, prepared to rush out, but Sabesa grabbed her arm. They're definitely using magic. They might be from some stray magician group. If we charge out now, we'll be overwhelmed and injured for nothing. Her voice was tight, her expression uneasy. They stood trapped in the center of the room. Magicians surrounded them on all sides, firing spells in a relentless barrage. Without Yuta's barrier protecting them, they would have been blown apart in seconds. Konako recalled her battle against Yutahen. She herself had been hit by concentrated lightning from every direction and collapsed almost immediately. Back then Yuta had held back. These black-cloaked magicians clearly wouldn't. One mistake now and she wouldn't be getting up again. Konako clenched her fists, her young face clouded with dread. Akeno and Sabeki faced a similar attack, mysterious black-clad enemies, but this time the assault wasn't magical bombardment from spells. It was pure demonic power. Black-robed devils filled the room around them, devil wings unfurling from their backs, confirming their identity. Without hesitation they fired volleys of magic bullets like a torrential downpour. Who are you people? Stray devils? Doesn't seem like it. Akeno and Sabeki floated back to back, multiple magic circles forming around them as they held off the barrage. Explosions rippled across the barriers in a continuous storm of light and sound. Elsewhere, Asuna and Tomo, and separately Kiba and Ruriko, were forced to battle vicious monsters that filled their room, suddenly to find themselves quickly overwhelmed. Damn it! These monsters are way too strong. Tomo's katana was crushed between a hellhound's jaws. The creature lunged and spat a blast of fire at her, forcing her to dodge desperately. They're way stronger than the ghouls we fought in the familiar forest. Asuna, however, dispatched a magic wolf, a hellhound, a boar beast, and a bear monster with clean, decisive strikes. The holy sword in her hands radiated divine power. Even glancing blows inflicted unbearable pain on the monsters, leaving them heavily wounded or dying on the spot. Uwaki-san, give me one of the holy swords you created. Tomo shouted desperately, leaving Asuna momentarily stunned. I can do that. Asuna honestly didn't know whether a holy sword she created could be used by someone else. She had never tested it, but she didn't hesitate long. She quickly formed a katana-shaped holy sword and tossed it to Tomo. Tomo froze, heart pounding. She was a devil. Touching a holy sword recklessly should have been suicidal. Forget wielding it, even brushing it might burn her hand to ash. But seeing another devil like Asuna wield one normally, and with her own sword destroyed, she had no choice but to gamble. She grabbed the sword. To her shock, the holy sword didn't harm her. Instead, once she infused her demonic power into it, a torrent of holy energy erupted outward, forcing the monsters back. Yes! Overjoyed, Tomo charged forward. Her blade cut down monsters with the same efficiency Asuna displayed. She wasn't a sacred gear user like Asuna or Kiba, but she came from an exorcist family. Her swordsmanship wasn't on Kiba's level, but in pure technique she was stronger than Asuna. Given a weapon with that level of restraint against monsters, she fought just as fiercely if not more. With her new holy sword, she carved through monsters with confidence and speed. By contrast, Yuoto Kiba and Ruriko Ninjura were in far more dire straits. Kiba's demon swords lacked the holy power to restrain monsters the way holy swords did. He could only use sword birth to create different elemental blades to knock them back, but the fight grew harder by the second. Ah! Ruriko Ninjura cried out as a monster sank its fangs into her arm. Blood poured out in frightening amounts, and she crashed to the ground, trembling in pain. Kiba wanted to rush to her, but several monsters blocked the way. Sword birth. He stabbed his blade into the ground, pouring demonic power into it. Just like when he fought Asuna, dozens of demon swords erupted from the earth, skewering the monsters blocking him. Kiba-san. Ruriko was nearly collapsed, clutching her injured arm, tears welling up. Kiba pulled her behind him, eyes locked on the remaining monsters. His breathing was strained. His earlier burst had drained a large portion of his demonic power. This is bad. Still, he raised his demon sword and prepared to fight again. Meanwhile, in the room assigned to Mahiro, Rhea, and Mama, the three bishop pieces challenge wasn't monsters or attackers. It was a trap. The floor turned to quicksand, sucking all three downward. Fly, quick! We can't. It's grabbing us. Rhea and Momo struggled desperately. Their devil wings flapped wildly, but their legs remained firmly trapped, sinking deeper and deeper. Mahiro wasn't doing any better. Watching herself being swallowed by the sand, panic flickered through her caramel-colored eyes. Just a week ago, she'd been a normal high school girl. After reincarnating as a devil, she had learned some basic skills under Leo's guidance, but she had no real combat experience. Facing something like this, panic was inevitable. And quicksand wasn't something ordinary people ever encountered. For a girl who'd lived a sheltered life, the fact she wasn't screaming outright meant her mental strength was already impressive. As the sand pulled her down, Mahiro bit her lip. I haven't even proven I'm someone worth keeping yet. I can't die here. That fierce determination ignited something inside her. A violent roar filled the room as purple flames exploded from Mahiro's body, sweeping outward like a detonating star. The surge of fire flooded the entire room. The quicksand around her blasted apart, even burning hot enough to fuse parts of it into crystal. What is that flame? Rhea and Momo froze. When the purple fire surged toward them, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Pure instinct screamed at them to run. If that fire touched them, they wouldn't just die, vanish without a trace. Fortunately, Mahiro remembered them at the last second. She forced the flames to split around them. Without that control, the divine and purifying power of the cross's flames would have erased both girls instantly. Once the quicksand had hardened into a glassy crater, Mahiro finally withdrew the purple flames. And then at the edge of the room a passage silently opened. A path forward. Thanks to Mahiro's outburst, the bishop trio completed their trial faster than anyone else. Unfortunately, their ordeal wasn't over yet. Beyond the passage, the next room awaited them with another trial. Unaware of all this, Leo and the other two were also facing a challenge. A trial far more dangerous than any their servants were experiencing. 200p.s for extra chapter. You can read up to chapter 140 on Patreon. 101, chapter 100, the one who finished his enemy the fastest. It was obvious that the main targets of this labyrinth weren't the servants, but the three king pieces themselves. That meant the trial waiting for Leo and the girls would be the most difficult of all. Roar. With a roar that shook the air, something massive emerged from the magic circle. It was far more terrifying than any monster the others had encountered. Roar. 3 monsters appeared in total. Compared to the numbers in the other rooms, that didn't seem like much. But these 3 were each more than 15 meters long, with wings so large they dominated the space. Their bodies were covered in red ochre scales, with thick limbs, hulking torsos, twin horns, ferocious eyes, and enormous jaws lined with fangs. When they roared, the temperature in the room spiked instantly. The blast of sound forced Leo, Rias, and Sona to shield themselves with their arms. Rias and Sona's skirts whipped violently in the wind, an impressive sight, though only Leo was there to see it. That's a crimson flame dragon. Rias shouted over the sound, unable to care that her clothes were practically blowing apart. Dragons. Sona's expression darkened. Even Leo hadn't expected the old Mu faction to go this far, sending 3 crimson flame dragons just to deal with them. Flame dragons were true fire dragons, famed for their ferocity, combat instincts, and destructive power. While they weren't among the highest-ranked dragons, any pure-blood, fully grown dragon could fight on equal terms with a high-class devil. Roar! All 3 dragons locked onto the trio, flames surging in their throats, and unleashed massive torrents of fire. Move! Before the blast even reached them, Leo, Rias, and Sona leapt backward in perfect sync, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The flames crashed into the ground like a nuclear detonation. A sea of fire expanded outward, swallowing everything in its path. One each. Finish them quickly. Fine by me. Leo didn't hesitate. He stopped mid-retreat and sprinted straight toward the nearest dragon. Rias grinned fearlessly. She unfolded her devil wings and shot into the air, weaving past incoming fire as she closed in on her target. I guess that's how it is. Seeing her 2 closest friends rush ahead without waiting for strategy, Sona Sayadan spread a magic circle before her. She was a tactical fighter by nature, calm, calculating, and analytical since childhood. She wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as Rias, but when it came to strategy and efficiency, Sona could easily overpower Rias in a straight one-on-one. Her brain had already been racing, trying to devise the fastest way to defeat their enemies. But with Leo and Rias charging in recklessly, she could only sigh and join them in direct combat. Of course, just because she preferred strategy didn't mean she was weak. Far from it. As the heir of the Citrai house, a pure-blood devil and a proper high-class devil, Sona was still stronger than Leo, who had only advanced a few months ago, so she had no reason to fear direct combat. Her opponent was a dragon, possibly even stronger than she was. But because it was a crimson flame dragon, Sona knew she had the advantage. To beat fire you use water. The magic circle in front of her spun and released a massive column of water. Roar! The water smashed into the incoming fire breath, clouds of steam erupting in every direction. Then the water plowed straight into the dragon, hurling it through the air like a ragdoll and slamming it into a wall hard enough to shake the entire room. Sending a crimson flame dragon against Sona Citrai had been a mistake. The Citrai house's trait was exceptional water manipulation. It sounded simple, unremarkable, even, but simple things, when honed to their extremes, became terrifying. The current Mu, Seraphal Leviathan, a pure-blood Citrai, was living proof. Rumor said she possessed power beyond ordinary Mu-class devils, capable of freezing an entire small country with ease. Sona had always devoted herself to mastering water magic, refining her control to the absolute limit. Against a fire-attributed dragon, she was a natural hard counter. Let me show you what my water techniques can do. Demonic power surged around Sona. Moisture gathered in the air, transforming under her control. In seconds, she created an entire menagerie of water beasts, hawks soaring through the air, serpents slithering across the floor, lions, packs of wolves, even massive water dragons all simultaneously formed and controlled with flawless precision. Rias dodged another blast of flame and couldn't help admiring the sight. As expected of you, Sona. This level of magical control was something Rias could never match. Even Leo, who excelled in manipulation of demonic power precisely because his mixed blood forced him to rely on technique over talent, would admit Sona surpassed him here. Rias, on the other hand, had so much overwhelming demonic power and the power of destruction that she rarely needed technique. Why bother with precision when raw force solved almost everything? She was the perfect example of a power-type devil. The dragon shrieked under the assault of Sona's water beasts. Rias smiled. Can't let you outshine me, Sona. She dove through the last wave of flames and appeared right in front of her dragon. Turned to ashes. Her demonic power erupted like a crimson explosion. The aura rising from her body matched her scarlet hair, brilliant, overwhelming, and dangerous. Her eyes glowed red as magic blazed around her, her clothes rippling violently from the force. A massive sphere of demonic power gathered before her. Boom! The sphere shot forward and smashed into the dragon. It didn't just injure it, dragon didn't even have time to scream before it evaporated completely, erased from existence. One hit. Rias had annihilated a dragon capable of matching a high-class devil in a single blow. That was the power of destruction, power to erase, to end, to bring ruin. Sona, who had been overwhelming her own dragon since the start, still hadn't finished by the time Rias vaporized hers. Only after witnessing that did she fire several massive water lances through her dragon's body, killing it cleanly. I still can't compete with you, Rias. Sona exhaled and gathered her magic, minimizing unnecessary consumption. She looked at Rias's figure standing unshaken within the crimson gale and couldn't tell whether she felt admiration or resignation. The two exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Then they both turned toward Leo, and froze. Lunith exit is already open. Leo pointed calmly toward a newly revealed passage. Behind him lay the corpse of a crimson flame dragon, massive, scorched, and very much dead. Judging by the faint smoke rising from it, it had been dead for quite some time. Rias and Sona's pupils constricted. A single thought struck them at the same time. So the one who finished first wasn't either of us. It was him. And when they looked at Leo again, their eyes had completely changed. Extra chapter.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, You will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.